baby. Surprise! Surprise! Oh, come on, baby.
Houston forward and Kiwi native Steve Adams was sad, but at least he had a warm hello for an Australian reporter.
It's all up to you, individual, whatever you guys put value on. For the, off you. Oh, it's Australian. Had to.
Apparently, that's how Kiwis and Aussies say hello in the US. I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily, produced by Poppy Penny. Thanks to Sportstar and the Golden State Warriors for the extra audio used in this episode. A reminder, if you've missed part of this episode or you want to hear previous episodes, you can catch all of them on the ABC Listen app.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
Storytelling is highly important because it really connects people.
I think it's nice to be inside the story.
To bring people to my eyes.
ABC Radio.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy. This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing, and they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than
He
this.
curled the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal. An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot maker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
Like camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward, off it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity.
He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. This is bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for six. Scores level.
Running pass. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
There are subplots tonight, any direction in which you look. The Blues, they could have had Ross. They ended up with Voss. Perhaps it is the TDK game. Of course, Tom de Koning playing for the Blues, courted by the Saints. Silvani in both camp, the list boss of the Saints being Stephen. Of course, his son Jack tonight playing for Carlton. And as much as a lot of the focus has been on TDK, it is all about Spud's game, of course, tonight. The 5th annual event, saving life raising life-saving funds more so for mental health research. All of that ahead of us tonight in what is going to be a bumper crowd here at the MCG. It is St Kilda versus Carlton, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Great to have you with us. There is no late change. It is going to get cool. It is currently 16 degrees on the way down to 9, but there's no rain forecast. We'll duck inside both camps and the whole crew is here. Kelly Underwood alongside me to call the footy. Hello, Kel.
Good evening, Corbin. Just wanted to touch on Spud's game briefly. I know it'll be a theme throughout this evening. We're always here in the commentary box to talk about footy, but some AFL games are bigger than others, and this is the 5th event. It's the first time Carlton has been involved. It's going to be an emotion-charged pre-match. We'll have it all covered here on your radio with the Dogs Premiership hero Tom Boyd and Danny's daughter Chelsea to address the crowd before the first bounce. And it's all about tonight. It's about celebrating and remembering Spud. Probably all of us in this commentary box at some stage. I know I called some AFLW games with him, but it's also remembering others involved in AFL who've lost their lives to mental illness. I was thinking about this on the drive in. In the last few years, it's just, it's too many, isn't it? But Cam McCarthy from Fremantle, Troy Selwood, as we know, who Lingy will probably touch on, and new Heather Anderson, who was a Crows Premiership player at the age of 28, and Jacinda Barclay, a GWS Giants player at the age of 29, all reportedly to suicide. So last year, more than 3,000 Aussies died by suicide. That's 9 people a day. 7 of them are men. Double the national road toll. And there have been too many from our sport even in the last couple of years. So there is help out there, free and around the clock, from great organisations like Beyond Blue, and I guess talking it through is the first step to along the road to recovery. People are there to listen and help, and I guess we want to say by the end of tonight and throughout the course of this evening, yes, there is a footy game, but let's not let the loss of Spud and others be in vain. Every one of us is touched, and every one of us has a part to play.
Absolutely, and lifeline for people that are listening out there. If you are struggling, 13 11 14 is that number. Cameron Ling's here, the 3-time Premiership captain. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Hello, Mick. Hello, Cal. Hello to everyone out there. Hope you're having a good night. Well said, Cal. You put it perfectly. Loved all my memories of Spud. Mick, you've probably got some from the earlier days with Spud, but I went on a couple of trips with Spud where we'd go around country Victoria and visit some incredible spots, incredible people, and Spud made it a hell of a lot of fun. I cherish those memories. A game of footy tonight as well, an important game for both these teams, but obviously an important night as well.
The 5th annual Spuds game, as we touched on off the top, so of course the mental health and wellbeing facility in Moorabbin, all the proceeds headed in that direction for that life-saving mental health research. Interestingly, they've had the tandem bike out over the last 24 hours, so a fun initiative to raise money, which has been going continuously around the concourse here at the MCG.
And I just heard from the MCG, a crowd of up to 60,000 expected tonight for this. And I think the theme of the evening probably draws a few more thousand in as well. So, yeah, that's a great result if they can draw 60,000 for Carlton St Kilda tonight.
It's the 3rd straight year that the Saints are going to play one home game here at the MCG. Last year it was Spud's game, but previous to that, the first 3 editions of this match were all played at Dockland. So big stage for it, as big a home and away fixture that the Saints play in every year. One man who's a former St Kilda footballer, former Ballarat footballer, and obviously had that in common with the great Danny Frawley, is the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history in Mick Malthouse. Good evening, Mick.
Hello, Corby. G'day, Cal, and Lingy, and all our listeners. I've had we go back a long way. I'm old. Well, I was a lot older than Danny, but he's we'll go right back and say that the 1980 grand final, on the way through, my parents picked him up.
Wow.
To bring him to the game. Well, he's Bungaree. My mother's side all come from Gordon, so, you know, there's farmers against one another playing footy. The other thing was I'm an ambassador for the Fiona Elsie Cancer Research. He was a fellow ambassador. Wow. And now we have, and what we try to do is to raise awareness clearly about cancer, but also the research and trying to raise some money. We've got a lot of scientists that work for us. We get no government money, so you've got to raise money for these scientists. And we've got a bike ride which happens in February every year, and we've got a Spud, things called a Spud 100, might be the Spud 160. And that's named after him. It's in honour of his dedication to trying to help other people. So, we go back a fair way. And, of course, I remember him as a coach. I remember him as a great player. And coming from that area, so you tend to know a lot of the families.
Yeah. So I was born in the early 90s, so I remember him obviously coaching Richmond.
Yeah.
And taking them to that preliminary final run in 2001. And I obviously remember him as a media performer and always had a smile on his face and was larger than life, which is instructive in itself that, it doesn't discriminate mental health and it can strike everybody and anybody down.
Yeah, and it hides itself.
Absolutely. But as a footballer, Mick, what kind of a player was he for people that perhaps didn't see him at his on-field?
Well, very dour. He great team man for a start off, and one of his best mates was up the other end of the ground called Tony Lockett, and they'd come down. Remarkably, they'd drive down to training. I reckon they got off just once a week. I just don't know whether it really worked, but anyway, that's why that didn't with Plugger in the end. So they'd just drive down, train, and drive home again. So you imagine the stories that were told on going back. What sort of player? He hunted. He didn't want the ball necessarily. He just wanted to make sure his man didn't kick. And you've got to remember in those days, outside of the fact he didn't have to play on Plugger, you got Jason Dunstall, Modra.
My memories of him as a kid was he had a great record on Gary Ablett Senior as well.
Played on Ablett.
Yeah.
He had reasonable speed. I'm not going to say he was the most gifted footballer with the ball. Reminds me a lot about a player I coached for a long time was Simon Presticomo, and he'll be if he's listening to this, he'll be saying I was skilled, but Presti wasn't overly, it wasn't a great short pass, I'll say that. But Danny was captain for a reason. I've said just in recent days in an article, it's one of the hardest positions to be as a captain. The outside of full forward is probably the second hardest because you don't want the ball necessarily coming out, but when it is coming at you, you've only got yourself and your opponent on your mind. So it's very hard then to be directing.
There was not much team defence back then either. There was one out inside the 50 with those names you mentioned.
Well, Jason's next door to us right now. And he's kicked a dozen 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
A Plugger kicked 14 or 15 in one game. So. No, there was no defence in the middle. That was just non-existent. And the forwards, they just sat back thinking, they've got to keep kicking it to me. So that meant nothing as far as forward. So he was at an era where it was starting to cross over into the professionalism. And so when he became a coach, I've got to say, when I arrived at Collingwood, he was still there as an assistant coach, but that job come up. And I remember saying to him at the time, mate, you just grab your first job. Don't start to try to sort out, do I want it or not? You go and you do your best you possibly can. And football's a cruel world. There's a few things that stay in my mind in regard to a lot of great footballers. But with Danny Frawley...
So in the space of 2 years, he took him to a prelim.
Yeah, he was a fantastic person who gave everything... No matter what he was doing, and it's a tradition right through his family and around the area. But I remember him sort of getting spat on going up the race, and the look on his face was, "Why? I'm doing my best." Yeah. And they're moments you don't want to remain with you, but they do, and that just what it showed me. And I didn't have to be reminded of it because it's happened to me quite frequently, but. The fickleness of the sport. People want to win, and they don't, and they will blame the coach if you lose, and they'll pat the players in the back when you win. But if you lose too often, it's all you.
Can I ask a question? I mean, it's 6 years now since his death, and in the last decade, we've been changing the way we talk about mental health. As being the only woman in the commentary box, I know that I changed the way that my friendship group, how we will often check in. I'll often just send a text and say, hey, how's everything going? How's life? Forget the day-to-day, but how's life? And we've got 3 generation of men sitting here in the commentary box. Do you feel like over the last, even you're raising 3 boys, Lingy, do you feel like the way you talk to your former teammates has changed since you were 20 and came into the AFL system?
Oh, without question. Absolutely. It's not where it needs to be though. Yeah, there's a lot of, you might ask, oh hey, have you heard it? How's such and such going? You might inquire a little bit away from that person so that you can maybe jump in and help them. Still not as quite as
Direct.
Going directly to that person saying,
Right.
hey, are you okay? Can I help? Anything like that. You might find out the information first and then think, subtly, how can I do it? I don't think it's fully open enough to go, hey, let's talk. But it is certainly, compared to when I first started to now, so much better. Much better.
I totally agree. As a player, like I started in 72, so it was just a matter of you only met Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and played Saturday, and you might dribble around on Sunday if you that was it. Your social life revolved around your football club, so you really were probably in contact a heck of a lot because you just mixed after the game with family and friends, so you got to know each other very intimately in that regard. Then you went to work. As the years have gone on, we've become more and more aware of this. This is not a pat on the back, but there comes a time when you think, I need to sit down now for an hour or so, which I did, believe it or not, this week, and text probably 6 or 7 people who I knew that just probably, and one didn't get back to me, and then he rang. And he said, mate, I can't he said, I'll be there all day texting for what's going on. And then I worked and I found more about this bloke.
Wow.
So because he was in real trouble.
Yeah.
And physically and health-wise, talking about it. So you do become more aware of people. And maybe because when you get to my age, and none of you are near my age, your dad would be, you're losing people.
Mm.
You're losing people quite frequently, and through illness, rarely, thankfully, not through suicide. Although it's like
does happen.
No, I can't. Yeah,
that's amazing, Mick. That insight that you've given us, that you've sat down and you've deliberately reached out to mates.
Yeah. Well, and I will use one. One is David Hart, who I just wanted to check in on. His son suicided last year, and I've kept his message. It makes me cry because he is still really, really badly affected. And of course he's going to be. It's his 21-year-old son. So I'm sure David doesn't mind me saying that, and that's because it's publicised in Australia. But they're little things that you've just got to do in life.
Mick, appreciate you sharing, and likewise Lingy and Cal. Again, if you find any of these conversations troubling, lifeline on 13 11 14. As we count down to the Danny Frawley tribute game, it is the 5th edition of Spuds Game here on ABC Sport, Friday Night Footy. And we can actually head inside the Carlton camp, who, of course, the team on the other side of the field tonight with a former Blue, a former Saint, in Aaron Hamill, who's with our own Ben Cameron. Ben.
Yeah, thank you, Corb. Yeah, it's a bit confusing today. We've had Brendan Bolton, the former Blues coach, who's now at the Saints, and we've got Aaron Hamill, who was at both of these clubs. But let's start with Danny Frawley, a great mate of yours. For most of us who didn't get to know him, who didn't know him, who was he?
Well, first of all, he was a bloody lunatic, and some. But no, I was really privileged, I guess, when I first came across from Carlton to St Kilda to get the number 2 back in 2000, and then Danny was still coaching then from, I think, 2000 to 2004 at Richmond, and then probably post then became quite good friends in terms of the jumper and what it meant, and who wore it, who came before you. And Danny was he was great to me, and then I coached with him a fair bit when he was a specialist coach in 2013 onwards for a couple of years there. So certainly got to know him well, got to know his family well. And just a brilliant human, He always often you forget conversations you had with people, but Danny certainly had the uncanny sort of innate ability to make you feel pretty good about yourself. So he always made you feel pretty good about yourself, and just a fantastic St Kilda person for the community. Really respected within the community, clearly respected at the St Kilda Footy Club, and I'm sure they'll do a fantastic effort tonight. And again, I think Vossi spoke about it yesterday around we're privileged to be a part of these games, and clubs put their hand up to get us involved in them. So yeah, it's certainly a big night for everyone involved.
We watched St Kilda last Friday night suffocate Fremantle. It was a classic Ross Lyon sort of boa constrictor game where he, as I said, suffocates the opposition. What did you learn from that, and what do you have to do to avoid that tonight?
Oh, look, they were certainly up and about and up for it in the midfield where the games are won and lost. You know, they did a good job with the Garcia role and what Steele's able to get done in there now. And, you know, they've got Windhager there as well that can come in and tag. So we know that, you know, they got their fundamentals right. They hunted Freo up, restricted them from a ball movement point of view and an inside 50 point of view. Sort of how do you stop Harry and Charlie, and that's clearly restrict the entries again. So we expect it to be no different tonight. You know, we expect it to be a real sort of a real street fight in terms of probably entries for, entries against. Hopefully, you know, we can get on top in the midfield and give ourselves some territory and set the ground from there. And then we'll sort of get our eye in early with it and see what they throw at us. But we expect a really physical, tough contest, not only to honour Danny and the night that it is, but that's just how Ross's teams are sort of conditioned around just getting the fundamentals right, crack in and do it for 4 quarters. So we're going to have to take our chances with ball in hand, but clearly the midfield battle is going to be pivotal for us.
I'll send you upstairs. A couple of quick questions from Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling, Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood.
Aaron, just about the consistency with the team. It just, you know, you're hot against Geelong and then Adelaide sort of, you know, fall apart. Is there a lack of, and I mean this in its nicest case with Paddy Cripps, but is there a lack of leadership over the ground that when things start to turn a little bit, they just don't, you can't, you know, look at Collingwood last night, 3 goals down, but they're never out of it. They bounce back and in front at quarter time. Have you got that sort of personnel, or hasn't emerged yet?
No, it's a fair enough question, Mick, that I guess gets asked a fair bit around, is there too much reliance on Paddy in the midfield? Look, we've apart from, I guess, round 1, we've against Richmond last week was we know that how poor we were in many areas. So we were chasing a lot, you know, all three phases of the game. So it wasn't just sort of Paddy on his own. Like sure. The midfield were poor, the back line weren't great, and we didn't fire a shot up front. So last week was probably one that's reared its head the most out of, if you just base on this year. So we know we've got to accelerate people under him. He's got a great support crew in Walsh and Wiedering, and Charlie now's in the leadership group, and they're all very different leaders, which is how you want them to be. So Paddy knows when to. He doesn't have to get 40 now, I believe, for Carlton to win or for us to win and be successful. We know that. If he can play his role, if he's getting tagged tonight, how's he going to help others? How can he help others and bring others into the game? Yep. But he's such a good competitor and a good leader. He wants to do things at times to solve the problem. But I think if we can get others to keep stepping up, keep progressing them in the leadership space, that can help alleviate Paddy.
You mentioned Charlie Curnow there, Aaron. Just for the Carlton fans listening right now to put their minds all at ease, a little scare during the week with him, and he's so important. Obviously, his body has been a little bit of a worry over the pre-season. All good after what happened during the week, and he's all 100%, obviously. Yeah,
I wasn't even sure what happened, Lingy, to be honest. We were, I was just focusing on his defensive patterns, and I think he knocked his knee, and I said, "Well done, mate. You're defending quite strong there." So, no, he bounced back up. Charlie doesn't have to do too much wrong to get noticed, or he doesn't. Yeah, he's always in the limelight, Charlie. He was just training as normal, and then so that caught us by surprise a bit. But no, he's fine. He's moving really well, Charlie. Interrupted pre-season, but he's had a couple of really good games back now, and no, he should be raring to go.
Great to hear.
Aaron, good luck tonight. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, gents. Good luck.
Aaron Hamill, the assistant coach at the Carlton Football Club. We're 32 minutes away from the bounce. There is no late change. Lance Collard is the sub for St Kilda, and for Carlton, it is Cooper Lord. I mentioned off the top, there are subplots everywhere. I've got an interesting chat for you, Mick. I might just take you back to an interview that Ross Lyon did on the Agenda Setters on Channel 7 a couple of weeks ago, where he was pressed about the fact that he was in the mix for the Carlton job and seemingly had it over the line with the support from the president. Obviously, things changed with the board. He didn't go through the process, and Michael Voss ended up getting the job. Now, at this particular stage, the Saints had a winning record. Carlton still hadn't won a game when this conversation took place.
I think we've got to be careful judging them too harsh too quickly. I think they've got a lot of foundations in play, and they've turned it around. But I just solely focus on St Kilda.
Ross,
I mean, we've all had moments where everyone judges us, and not everyone gets it right all the time.
Did you feel disrespected by that process, though?
No, I think everyone's entitled to their opinion. You know, it's a legitimate process.
But were you as far down the road as we thought?
We all make, you know, you make your bed, you lie in it, and I had to lie in mine, and now they're lying in theirs.
It's an interesting line from Ross Lyon. I had to lie in my bed and they've got to lie in theirs. I guess my broader question to you, Mick, we get players, they get the chance to go out there and actually win the ball, and it pays to be sort of high energy and emotional and everything else. I'm sure Ross would have loved to beat Fremantle last week, given the fact he got sacked by the club, and then tonight he comes up against a team that he very well could have been coaching and ultimately didn't pan out that way. Do you have that as a coach? Are there some games you go into where you think, we always want to win, but tonight I want to win a little bit more? Is there a bit of that I guess plays on the ego as such, the sporting competitiveness of a senior coach?
Well, I think you're competitive, but how long ago did he coach Fremantle?
For 2019.
Yes, last year. 6 years ago, and that's a big change of players. I've got to say, my first game, I was interviewed and was virtually given the Richmond job, and then 2 days later wasn't, and then 6 months later I had the Footscray job. And guess who we played first game? Richmond. And that was my old teammates.
Yep.
So, no, I can't say I ever got wound up over who we were playing. It was more, I've got a saying, when you come to a game of football as a coach, just remember the 50, 60, 70,000 people are there to watch the game of football, not you. You are just a very, very... you do all your work during the week. Your game is in the box. You don't need to be noticed if you can help it. And who you're playing...
Can I put a little twist on it, though?
Yeah.
Were there certain coaches who just rubbed you a little the wrong
yes,
way
there
that you
were.
wanted to beat?
Yes, and it's funny because it's... Yeah, you have really good competition with people that you may have coached with, or perhaps played with and then coached.
Almost like the brothers. You tend to be a bit harder on your brother. So your old teammate, you really want to beat him.
And the what name you're looking for is Kevin Shee. We had
there it is.
We had some ripping games. Look, I'll give you just a little insight. We ended up getting Tony Bahajar. Now, Tony Bahajar, the last time I played on Tony Bahajar, he turned around and kicked me because he knew that if I responded, I was going to get weeks because the league were looking to give me a couple of weeks over something I did previously. Anyway, so a year later, he walks in sheepishly and he goes, you want me here? And I said, yeah, I want you here. Of course I do, otherwise you wouldn't be here. So we get him, and he rings me up one day and he comes to the game and he goes, oh, God, I was up all night. And I said, what do you mean up all night? This is Friday night. We played on Saturday. Everyone plays on Saturday. Yeah. He said, Sheeds rang me at 11 o'clock. Well, so we had what was called, the next day was sort of, you go into Channel 9 or 10, whatever it was in those days. I hunted Sheeds out. Never, ever. I'll be ringing every one of your players. I can categorically tell you. Well, it's funny enough because we met off the Anzac thing. So we did a few things together for Channel 9 and Channel 7, actually, one each. And we spoke about the old times. And you've got to let those things go. And we just enjoyed each other's company in regard to a few things that took place because you're competitive. Look...
Was there a random coach that we wouldn't expect that you just really loved knocking off?
Oh, not that I can. You got someone in mind?
No. I'm interested because it's funny the ones that can sometimes rub a person the wrong way.
Like a post-match comment that sticks with you for a period of time.
No, not really. We had some really good ones with Ross Lyon, Collingwood and St Kilda. That was pretty hot for a couple of years. Probably 2.9 and 2.10, and maybe was he there 2.11?
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
As players and leaders, early days of Geelong, Grant Thomas got under our skin a little bit in those early St Kilda ones where he would talk about his young list against it, and it would just grind at you that little bit. I don't know if Bomber felt the same way. That was I'm talking as player to an opposition coach.
I'll ask you the question.
Both played pre-ups.
Yeah, you as a player, you would have no doubt players that you wanted to beat and that sort of stuff, but was there any coaches that you thought, like you just said about
Grant
Thomas.
He'd throw one or two in, but and it was a little bit of feeling in St Kilda's funny. We just spoke to Aaron Hamill. He got me off the line a couple of times when you used to be able to pick off players at a centre bounce. So there was a bit of feeling.
But what about coaches, though? Did you look at
the guy that was coaching Collingwood was...
No, I'm not just saying it. I always loved Mick. No. And I never had a situation where it was obvious that another club was going to draft me and then a coach has stepped in and said quietly to a recruiter, I don't want that. And there was no chip on my shoulder thinking, I want to show that guy. It wasn't. So
it doesn't happen as much, does it, as a lot of people would like to think it happens.
Yeah.
I don't think it happens anywhere near, because your focus, if I can just say, Corby, your focus as a coach, and I don't doubt the way you played, Lingy, your focus would have been on what you had to do. You cannot afford for you I used to say to my players, this is fair, I'd say, I will give you all the information about the players, so it's your job to understand them, and I'll look after the coach in terms of how he plays his game. Look, Malcolm Blight was such a different person, say, to Danny Frawley to coach against.
That is not what they say off air, Corbin.
No, it's also...
I'm just joking.
Pretty much right.
I'll name all the players I don't like later on.
Stick around for that. That's a perfect sell. We'll also head inside the St Kilda camp. That's all still to come. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here. Lifts it over the keeper. One bounce for four.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it. He's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. On ABC Sport. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
AFL. Don't get better than this.
On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
A Ross masterclass last week got the Saints to 4-4 on the season and on the precipice of the top 8. Tonight he's got Voss to try and deal with, the coach of the Blues. They've won 3 of their last 4, but coming in off defeat against Adelaide last week. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. It's been billed somewhat as the TDK game, with Tom De Koning off contract at the end of the season, coming up against perhaps his new team, of course, the Saints, with a big money deal. Ross Lyon meeting with the off-contract ruck forward in the summer. And, of course, those contract negotiations are ongoing. Still hasn't put pen to paper with his current club in the Blues. They'll come up against one another tonight. Friday Night Footy here at the G. There's no late change. Lance Collard is the sub for the Saints, and Cooper Lord is the sub for the Blues. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, your call team. Ben Cameron is on the boundary for us tonight, and we'll duck inside the Saints camp in just a moment. Now, we were just chatting about the amount of subplots that are out there tonight. Obviously, Ross Lyon, originally thought to be the new coach of the Blues. Ultimately, Michael Voss ended up getting that job. But there's a few more out there as well. So the Tom De Koning conversation is fascinating. Ross Lyon said, look, I met with him pre-Christmas. There's clearly a big money offer for him on the table. There's talk that he could have to leave behind as many as $4 million if he re-signs with the Blues rather than joining St Kilda. He's continued to say, look, he's happy with where it sits at the moment. We're a third of the way through the season, hasn't put pen to paper. But perhaps the other side of the coin tonight is the one that fascinates me. What would Rowan Marshall be feeling tonight? Thinking, okay, cool, so I'm playing in the ruck tonight. You're the guy that's meant to be coming here next year to be the number 1 ruck. You're getting paid a boatload of money, probably twice as much as what I'm getting. Let's just have a dance tonight and see who comes out on top. And Rowan Marshall, he's clearly top 6, top 10 ruckman in the game at the moment. It's a fascinating psyche leading into tonight, with all the eyes on Tom De Koning as to what we get from his direct opponent tonight.
30 years of age.
Yep.
Can easily play forward pocket, given the way King plays. I don't know of too many players that haven't played in a premiership that wouldn't be saying, if this bloke can get us over the line, I'm quite happy to be forward pocket and play a second fiddle ruck.
Yeah, I mean, he might be rubbing his hands together and go for it. Dominate the ruck because I want to play forward.
I think there's a habit on this earth at the moment that we just look straight negative.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you've got to look at the balance. Now, he may well be going, hang on. And he might want to prove it tonight. He may well. But if you can improve your side to be in a premiership.
The only thing I'll jump in on there, and it doesn't fit perfectly because you're right, Marshall and TDK can both play a bit more forward than the example I'm giving. But Max Gawn and Brodie Grundy.
Yeah. That was never
going to be perfect. Ruckman want to play in the ruck.
Yes, they do.
And so Rowan Marshall might be thinking, it could be all right, drifting forward a bit more, but I think ultimately he'll find playing forward's hard. Mm-hmm. Running around in the ruck is I get it's hard on the body because you've got someone jumping into you, but you've also got a lot of freedom in the ruck. You can just run around, if you're smart, you can get possessions, you can take marks. I think as a ruckman, Rowan will want to play in the ruck.
So you use the Melbourne one with Grundy and Max Gawn, and then there's the ongoing criticism over in the West, isn't there, about Sean Darcy and Jackson. They just can't make it work.
No, they can't make it work, and what they're doing is basically lighting up $100 notes and throwing them into the wind with Luke Jackson because he's playing C-grade football and he is on A-plus grade money.
Yeah.
And it's not working. So that's the... Do you affect Rowan Marshall?
Was he ever that good when you compare him with De Koning, though? No.
I remember talking to Justin Longmuir at the start in the pre-season over there last year. He reckons he's one of the most talented players he's ever seen.
Yeah, that's cool.
And he thinks he can go to that A grade as a midfielder.
When's he going to start?
He said to me he will finish his game as one of the game's best midfielders.
Well, when's he going to start?
Finish his career.
I've got news for him.
The biggest problem they got too is
happening.
The biggest problem is that they're trying to get it to work together, and they so rarely play together. So 29 times now in the last 3 seasons they've played together. 26 times one of them has missed. So you can't get any continuity out of it with every second week one of them unavailable.
And what you're also saying there, Corby, to come back in, big men need pre-seasons. They just don't jump into form. Like Darcy is a wonderful ruckman who's totally out of form because he's had to chase his injury.
Well, he's had no pre-season.
Yeah, and that goes for a lot of players, but particularly big players.
The other subplot tonight is the Silvanis. So, of course, Stephen Silvani is the list boss at the Saints, sacked by Carlton. His son, Jack, who's a father of his own nowadays, obviously having had a little boy in the off-season who plays at the Blues. He's wearing his famous number 1. Such was the fallout here that even in Jack's milestone game, Stephen wouldn't enter the change rooms to be able to see his son presented with his jumper. So
couldn't end up at St Kilda next year, could he?
I couldn't rule it out, but
really,
I find it so...
It's sad.
I find it so sad. I hate, growing up.
Oh, that's sad.
Steve was Carlton.
Grandfather,
yeah, and he was Carlton. The mark of the year was at 87. What the job he did on Ablett in 95. Even the lunging touch that he claimed in 93 that didn't quite work. Steve Silvani was Carlton. Now he can't even go in the change room.
And perhaps there couldn't be more of an illustration of this last week, how wounded Alistair Clarkson was about everything that happened at Hawthorn. And yet he was out here for the centenary celebration. He was wearing the Hawks scarf and carried one of the cups out there. There was a 95 premiership reunion the week before, and Stephen Silvani didn't go.
No.
So he could.
Well, that goes back a long time too for a lot of things that happened with the overpayments.
I know, but life's short, Mick, isn't it? I read the article today in the Herald Sun, I think it was, about, Jack Silvani's not getting a lot of money. For the form that he's on at the moment, what were they saying, Corbin? 500, not even 600.
Yeah, but that's because of how he played previously.
Yeah, and he shouldn't be...
He's getting he's getting money to make up for what he was getting when he wasn't playing well.
What's he on now?
They say 5 to 6.
Well, but he shouldn't be over that for
that position.
He's not doing that good a job right now. He's okay. He's okay. He's solid. So if you're going to be a star defender, you can get paid $800,000 or $900,000. But he's been solid and consistent. So $500,000 or $600,000 is the right money for that.
I reckon you're right.
I did hear talk of all-Australian squad, but it might have been from teammates, so...
Here's one of 3 ins tonight for the Blues from the side that lost to Adelaide. So Silvani, Binns and Evans all in. Doherty dropped for a second time this year. Fogarty out injured and Carroll's lost his place, while for the Saints, Philippo's in. Trevallia's out. The 2 subs, Lance Collard and Cooper Lord, which means the shorthand in all of that is that Charlie Curnow is playing despite his collision at training during the week. The banner crews are set up. The teams aren't far away from making their way out. There will be a special ceremony ahead of the 5th annual Spuds game, in which Chelsea Frawley and Tom Boyd will both be speaking at, and we will bring that to you before the bounce. We can head inside the St Kilda camp just before the teams run out, and Brendan Bolton is downstairs with our own Ben Cameron. Ben.
Thanks, Corbin. I'm down here with Brendan Bolton, who is a St Kilda assistant coach, obviously has a link to Carlton as well. But let's start off by speaking about Spud's game. What does it mean to the club, and what did you guys do during the week to commemorate the game?
Yeah, obviously conversations about just a great stalwart, how he played with so much passion for the club in a really tough era. There wasn't a lot of team defence then. You had to go and fight one-on-one, and Ross just showed some footage then, which was quite emotional, actually.
So what was the message behind the footage? Was it, don't let your mates down, be tough and do what's required of the St Kilda jumper like Spud did?
Exactly. So it was all around spirit. You know, in the modern game, people think it's all strategy and tactic, but Ross still believes in that part of the game. And, it's a big game for the club being able to play on a Friday night.
A lot of commentary around St Kilda's use of the sub. I mean, Hugo Garcia subbed out at half-time. Last week, Toby Travalia unused. Have you guys worked out how to use the sub, and how much of match committee does it take up discussing it?
No, we sort of just make assessments based on what the game's telling us. And Ross is not indecisive at all. He'll make decisions quickly and firmly based on what's happening in the game, and he did that a fortnight ago. And the game last week was rolling the way we wanted to, so there was no need to change it. So we'll use it if necessary, but only if the game says it.
Playing here at the MCG is great for the club. It's great to have this match here with a big crowd, and the gate receipts obviously for St Kilda, but you come up against an opposition that are better suited perhaps to this ground, play here more regularly anyway, whereas you guys are very, very adept at playing Dockland. So how do you balance out the fact that, look, it might be a home ground advantage to Carlton, but it's great for the club to play at the MCG, a home game here?
Yeah, we're pretty matter-of-fact about our prep in terms of what we've got to nullify with the opposition and what we may be able to exploit. So it doesn't matter where we play, we'll go with that same focus. But they've got a terrific midfield. That challenge for us comes up every week, that winning a supply battle, but then also some of their interceptors down back. We know Wiedering, Haynes, McGovern, they can all catch the ball. So ball use going forward is important as well. So I think those two things are pretty critical to the result.
Some people might forget this, but you're actually Tom de Koning's first league coach. Have you caught up with him recently?
No, but I'm wrapped with some of those guys. Like when I was there, we in that first year we drafted a spine. You know, there was Wiedering was one of them as well. De Koning, Curnow, Mackay, but they were all just young and spindly and needed to put on some size. So I'm wrapped they've all had great careers.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I had that written down here. 2018, you referenced the spine. Harry TDK, Charlie Curnow, Wiedering, as well as Caleb Marchbank. There must be some part of you, as far away as it is in your past, you look back and think, gee whiz, we were right about that.
Yeah, well, when I went there, the board in particular and the list management wanted to go on a total rebuild and totally move players on, and there was 45 turnover in 3 years. But with that comes a lot of pain. But all those decisions were made in the interest of the long term of the Carlton Footy Club. But anyway, I'm here at St Kilda now, and hopefully they don't put up a great show tonight.
Last one, really appreciate your time. We're all talking about TDK coming to potentially St Kilda from Carlton. I imagine if you're Rowan Marshall, who's a proud guy, who is a heart and soul guy for this St Kilda side, he'd say, maybe I've got something to say about that. Is he particularly fired up for tonight?
I'm not coaching the midfield, but I haven't had those conversations. I just think Rowe's a pro and he'll go about the same manner every week. But he's human, so, we could all probably assume there's a little bit of edge there for him, but I don't know what's happening in list management. I'm not involved in it at the moment. I'm pretty narrow, being able to just coach the forwards.
I like it. Enjoy the rest of your night. Hopefully it's everything you want it to be with Spud's game for St Kilda, and you personally with the forwards kicking a score.
Appreciate you having me on, Ben. Cheers.
Brendan Bolton downstairs with Ben Cameron, and as you may have heard, the Saints are out on the ground for Spud's game. They've got a special jumper that's got all the names of people that have contributed towards the Danny Frawley Centre, and there's a blue trim to the jumper as well. So their usual home jumper with the red columns, with the three columns, the red, white and black. They've got the black shorts, and it's got a blue trim on the sleeves. St Kilda and Carlton coming your way Friday night footy on ABC Sport, the 5th annual Spuds game. Your thoughts on the SMS throughout the night, 0437 774 774. Just repeating, no late change, so Charlie Curnow will be out there for the Blues, and they're not far away from running out. They're an interesting case study, the Saints. So they were sitting pretty at one stage at 3-1, then all of a sudden lost 3 games in a row, dramatically. Felt like they were then out of the season again and back into all the development talk. Come out and beat Fremantle last Friday night. Now all of a sudden they're back in the season, Lingy, at 4-4.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment of their season, and I even started buying a bit of their stock, if you like, when they were going okay. They were so poor against Brisbane that we had our doubts, but last week was It was not a pretty game. We all did it. We all saw it firsthand. It was horrible, certainly by Fremantle. St Kilda weren't so much more attractive in that first half, but it was a perfectly executed plan last week that eventually destroyed Fremantle, broke them completely, broke their spirit, broke everything about them. So you've got to give St Kilda credit for that, to have had a week of reflection and then go back and think, okay, each and every individual had perfect clarity on the role that they needed to play to help their team win the game. And they go and win. Now the challenge for St Kilda is go and do it again.
Yeah.
Go and do it against a team who's been terribly inconsistent this year. Brilliant against the Cats, poor against the Crows. What sort of Carlton are we going to get? If St Kilda can repeat it again tonight with that role clarity, with that adherence to what everyone needs to do, then maybe we start talking about St Kilda again in those glowing terms like we started to 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Subplots everywhere. We mentioned Ross versus Voss. You've got a Silvani in both camps. The Tom de Koning game, of course, being courted by St Kilda. You've got guys like Akers and Stocker playing against their old team. And we haven't even mentioned yet the last time that they met, which was round 24 last year, the Jack Higgins goal late at the piece, which looked like it was going to keep Carlton out of the finals, and ultimately Port Adelaide did them a favour over in Perth to make sure that the Blues limped in, and we saw what that all amounted to the following week up north against the Lions. So a fascinating contest. It is beautifully set up. The full preview with Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling on your air next here on ABC Sport.
Storytelling is highly important because it really connects people.
I think it's nice to be inside the story.
To bring people to my eyes.
ABC Radio.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
Don't get better than this.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy.
Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang! Lightning stuff! Unbelievable! Oh, he makes the impossible look easy!
Snaps across the body and the party continues.
In front of Elliott! Jamie Elliott! He launched into the night sky!
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. And don't get better than this.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport, on radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
The Saints have lost 3 of their last 4. The Blues have won 3 of their last 4. And yet it's St Kilda who come in off a stirring victory last week against the Dockers. And it's the Blues who come in off a heavy defeat after their efforts in Adelaide against the Crows. It makes for a beautiful Friday night encounter, the 5th annual Spuds game, raising vital funds for the Danny Frawley Centre, of course, for mental health and wellbeing research and programs. St Kilda and Carlton under the Friday night lights right here on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse. There is no late change. Lance Collard is the sub for the Saints and Cooper Lord is the sub for Carlton. Charlie Curnow's out there, so he is playing despite the collision at practice on Wednesday. So that's good news for Carlton fans. The team's on the ground doing their preliminary warm-up. We'll have the special ceremony to be conducted by Chelsea Frawley, of course, the daughter of the late Danny Frawley, and Tom Boyd, who's a leader in the mental health space and, of course, premiership player with the Bulldogs coming up pre the bounce. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling, take it away. What do we need to know before this fixture tonight?
Well, I need to know from you.
Yes.
What's St Kilda's record on the G, please, Corby? I know you'll have it at your fingertips.
So
and the Blues, for that matter, in the last 3 or 4 years. Because I do think it's significant because for some reason, sides that do play well at Docklands don't necessarily play well here and vice versa. I don't know why. Lingy, you would have played at both, so it's out. But I asked Lingy off air what this answer was. He got it right, and I'll give him the answer it. But what is significant about players changing clubs that some work out and some can't? And tonight, I'll be interested to see both midfields. I'm always interested in midfields, so I think that's where it starts and finishes. But if I said to the audience out there, who is the third highest? This is for the Saints. Third highest score assist, highest score involvement, highest clearance player, highest tackler, and highest inside 50s for the Saints. Could you answer it just like that? Yes, Lingy did.
I did. I'm quite proud of myself that I did, Nick. But it's a great question. The answer is Jack McRae.
Yes.
And your point is a great one because he has come in and had an immediate impact.
That's massive, isn't it?
Yeah.
With tackles and everything, though.
Go through those multiple categories. We know that he's a ball winner. He's always been able to get a heap of possessions. And at the Bulldogs, he was a crucial player, All-Australian. But often it was Marcus Bontempelli, Treloar, Liberatore, who you'd reel off first, and then you'd say, and also Jack McRae was good. But we see him come to St Kilda and doesn't miss a beat. He's still top of really, really important categories.
Saints have won 2 of their last 6 here, but stretches back multiple years, given they only play 1 or 2 games here a season.
Which is wrong for a start-off.
The Blues have won 1 of their last 6, but it only stretches back to late last season. So they've done all that in relatively short period of time. So they play, generally the point is, they play a lot more footy here than what St Kilda do.
Yeah. So well, let's assume the ground is not there. They don't have great records here.
No, can I? You said why some teams do and don't, and you kindly mentioned our team. We didn't have an issue anywhere. If you're a really good team,
doesn't matter, does it?
You win.
Yeah.
You win where you play. All of a sudden, they've got a really good interstate record. I'm not sure why it is. No, because they're good. That's the reason. These 2 teams have been mediocre over the period of time that you're talking about, Corbs. Carlton have certainly had a little bit more highs and that really good run where they got to a prelim final. But they've been pretty mediocre, so therefore their records at whatever this ground or Docklands.
They're 5-11, Lingy, in their last 16. Yeah, and the only banner win in that time was Geelong 2 weeks ago, which was at least here on this ground. That was their other wins apart from that have been against the bottom 3.
Yeah. Looking at the game, Lingy, I'm seeing 2 different coaches, 2 different types of game structure. The teams to me are relatively even. I'd like to have Curnow on the side and Paddy Cripps as a Brownlow medalist, and you've got Jack Steele on that side and Wilkie down the other end, and that all goes. But the winner tonight will be the one who can get the tactics right, and his team follow the tactics. It's okay to have good tactics, but if your team don't follow them, the tactics are out the window. Because I like the way the Saints went. I know the game was horrible last week, but
it was exactly the way St Kilda wanted it played, though, on those terms.
Exactly.
So can I ask you? I looked at Carlton, and I was really critical of Fremantle because from moment one, they almost said to themselves, St Kilda are going to play a really hard defensive game, dour game. They're going to lock us down. They've had that horror game against Brisbane. Therefore, we accept that. Now we'll try and control the ball and be really slow and dour ourselves. It was an acceptance of the way St Kilda wanted to play the game. Carlton, I want them to test St Kilda how on they are defensively, rather than just saying, it's going to be played this way, therefore we need to be better at it than... No,
change it around too, though, Lingy.
Ping the ball through them a few times, run and be daring and use the ball and share the ball and get it in quickly to Charlie Curnow and Harry McKay and test them with some genuine speed on the game. And accept that you're going to turn a couple of those over early and the Saints might hurt you. Don't stop.
But they're not a massive.
Them.
Yeah, look, I think you're on the money. So the Saints, to me, are going to win the game by 14 goals. Not by 14, but 14 goals, 12 to 14 goals. I'll kick and win the game. On the other hand, if Carlton get up and running, the Saints will kick 9 or 10.
Yeah.
And Carlton will kick 13 or 14. I don't see it being any more than a 3 or 4 goal game.
So all I want to know, Mick, is are we going to get a replay from last Friday night?
That's what St Kilda will want to do.
A snooze fest.
Yeah, but Carlton can't let that happen.
But if you're a purist, you look at the game and you go, I love the way Jack Steele did Brayshaw over. I love the way their ruck fell in behind the ball and made it awkward.
Mick, you're the only one that says love with last Friday night.
But I love the way coaches go about their job and their players respect what the coach wants and try to do it. So what really frustrated me was with Justin when we were sitting there and just accepting that it'll turn at some stage. No, it didn't. It was never going to turn.
Okay, so that's last Friday night. I'm looking at Carlton's last game.
That's right.
They had 36 inside 50s against Adelaide. With that much talent on the field, Cripps, Walsh, Curnow, Mackay, Wiedering down back, all of this, 36 inside 50s is unacceptable. So don't.
Chera.
If you're Carlton, Chera, thank you. If you're Carlton, don't let it turn into last Friday night. Play with dare and speed and throw the ball around and pump the ball inside forward 50, 58, 60 times. See how St Kilda cope with that.
So the challenge is on Michael Voss tonight.
Yeah, I reckon it is.
Well, and on the Carlton players to stick with what they actually want to do.
Yep.
The exchange of gifts is about to happen at the centre bounce as Jesse Motlop and Bradley Hill just dap it up. The captains are there as well in the two number 9s, Paddy Cripps and Jack Steele. And Ben Cameron is here for us in the front row of the grandstand on the boundary. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Good evening, Ben.
Yeah, good evening, Corb. A nice touch as well. Keely Frawley, one of Danny's daughters, out there tossing the coin, and it has been won by Jack Steele, who points towards the Ponsford stand end of the ground. 15 degrees Celsius, clear night. It is coolish, no late changes, and the subs, Lance Collard for St Kilda, Cooper Lord for Carlton. Beautiful to see the mums of Carlton with the guard of honour for the players as they ran out. I've been keeping my eye on Charlie Curnow. That knee seems okay. He's moving all right. And in the spirit of Spud's game, a great quote from our friend Brett Delidio, Corb, that he uses so often. A problem shared is a problem halved. So maybe one for many of the men out there who don't share their problems all that often.
That's a great sentiment. Thanks, Ben. We need to get that book.
Can I just on to Benny? Benny, put your head over the fence and have a look around. How many people are here? You're pretty good with the crowds.
Yeah, I reckon at the moment about 50,000, but I think it'll push up towards that 58 to 60 mark, Mick.
The 5th annual Spuds game is upon us. The teams locking arms around the centre circle, and standing in the middle is Chelsea Frawley, the daughter of the late Danny Frawley, and Tom Boyd. So we'll take you there for the pre-match ceremony.
Suicide and may be distressing to some viewers. We share these stories with deep respect and in the hope they inspire more open and honest conversations.
James was an absolute character. He had the best smile and the best laugh.
Dad, when I was growing up, he travelled a lot, but he was always one to make time.
It will be the 20th anniversary this November.
That was the biggest loss, that left the biggest hurt, that he just wasn't there.
It's devastating how much he's missed out on.
Mental health just affects so many people. It just doesn't discriminate. Speak up. Just speak up.
You have to think about what you're going to miss out on if you don't.
People really care. I would rather sit and talk to you at 2 a.m. than speak at your funeral. We love you and we want you to stay. At the end of the day, that's all we want.
For the last 5 years, we've had the privilege of sharing Dad's story on this special stage. But mental health in this country is far bigger than our family, far bigger than football. Initiatives like tonight's Spuds game give us the power to create real impact, to change the stats, to work together as a community to carry the load.
Spud knew that it would take more than just words to create meaningful and sustainable change. It would take people like all of you here tonight at the MCG, and of course those of you who are watching and listening along at home. And so I put it back on all of us. If you can put your hand up and support Spud's game by donating this year, please do. If you can put your hand up and be a leader in your own communities and support the mental health of people around you, please do. But when it comes to checking on your mates, now I think that's a non-negotiable. A 1%er, we would call it in footy, those small but very, very critical tasks that need to be done and require no skill, no talent. What they do require is character, conviction and courage. So give us your courage when it comes to checking in on your mates, and watch those 1%ers grow and turn into something that may very well save someone's life. Now for the fun part. There's one thing that I can't get out of my head, that Danny would have loved to hear that message, but even more so, he would have loved to hear it with the backdrop of an unbelievable game of AFL football between these two great clubs. So players, give us your all tonight. Show us the courage and conviction and character that Danny brought every single week when he played. And to the fans, time to make some noise for your team. but even more so to make some noise for Spud's game for 2025 and to make it a night that we'll never forget.
Tremendous message, the 5th annual Spuds game showing up for mental health. Just repeating that the donations go directly to life-saving mental health programs and research, including the Danny Frawley Centre, which is a wellbeing facility located in Moorabbin. And of course this game, the tribute game to the late great Danny Frawley, the champion fullback from the St Kilda Football Club. The message there from Tom Boyd and from Chelsea Frawley. And the stage is set for Friday night footy, the Saints and the Blues.
And I think the message is pretty clear, Corbin. Every loss has a profound ripple effect on families, on friends, on communities and workplaces like footy clubs. So for anyone listening who's struggling, you are not alone. People love you and no one is going to be better off without you.
If you need emergency help, you can call Beyond Blue on 1300 22 4636. So that is the number 1300 22 4636. Quick tip, Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse, who wins tonight?
I was St Kilda all the way. I just think they're more locked in on what they need to do, that role clarity we spoke about, but I do worry about those Carlton threats, their weapons that they've got, but I'll go with the Saints to win this one, Corbs.
Nick?
Yeah, I think the Saints can do it. I think they're highly disciplined and that's what they need to be tonight.
It'll be TDK and Rowan Marshall at the opening bounce. Let's see what we get. The Saints and the Blues. Spuds game for the 5th time. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It is round 9. These two could be teammates next year. Tom de Koning palms it down, wins the first one. Free kick though. Going to McRae. The player that Big Moldhouse highlighted in the pre-match. To Sinclair, he handballs. Sinclair's kick goes straight to Silvani, bracket in the team this week. And sliding in and taking the mark for the Blues is young Jackson Binns, one of 3 inclusions tonight, Silvani and Binns.
Short to Elijah Hollands. He just dabs the pass for the Saints, meant for Hewitt, missed him completely. Sinclair for the Saints, hand pass to Garcia, a rising star winner from the week and turns it over. Adam Sard on the back flank.
Here's where the speed's got to come from for Carlton. You get an intercept there, got to be prepared to go fast. That's the kick.
Switch to McGovern, then he goes down the line. That impressed Lingy, finds Elijah Hollands again. Comes wide to Curnow. He's A-OK, marks 60 out, kicks inside 50. De Koning has it knocked away from him. Here's Akers, tackled close to the boundary line. There's a big win, holding the ball. And appropriately, it's Marcus Windhager in number 2, wins it for the Saints.
Yeah, it was a great tackle. Really good tackle. Just didn't let go, but didn't slam him into the ground. Did everything right.
And the spoil on Tom de Koning was outstanding too. Carlton were probably half a metre off a shot at goal there.
Yep, absolutely.
So he went backwards in the defensive goal square to Howard, whose pinpoint pass exiting the 50 to Wanganeen Millera.
He can play too, can't he?
Oh, yeah.
Across half back. Instead of cutting through the corridor, he goes along down the line. Wiedering's there. Couldn't quite take the mark. It was a good spoil from Caminiti in the end. Scramble at ground level. Wiedering it is that's tackled. Gets it to Sharman. Hacks the kick. McGovern in front position. Couldn't take the mark. And now a loose ball at half forward here.
Picked up by the Blues, though, on their back flank as Hewitt to Ollie Hollands and now to McGovern again, one of their better users. Kicks to centre-half forward. Missed his intended target. Wanganeen Millera worried out of it by Durden. Loose footy. Sinclair attacks it. Got it out to Stocker. Now to Wanganeen Millera and on to Windhager. He kicks wide for Higgins. Got a sharp off to take the mark.
He's marked it and pushed him. That's 50.
Said no. Higgins tried to ruin the Blues' September party last year. Goes short to Windhager. Lives with Mitch Owens and Messiah Wanganeen Millera. He's got Danny Frawley's old number on his back. As Windhager down to half forward for the Saints. Hands on it. No mark for big Rowan Marshall. And the pack forms behind him. We'll have a ball up 35 metres out from the Saints goal at the City end or the Ponsford stand end. No score through the opening 3 minutes.
Carlton's intent has definitely been to be braver with the footy, but will they keep doing it under this enormous St Kilda pressure?
Marshall beats TDK in the air, but it's Akers that gets the high bomb out of the defensive 50. It bounces off the shins of Sinclair. Back inside 50 here for the Saints. Sard had it. He got tackled. He dropped it. And picking it up was Ollie Hollands, and he is tackled to the turf.
The Saints are right on as far as the spoil. They've had 3 really important spoils.
Yeah.
2 offensive ones and 1 defensive one.
Ball up 40 metres out from Saints goal. Marshall wins it, and then the kick from Chera. His boot goes 10 metres, the footy goes 40 metres, and Wilkie takes the defensive mark. He started on Curnow, Wilkie. He was brilliant last week as Wanganeen Miller takes it through the centre of the corridor here at the MCG. Couldn't hit up a target. He's going to follow it up. Stocker goes the fend off. Had to go the handball. He's been pinged for holding the ball, Stocker. Tried to take on too many. And it'll be a Carlton free kick. Akers thought it was for him, but it goes the way of Ollie Hollins in the centre square.
Jack Steele's got Paddy Cripps after the big job he did last week on Brayshaw. Another huge job.
Back to McGovern, and then the long kick to the wing finds Durden. Marks in front of the interchange. Carlton all in their white jumper tonight with the blue monogram. Blue high on the chest as well, so in the white shorts, their clash jumper. Heads for Curnow, and that's always a good idea. He takes the mark overhead at left half forward. Still 70 from home, tries to link up with his mate Harry. Juggled effort, not to be. Ball hits the deck. Mackay gets a second go. Dribbles a kick to the top of the goal square, not to be. And the Saints work it out. McRae to Burns by hand, and then Burns the long kick to half-back. Caminiti clever, didn't take possession, tried to tap it to Sharman, but it's broken up. Silvani for the Blues. Turnover, kicks it straight to Wanganeen Miller. Marks at half-back for the Saints.
And he's off. He gave it to Burns, goes short to Marshall, puts his big right hand up and says, let's slow it down, and then kicks sideways where he's got Wilson. Defensive side of the outer wing, short sharp pass, Burns, back to Wanganeen Miller, who's had a stack of it. Short one goes to Hill. Hill now tries to squeeze his kick to centre half forward. Didn't quite get over the hands of Hollins. Picking it up in a quick handball, Sinclair to Higgins. Higgins needs a kind bounce in the goal square, and he's got it. Not just Danny Frawley looking down on them, but maybe Shane Warne as well. It had the perfect tweak, the perfect spin, and Jack Higgins throws both hands up in the air as if to say, well, you need a bit of luck. And that's exactly what the Saints have got for their first. 1 straight 6, the Blues yet to score after 6 minutes of play at the G.
Yeah, Lingy, I would say that needed to be a good bounce. Otherwise, there would have been a little bit of repercussion from 2 players. One who was 30 yards from him who was totally clear. And the bloke in the goal square probably should have and could have easily marked it had the kick had been pulled.
Shoot people on the grill.
He's burnt 2 of his teammates.
Absolutely cooked him. That would be appearing in the team meeting on Monday, guaranteed.
Yep.
But it's bounced through for a goal, so it might be just swept under.
I like the symmetry at least. Kick the last one the last time they met. He gets the first one tonight. Jack Higgins. 1 straight 6, and Kilda lead it over the Blues through the opening few moments. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. McRae knocks it away to Chera of the Blues. Handball to Ollie Hollins. He's crunch, coughs it up. They win it back. Burns gives it to Marshall. Short kick to Mateus Filippo, who's in for his first game of the year. As the kick now inside the forward 50. That's a perfect kick. Finds Hall, who takes the mark. And Hall's got it on the end of the Wilson kick. So left forward pocket. And the Saints have a chance to kick the first couple. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben.
I was just going to reference the celebration there for Jack Higgins. That was the MJ shrug, was it not, Corb?
MJ had a bit of that about
Michael
him.
Jordan.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was a sheepish shrug of...
I should have passed that off.
Sorry, it went through, boys. Sorry.
Max Hall, the dairy farmer from the Yarra Valley. The drop punt is perfect. What a start. Could not have started much better for St Kilda. 2 straight through the first 7 minutes. Carlton yet to score. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling, the legendary cat, and the coaching icon, Mick Moldhouse.
And now what we've got early on, Mick, is Carlton are trying to be bold with their ball use. You can see it, which is what we wanted them to do. Move it a bit quicker, test St Kilda a little bit. But the Saints are right on with their pressure. They have brought the heat so far tonight. 7 tackles to 3 already in this game St Kilda's way, and they've stuck some big ones as well. Now, with a couple of scores against them, Carlton, do they keep being brave, or do you go back into your shell a little bit? St Kilda might be able to get this game straight away on their terms.
Yeah, well, the way the Carlton moving the football, though, they've already started to go sideways. That initial thrust through the middle has stopped.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport, and this is Walsh burning out of the centre, kicking wide to the southern wing, one-on-one. That was a clever little kick. He couldn't take the mark initially, could Evans, but he got the kick away, and then the mark has been taken by Mackay.
They're just strong by Mackay.
Well done by Mackay.
Yeah.
But very smart play, though. Who kicked it off the ground, Kel? Did you say?
It was Evans, Francis
Evans.
Evans.
Well, that's smart, because the ball was there, he picks it up and he gets tackled. So that ball moved forward. I don't know if he intended to kick, but nonetheless, when you've got those big forwards up there, get the ball in there quick.
Shows how big Harry is. Dougal Howard's 199 centimetres. He's well over 100 kilos and shifted him out of the way easily.
45-degree angle, only 40 metres out. Harry, has he got his kicking boots on? Yes, he has. The first one can set up your night. And Harry's nailed his first. And it's the Saints by 6 points. 2 straight 12. Carlton, 1 straight 6. 9 minutes have gone in this opening term. It's Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Needed that, Lingy.
Yeah, and you're right about that kick off the ground, because if the Saints, they surge at you, they come at you, they want to bring that pressure, that heat, pick out off the receiver. But if you can sometimes just hack it through, then you pass that initial wave and you're in a one-on-one, which Mackay found himself in and wins it.
And there was a gap between that contest and Mackay, so he was able to read into it and take it. There would have been 30 metres of spare grass.
Yeah.
Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling, Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood calling the footy, and Ben Cameron on the boundary. The Saints by 6. 2 straight to 1 straight. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. DeConey, the more telling touch. McRae had it, lost it in the tackle, and tearing in off the wing. We'll have a ball up as Windhager is tackled. Sorry, Lingy.
Sorry, Corb. Straight away, Bradley Hill comes up from half forward to this stoppage hit, so they can outnumber at the stoppage.
Hill gets a little deft touch away to Hall, and the Saints almost out. Garcia left it behind. Ollie Hollins goes and gets it. He's tackled, and a ball up again inside the centre square. Rich from Ocean Grove. Cal on same wavelength as you from the pre-game. Tuning in while making pizzas in the kitchen for the family. Hoping for a good game, so that means not the Ross Lyon boa constrictor.
I like it. Okay, so it's Akers out of the centre in congestion. He bombs it long in the Mackay direction. Wilkie's got it. He's tackled by Charlie Curnow. Ball goes to ground. Hewitt piles on it, and a couple pile on him.
Well, that's the worry. Wilkie's on Curnow, and I think he's happy with that matchup. I reckon Dougal Howard is real nervous right now on Mackay.
Yeah.
DeConing tried to take it out of the ruck and then just soccers it towards the goal square. 2-on-1. It was 2 St Kilda defenders v Charlie Curnow. Webster gets it out, but the hurried kick's gone straight down the throat of Binns.
Yeah, that's ordinary release there. Very ordinary.
Mitch McGovern handball, you've got to give that. Unless you've got... I don't know Binns' distance really well, I must admit. You've got to have the distance now, because McGovern was cruising past. Would have comfortably made it.
Wilson with the wayward kick, which means Binns has got it. He runs off his line. He opens it up from outside the arc. Has got the distance. It's fisted rather, punched over the line from only a metre out, and it's through for a rush score. St Kilda by 5 points. 2 straight 12. Carlton 1-1-7.
Oh, great option.
Webster marks the kick out. Half back goes long down the wing. Finds Garcia, who moves it on quickly down to half forward. Back with the flight and a good mark for Hall.
Higgins by himself.
Looks inside the forward 50. He's about 70 metres out. Higgins gets it. Hands on it. No mark. Top of the goal square. Stretching for it. Somehow got the ball out. Still Boxall there. Knocked away though to Binns. Surge kick straight to Caminiti.
Well, they set up beautifully at St Kilda. When that ball went into that 10-yard square, well, it was a goal square, the Saints had, 4 players on or about 50 metres, and 2 of them could have raffled it.
So they love Jackson Binns, the Carlton fans. He puts up big numbers in the VFL, gets his call up here, hasn't played all year. But he didn't get the handball here, Lingy, and then the dump kick out of defence, and now it's going to result in a shot at goal.
He didn't know his own range back here, and it was a nothing kick. And then that one, he almost had to be smart, let it get rushed through. But game number 4, I'm not going to pot him for that.
Caminiti from right on 50. High arcing drop punt is on target. It's there. The Saints with another. And the hot start at the G. 3 straight to 1-1. An 11-point buffer for the home team tonight. St Kilda with their 3rd home game at the G in as many seasons. 13 minutes in, 3 straight to 1-1. St Kilda by 11. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, Corby, you said 13 minutes. I've got the clock here of actual time, and we've gone 9 minutes. Paddy Cripps has just come back on the ground, has not touched the ball. Jack Steele again has been, there's captain v captain. This is where I think smartness has got to be. Put him centre half forward. Put him centre half back. Well, don't let him be there's 9 minutes of football, he hasn't touched the football.
Yeah, Jack Steele comes straight on the ground with him. Yep. Steele hasn't touched it yet
Doesn't
himself,
matter.
But, yeah,
he's right.
Cripps is the more important figure.
Yeah.
Owens and Mackay, the backup rucks. Mackay just takes it out there, gives it to his number 9, Cripps, over to Hewitt. Penetrating kick inside 50 towards Curnow. Got his hand to it. He goes to ground. Wilkie kept his feet, and now the congestion comes.
Gee, Wilkie's a good defender.
That was good defence and good umpiring.
Yeah.
Because Curnow was probably trying to get that free kick.
Ball up. 40 metres out directly in front. It's Owens v Cripps. So Cripps is in the ruck, squirts out to Walsh, and then tackled at the bottom of that pack.
So who's rucking against him? Owens, is he?
Yeah,
it is too.
It goes forward.
Yeah, it is. Yep. Yeah, that's okay. It's a good duel.
45 metres out now. Mackay gives it off to Hollins, to Akers, scrubbers the kick to the top of the goal square. Saints defenders under all sorts of pressure, but the umpire crosses himself and says it'll ball up now, top of the goal square for Carlton. They're creeping closer to goal, Lingy.
The trouble is they haven't changed it now, so Mackay's coming to do the ruck work. Oh, no, he's not going to do it here.
It's Cripps opposed to Owens. Cripps tried to grab it out of the ruck, lost it. Boxall jams it on the boot to half-back, and here's Mateus Filippo.
Mackay did the last ruck work and dominated. I thought they should have used him again.
Goes straight down the pipe. Wanting Higgins, broken up. Good spoil Haynes. Carlton win it back with the numbers. Silvani, handball to Wiedering. Took him a little while to get that under control and eventually mops it up to Cowan. Short kick down the wing. Webster slides in to break it up for the Saints. Number of bodies come around the footy. The umpire says keep rolling for the time being. And eventually we'll have a ball up as Evans collects right on the logo in his tackle to ball up. Southern wing, Saints by 11 halfway through the opening turn.
Yes, the pressure at the ball getter that's letting, and Carlton can't really adjust at the moment.
Cripps is in the ruck contest again against Owens. Owens punches it clear. Waiting at the back though was Cowan. Gives it off to Hollins. This is Elijah. Wedges the kick inside 50 towards Curnow. Got hands to it. Clever little paddle on then by Young. No one can take advantage. It rolls towards the top of the goal square. It's all Saints overrunning. It was Windhager. Still a scramble at ground level, and the umpire blows his whistle. Deep inside 50 here for the Blues. This time Mackay against Owens. And Cripps took it first. He touched it first, so it was a wayward ball up, and Cripps got the first touch, but it was Mackay that was in the ruck, and as a result, the free kick.
That is one of the really bad rules of football. The umpire's correct. He's right in what he's done, but it's just a bad bounce.
Ticky Touchwood, wasn't it?
Oh, shocking.
Owens heads down the wing for the Saints. Kick spills down towards Windhager. Kicks a torp.
Touch, though.
Touched off the boot, and almost another trip from Marshall. He had one of those last week he got fined for. Haynes tumbles a kick down the wing for the Blues. Boxall had it, lost it. Ball back in dispute. Walsh trying to stand up in the tackle. Got it out to Hewitt. That'll work for the Blues. Now to Cripps. Hand pass inside 50. Eventually rolls Carlton's way. White to Durden. Handball to Binns. Jackson Binns goals. And Carlton keep themselves in it. And it's a great time for his first goal of the year for Jackson Binns, the fan favourite. He's swarmed by his teammates. And Carlton get it back within a straight kick. So St Kilda by 5, 3 straight to 2-1. 17 gone in the opening turn. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it was good play by Carlton because they kept at it. It was great play by St Kilda because they also kept at it, kept on going at the play, kept on going at the play. In the end, they ran out of one player. They just had one player short. Binns was just happened to be on the outside, and the Saints couldn't quite cover it. But good play by both clubs, really.
Yeah, you're right. But that's where if you can stay clean or keep surging it forward,
stay clean.
They will run out of a player
players
eventually.
Yeah,
because they
go
squeeze
2-1.
so hard.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, spot on, Lingy. I noticed McGovern's just come off too, Ben. I seem to get one in the...
You've got a big bump.
Saints by 5. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Breaking out of the centre is the Pies again. This time the long kick. It was from White. It's a high ball. Umpire's seen something before. Yep, and it's going to be a free kick to Curnow, is it?
Yeah, it's not downfield. You're right, Cal. Your call was spot on. It was just off where the ball dropped.
So Lewis Young was where the ball dropped, but Curnow was trying to break free of Wilkie and get to there in time at the fall of the ball, and he was held. So first set shot for Charlie Curnow, 25 metres out. Not much of an angle to speak of. No angle for Charlie, no problem. Blues hit the front for the first time. And it's been a fascinating tug of war this first 18 minutes of play. 3-1-19 Carlton, 3 straight 18 St Kilda. It's Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, and on the boundary for us is Ben Cameron.
Yeah, initially I did think it might have been a little bit of histrionics from Mitch McGovern to play for a free kick, but he's in a little bit of discomfort down here at the moment, feeling around his face and his snoz, and the doctors have given him a couple of painkillers, but he's up and moving, still doesn't look overly enamoured with where things are at.
Yeah, well, it's got a history.
Yeah, you got a nice bump right down the middle. Is he having a little spew right in front of you too, Benny?
What did he have for lunch there, Ben?
Doesn't look well.
Not ideal. We don't need that description.
Don't answer it.
Cripps is heavily tackled by Steele into the turf. Says that's all okay. And McRae gets the clearance. Kicks out to half forward for the Saints. Blues win it back. Walsh by hand to Sard. To Hewitt. Loops a hand pass over the top of Webster's head to Motlop. Who's off and running. Kicks down to half forward. Curnow reaching for it. The one-hander.
Oh, goals on. No.
Charlie Curnow with a clean one-on-one win. Now he arcs around. He loads up. Oh, Curnow, the Colossus. The one-handed one-on-one win. And the thumping long-range drop punt all the way there for a goal. And Charlie Curnow with his second of this opening term. Carlton 4-1, 25. They lead St Kilda 3 straight 18. The Blues by 7 points. Time on opening term. Cameron Ling and Nick Malthouse on ABC Sport.
Well, David Roden liked it. I'm sure he's the goal umpire. That is always in his range. 55 metres. If he gets a little bit of load up, he's like a runner on the 200. He give him the bend, and he can just knock it over. And the thing about it, he backed himself to do it.
Yeah.
There was no selfishness in that, because he's done it so often before.
He had the range. It shows how good he is, because Cal Wilkie is a superb defender, and somehow Charlie brought that mark in.
Take 2 one-handers.
Yeah, and then just wheeled and whacked it home. Brilliant play.
Marshall in the centre, straight down to Chera. Chera loops it over to Hewitt. Here they go again, the Blues. Here's Walsh. Where's Charlie? He's charging out. He got there just a little late. Motlop gives it off to Durden. Centering kick to Cripps. They're all over the Saints like a bad rash at the moment, the Blues.
Wow.
Curnow kicked after Wilkie kept Tracy goalless in over a year last week. Curnow's kicked back-to-back goals in the last minute 20. And now here's the captain, Paddy Cripps, from directly in front.
First kick.
The thing that's flipped it on the head, though, is the clearances.
Clearances, centre bounce.
Last 3 or 4 minutes, all Carlton clearances.
Last 3 goals the Blues have kicked to make it 4 in a row. Stutters over the arc. Closes to 40, sends it on its way. And it's missing.
Smashed the post.
Just got the post. Margin is 8 points. ABC Sport, Friday Night Footy.
Howard marks the kick out and then goes short to Burns. Incredibly, Dougal Howard's out there, by the way. Told Tim Hodges last week he felt a pop in his abductor, and yet he's played out the rest of the game, playing this week. Hill to Owens. Handball away to Burns. Threads it beautifully through to Hill, up over halfway to Saints. Short kick broken up. Haynes punches it out of bounds. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben.
Mitch McGovern has headed down into the rooms for further assessment.
Right. Thanks, Benny. As you said, he wasn't in a good way, was he? Gave us a second look at breakfast on the boundary and
that kick
a whole lot of trouble.
That kick by Hill, one, it was never going to be 15 metres, and it's put the players under massive pressure.
I just saw the replay of that, by the way. It was young Liam O'Connell who got him with the shirt front up and down the middle. Was there contact to the jaw?
Yeah, that's the bit I've missed a little bit, Corbs, because certainly split him down the middle, so you think ribs, you worry about just a little bit of internal stuff, but you couldn't quite tell from that replay whether or not the top of O'Connell's shoulder got McGovern in the head, so maybe we're talking about a head assessment and concussion protocols, perhaps.
Liam O'Connell, of course, was the player that was pushed into traffic by Ryan Mansell, who ended up getting 3 weeks in that controversial suspension earlier in the season, so now he's on the other side of it, and hopefully Mitch McGovern's A-OK. Wiedering, dangerous kick in the back 50. Wanted Sard, broken up by the Saints. Higgins wins it. Hand pass to Owens, kicks goalward, and the goal saver. Haynes on the line, takes the intercept mark. Gee, that was a nervy moment. In the end, all's well that ends well, as the saying goes. The kick comes back to Wiedering, who marks in the right back pocket. Carlton by 8 points. Big momentum shift here after St Kilda kicked 3 of the first 4. Carlton have kicked the last 3 unanswered, 23 minutes into the opening term.
Wiedering round the other side, looking for De Koning. Offhand, still fires it out. Sinclair pirouettes and then brings it back inboard. And taking the mark, Garcia. Uncontested mark, right on the logo, in front of the about 90% packed Great Southern stand. Crowd of 60,000 expected tonight. Garcia goes backwards all the way to Wilkie, who's got it at centre half back, wants to use the corridor and does just that. So O'Connell's got it in the centre circle, flares it wide to Wilson, who marks on the broadcast wing, the northern side, right in front of the Saints bench. Slow and steady on the approach for St Kilda. Into the pocket he goes. He's looking for Sharman. Couldn't quite get there.
Ooh.
Huge tackle by Owens.
You know what? I reckon he's taken them on, really, Hewitt.
Owens on Chera.
Was it Owens, was it?
Chera got tackled.
Yeah, Chera's the one who's...
I
reckon he took him on.
Well, that's one, Mick, that you just know they accept the tackle. They want to be tackled.
They do.
Create a ball up.
Yeah.
By the way, I just saw the replay of that Rowan Marshall trip you mentioned earlier, Cobbs. He has got to stop that.
He's a recidivist.
He should have been suspended last week. Because that one then, I think it was Haynes, he did it too. That could have broken his leg. The one last week could have broken the opponent's leg.
Could have broken his leg as well. He didn't realise how silly he is, because if you don't break your own leg, you'll break someone else's. No, it's silly.
TDK grabs it out of the ruck, hand pass forward, but straight to Steele. Knocked away by Haynes. It's still alive on the line. It's socket through. Cooper Sharman. And Super Cooper on the goal line pokes it straight through for a major. And the Saints get something out of nothing. 4 straight to 4-2. Carlton by a couple of points. 25.5 gone in the opening term. And Cooper Sharman, great game awareness on the back of his breakout performance last Friday night. And he's at it again. 26 gone opening term. Blues by 2. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
I'm not a body language doctor here, Mick, but just the way Sharman's acting, I wonder if he thinks this has been touched. He's not 100% sure. It was clever by Sharman.
Ooh.
Did Silvani get a hand on it, though? It was a bit of a bang-bang play.
He almost threw his hands in the air, didn't he?
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Oh. Not a question about whether a Silvani's touched it at the MCG again, Lingy.
We do have reviews. Steve would have liked that back then. And they will have a bit of a look. No, they're going to bounce the ball. All clear. Don't worry about it.
Goal stands. Blues by 2. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Bounce when at right angles, so the umpire recalls it and he'll throw it up. De Koning and Marshall renew their battle. Marshall, but it went straight down to Chera. Quick hands, gives it off to Cripps. Spears the pass. It was an awkward little half volley for Mackay to pick up. He couldn't get it. Howard's on the ground, right working with him alongside him. He tried to flick it out, but tangle of arms and legs. It'll be a ball up, 45 out from the Blues goal. Charlie Curdo in the goal square. TDK takes it straight out of the ruck. Gives it off to Binns, who goes for home. Is it going to be touched? No! Binns has got his second.
Wilkie is adamant he touched it.
Well, he snapped his first one from the right forward pocket from about 20 metres out, and that was from about 40 metres out. And Curno's just letting the Saints defenders know about it. So Carlton now by 8 points. This is a fascinating duel this opening term. 4 straight 24 St Kilda. It took them a half of footy to kick 4 goals last Friday night. And the opposition's kicked 5-2, 32.
Hey, Cal, this one will be coming back.
It is coming back.
Yep. Oh, we've got it on the big screen here at the MCG. Well done, Cal Wilkie. He was adamant he touched it, and he did.
Binns denied.
Great work from Cal Wilkie.
Yeah, he's great work. Keep your eye on the ball. That's the secret is keep your eye on the ball and stay inside of play.
And the goal umpires just cross it out.
Danny Frawley would have liked that move.
Yeah.
Last line of defence.
141st consecutive game for Cal Wilkie tonight, all of them from debut. Now the record watch here is Jared Crouch, who played 194 from the jump.
So he's got another 3 seasons.
Yeah. Well, he can play uninterrupted footy. He's also got the second longest streak currently in the game, behind only Jack Crisp, who extended his record-breaking mark last night.
So it's Carlton by 3 now.
Burns brings it into Messiah Wanganeen Miller. A hurried kick down the boundary line, skids out of play in front of the Shane Warne stand. Boundary throwing.
So an important 3 minutes here for St Kilda. So certainly the momentum slipped Carlton's way, but they get that goal through Sharman, a bit of a lucky one, an opportunist one, but they've got to make sure they finish off these 3 minutes and get to quarter time. Pretty much even would be a good result, I think.
Blues by 3. Boxall tackled, dispossessed. Saints win it anyway. Steele, hand pass to Hill. He's caught. The ball comes back to Cowan, who's wrapped up. And with the ball up. Cooper Lord, he's the sub, as is Lance Collard, so no late change coming in. Curno's out there. He's kicked a couple of goals. And Tom de Koning's winning the hit out here, but the Saints win the footy. Burns to Sinclair. Hand pass away towards Hill. His handball picked off. De Koning wins it. Squeeze a kick forward, but it's smothered. Stocker punches it in the direction of the boundary line. Blues want to keep it alive with good reason as Cripps pokes it away, but straight to Steele. Hand pass to Burns, to Sinclair by hand, and now to Boxall in his second game. Sends the Saints down the wing, and a good intercept mark as Wiedering kicks it off for the Blues.
You won't win that duel one-on-one. He's as wide, hip-wise, you just can't move him.
Wiedering backwards to Silvani, who wants to use the corridor. He's got Chera all by himself. Back down to Ben Cameron on the boundary shortly, and Chera is able to hit up Ollie Hollins. On the wing, northern wing, looks inside. He's going up there for Louis Young and also Mackay. Wilkie with a tackle, or rather is the player that's tackled. There'll be a ball up inside 50 here for the Blues. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Benny.
Yeah, the Docs just came up from the race, looked at the back of the bench and sort of nodded towards Cooper Lord, who's up and warming up. I think McGovern might be out of this game.
Thanks, Ben. Mackay wins it down. Sinclair search kick forward, and Owens, good contested one-on-one grab against Sard. Still at half-back for the Saints. Cheeto Owens. Carlton by 3 points. Half-hour mark opening turn. Sends it down the wing, and Silvani picks it off. Takes the intercept mark. And Silvani tries to torp. That's late in the quarter. Mishit it. Rolls away towards Stocker, and he's drilled as soon as he collects the footy, and Mackay tackles him. Ball up, 55 out from the Carlton goal at left half forward. Blues by 3, 31 minutes played. Opening quarter, Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Tossed up in the air, De Koning just tried to paddle that to the advantage of Chera. In the end, Chera was the one that tackled Hill, and then a great smother by Cripps. Centering kick, top of the goal square. Oh, Wanganeen Miller with a lovely leap. A beautiful leap, and wants to move it quickly. Flicks it out wide to Sharman, who dropped it. He thought about it before he'd even got it. Handballs back to Burns, and then he gets it again. Cooper Sharman streaming out along the outer wing, and his kick was good. Higgins has given away the free to Sard. It was a one-on-one contest. He tossed Sard away.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Took the mark, and then the umpire said, no, you got rid of him illegally. So Sard's got it across half-back. 43 seconds to play before quarter time. Blues by 3 points.
Sends it down the wing. Wanganeen Miller knocks it away. A play on it from Bims. Got a hand pass inside, but it's picked off. Saints back away with it as O'Connell gives it to McRae by hand. His kick smothered, rolls out of bounds. Just repeating that earlier incident. Sorry, Mick. Down in the room's Mitch McGovern after a shirt front really hit up and down the middle by Liam O'Connell.
I was going to say Jack McRae's had a slow-ish first quarter, 1-4, which is against his flow at the moment.
Boundary throwing out the back of the rucks. Hall tumbles a kick inside 50. Silvani hitting up, lost it. Spills to Sharman. Hurried kick to the top of the goal square. Getting back down to Akers. Clever. Works it out with Sard, and the numbers game wins out. And then Akers shakes it off the side of the boot. One bounce out of play, and the ump says insufficient intent.
Not a bad kick. You can say a bad kick. He's sitting. It's a shocking kick.
That was a former Saint, now the former Blue. In Stocker, sends it inside 50. No mark, spills through to Chera, and he's gang tackled. And a ball up, which will never eventuate as the siren sounds to end that opening quarter. was a high-octane opening term, 4 goals each. We had a lead change thrown in as well, and a vicious swinging momentum halfway through that opening term after St Kilda got it out by double digits on a couple of occasions. Carlton then kicked 3 unanswered goals before the Saints were able to pop one in themselves through Cooper Sharman just before the end of that opening term. So St Kilda 4 straight 24, Carlton 4-3 27. It is a 3-point buffer for the Blues. The goal kickers, Charlie Curnow's got 2. He's had a strong start despite that collision at training on Wednesday. 1 for Mackay, 1 for Jackson Binns, in for his first game of the year, the 20-year-old. Meanwhile, for St Kilda, we got 1 each for Higgins, Hall, Sharman and Caminiti. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben.
So just reading the tea leaves, I wonder whether it's something of... I'm not sure with Mitch McGovern, but a lot of docs and a lot of phone calls have been made down here on the bench. So I'll bring you an update on Mitch McGovern as soon as I can. But it might be, I don't want to say more serious than a concussion, but whether they're worried about his ribs or something of the like. So we'll find out in due course. Also, Lord has got his jumper on, or has his jumper on, ready to get into the game. Ross Lyon down on the bench just before the quarter-time siren, strongly coaching his players like we saw the other week with Hugo Garcia. Garcia was on the bench. It wasn't directed at him this time, but Filippo and also Wilson copying a lot of that. So I'll give you an update on Mitch McGovern when I can.
Thanks, Ben. The thoughts of Mick and Lingy coming up next, plus more of your thoughts as well on 0437 774 774. Carlton by 3 points. It's Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
To get started with the ABC Listen app, find the App Store on your phone. Search for ABC Listen, tap the pink ABC Listen icon and download it. Congratulations, now you've got ABC Radio in your pocket.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Hill now tries to squeeze his kick to centre-half forward. Didn't quite get over the hands of Collins. Picking it up in a quick handball, Sinclair to Higgins. Higgins needs a kind bounce in the goal square, and he's got it.
It's the kick now inside the forward 50. That's a perfect kick. Finds Hall, who takes the mark. Hall's got it on the end of the Wilson kick, so left forward pocket. The Saints have a chance to kick the first couple. Max Hall, the drop punt is perfect. What a start. Could not have started much better for St Kilda. Now to Krebs, hand pass inside 50. Eventually rolls Carlton's way. White to Durden. Handball to Binns. Jackson Binns goals.
First set shot for Charlie Curnow. 25 metres out. Not much of an angle to speak of. No angle for Charlie. No problem. Blues hit the front for the first time.
To Hewitt, loops a hand pass over the top of Webster's head to Motlop. Is off and running, kicks down to half forward. Curnow reaching for it, the one-hander.
Oh, goals on.
Charlie Curnow with a clean one-on-one win. Now he arcs around, he loads up. Oh, Curnow, the Colossus. The one-handed one-on-one win. And the fucking long-range drop punt. All the way there for a goal. TDK grabs it out of the ruck, hand pass forward, but straight to Steele. Knocked away by Haynes. It's still alive on the line. It's socket through. Cooper Sharman.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Marcus Holt, the SMS, while the mids usually get their share, isn't the game won by the efficiency of the forwards? Thanks, Marcus. Appreciate that. And also a different Marcus in South Melbourne. It is very annoying when the umpires bounce the ball badly and then penalise the ruckman, who has to infringe to go and get it tonight and last night. Thanks, Marcus. I'll take that as comment. And John from West Footscray, I love listening to your calling. Is this season planning out, with this season planning out the way it is, who is the odds-on favourite for the premiership? In a single word, who's the favourite for the flag?
Oh, I don't know if there's any odds on one. This is not a single word, but gee, the team last night looked good.
Yep. Give me one team, Mick. You had the Pies in the pre-season. Still on them?
Yeah, I'll have to be at the moment. Yep.
I like it. Carlton by 3 points here at quarter time. Your thoughts on this opening term, the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse and the legendary cat in Cameron Ling?
It's funny, Mick. You and I think, both jumped to the same number.
Yeah.
Contested possession.
Unbelievable.
Plus 14 Carlton in that area. St Kilda's pressure early on, especially the first 10 to 15 minutes of that quarter, was excellent. Excellent, and got them off to a good start. But just through sheer weight of numbers, Carlton going again and again and again and winning the next one, eventually the momentum shifted entirely to Carlton by the end of that quarter. Apart from the Cooper Sharman lucky goal that they got there, the last 12, 13 minutes was all Carlton.
Yeah, it is. And Lingy, it's 7 shots out of 15 entrances, so you're just going just under 50%, which the Saints should be worried about that, because that means it's in the hands of Mackay or Curnow or some of these smaller players that have been pretty good. And they've only gone in 10 times, the Saints. Yeah. Now they've gone at 40%. That is 4 straight goals. But that in itself is a worry as well, because they're using the same number of possessions to get inside the front 50, and Carlton have been able to get in twice, well, another 50% more. So there lies big... Look, they're not insurmountable by any stretch, but clearances do, and contested possessions, that's got to swing right around for the Saints to... it's only 3 points, but to remotely look like they're going to stay in the game.
Carlton by 3 points. Ben Cameron is on the boundary. Ben.
Just received information from the Carlton Football Club, and all it says is that Mitch McGovern is out of the game with a chest injury. So, Lingy and Mick, you might be able to shed more light on what that might mean.
Well, it's a bump.
It's in the throat.
Well, it was a bump almost in the sternum.
Yeah. You worry about little cracks there.
That's it.
And obviously, straight away, you worry.
He wasn't expecting it, so he was sort of loose in the sense that,
Of course, we worry what's below the ribs and the sternum, being much more worrisome. But, it was a big hit. He was wide open, and as you said, probably not quite tensed and braced for the big contact.
Carlton by 3 points. Start of the second term, the 5th annual Spuds game. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. One down to Hewitt of the Blues. Hand pass away to Cripps. Kicks to half forward. Wangane Miller up strong. No mark at half back for the Saints, but wins it at ground level. To Wilson, away to Howard, and now the hand pass back to Naz against the boundary line. Wangane Miller looks back inboard, daring 45 kick, and Hewitt has been excellent this year. Takes a big intercept mark for the Blues and now lays it off to Saad, defensive side of the wing.
Oh, it was an awkward looking kick. It barely went about 7 metres. Haynes is up to the task though. Beats a couple of Saints opponents and then flares the kick wide. Akers is able to grab it and brings it back to De Koning. De Koning's got it on centre wing. Kicks to centre half forward. Was a shove there in the back. The umpire says yes, there was, and it'll be a free kick to Holland, to Elijah Hollands. Too far out to score.
Harry Mackay had a good lead.
He runs to 55. He was knocked down after he got rid of it. It'll land in the goal square. And it's knocked over for a rush behind. Carlton by 3 points after they kicked 3 of the last 4 goals in that opening term. So a margin of 4 points, in fact. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse.
Wangane Miller. Sorry, Mick, to jump in.
No, just saying.
Take the kick out.
I just wonder whether someone landed on his foot. I'd like to see that goal square stuff again. I don't know whether he's that bad.
Howard forced to take the kick and just got it to Stocker, who took a nervous juggling mark at half back.
He's had the most touches, Wangane Miller, out there. He's had about 12.
Yeah, I think he might be right. Just a knock. Maybe it was someone on his foot.
He doesn't want to come off.
Short to Wilkie, short to Windhager. McGovern out of the game with a chest injury after a collision with O'Connell. Cripps does well to break that up. Knocks it away to Silvani. Inside 50, kick finds Curnow. And that leading channel at left half forward. And their superstar forward will have a look for his third.
That's a better kick inside 50. The previous one was Hollands, Elijah Hollands. He completely ignored a lead up from Harry Mackay and just a long nothing kick to the goal square that was punched over the line. And that one was a beautiful little hit up for Charlie Curnow by Jack Silvani. Great play. That's how you got to deliver to your forwards when they're moving at you like that and they're stars like Charlie and Harry.
In he skips from left half forward. Oh, it's turning into a Charlie night. Curnow's got 3. And counting. And Carlton lead it by 10 points. 5-4 to 4 straight. 9 scoring shots to 4. 3 minutes into the second term, the Blues by 10. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, so Nasiah Wangane-Malira is coming to the bench at the moment with a noticeable limp and a medical staff member with him. While all of that was going on as well, a medical staff from beneath the ground came up and just got the MPT people who sit behind the bench. That's the National Patient Transport doctors that work at these games. They've gone down into the rooms, so I'm deducing that Mitch McGovern is likely heading to hospital with that sternum injury.
Thanks, Ben. It's awful news, and all the best for Mitch McGovern on that front.
So Charlie Curnow kicked back-to-back goals in the opening term within a minute 20, and now he's got his third on the board to start this third quarter. A lead of 10 points. Back underway in the centre. Sam Walsh is involved. Hollins is involved. And now it comes back to Saad. Bombs it. Blasts it. Top of the goal square. Young flew in from the side. Waiting at the back is Evans. Evans could go the miraculous. Instead he goes for Charlie in the opposing pocket. And it's knocked over. Killed over the boundary line by Windhager.
It's worrying now. Without Wanganeen Miller are back there, and they keep getting dominated out of the clearances, it is big red flags for Ross Lyon right now.
4 of the last 5 goals to the Blues. Boundary throw in 10 metres around. De Koning thought about taking it out of the ruck. In the end, he left it. Windhager sees it over. Hewitt asked the question. It was deliberate. So George Hewitt has got it at the city end in the left forward pocket, Lingy.
Yeah, so Windhager just tapped it directly towards the line. Tried to sprint after it to make it look as though he was running onto it. I think he wanted the line.
So the Blues have got a significant surge happening at the moment, but this would take something truly elite. Hewitt right up against the advertising hoardings. He crosses the boundary line. He sends it. And it was a good attempt. It just got on the line across the face before it's punched over. That margin is 11. 5-5-35. St Kilda 4 straight 24.
And Saints bring it back in as Sinclair goes long up towards the wing. Punched away by Silvani. There was a free kick. It was going Carlton's way anyway. So the ump says, yep, advantage applied. Walsh into the forward pocket. Young. And Louis Young leading into the pocket. Arms outstretched, clunks it.
Yeah, he's got Jimmy Webster as a matchup, and every other St Kilda defender was thinking, where's Harry, where's Charlie?
Yep.
And they moved towards them, and that left Young with a clear mismatch on Jimmy Webster, the height advantage, and just did what he had to do, reach up and mark the footy.
Yeah, 2 centimetres.
Yeah.
Yep.
Louis Young, the defender, come forward. Drop punt. He's good. He knows what to do. And Carlton pull further in front. It is a 17-point buffer. A new game-high lead for the Baggers. 6-5-41, St Kilda. 4 straight 24. 6 minutes gone in the second term. Danger signs, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, there is real danger signs because the main players the Saints need, they're a very even side. They've got some good players. Have they got great players? Well, that's arguable, but they need their good players to be getting the football. Right now,
only 7 players have touched the footy this quarter.
Yeah, and I reckon most of those are backline players.
Yep, and Wanganeen Miller is one of them. He's sitting on the bench with an injury.
So when you Marshall in the ruck, McRae hasn't touched the football. They are in all sorts at the moment.
Steele hasn't touched the footy. He's on the bench at the moment.
And so is Paddy Cripps. So, you know, that's a win-win by Carlton.
Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Bounce down in the centre. The Saints have got it. Marshall's involved. Quick hurried kick inside 50. It's picked off by Haynes. His confidence has built every single game he's played with his new club. He goes short.
He was superb 2 weeks ago against the Cats, wasn't he, Kel?
Yep. After a bit of a wobbly start. He used Cowan, and then Cowan kicks it wide to the half-back where Chera's got it. Goes long. Mackay in front position. And he had the sticky hands, was able to
DeConing
snare
forward.
that Sharon.
Sorry, on Darcy Wilson right now. Tom DeConing v Wilson. Got to get it there.
He couldn't quite get it there. He gets it to about 25 metres out. He's kicked it, in fact, to Marshall, who was a long way off DeConing.
And DeConing's thinking, come on. You're not going to get it to me. Don't kick it directly to my opponent.
He did the extra running, didn't he? And he wasn't rewarded.
Saints work it down the wing. So Boxall takes the mark. Hand pass inside to O'Connell. Darting run inboard. Hand pass to Hall. Now to Hill. Short kick turnover. Good pressure from Haynes. Forces the turnover. Wiedering takes the intercept mark. And he goes all the way back to Chera. The switch is on and the Blues are humming. 11 scoring shots to 4. 17-point lead for the Blues. Long kick off the back flank from Akers. Finds Mackay.
Yeah, that's where he's got to come up. Right up the ground because they generally find a bit of freedom.
See, Mackay almost missed his boot with the ball as he kicks it back inboard to Chera. Now down to half forward. Durden looking to go for a ride for the second time in the fortnight. Not quite. Couldn't quite get off the ground, and the Saints win it back. Sinclair to Garcia. Hand pass to Boxall. Oh, he runs straight into Hawley's teammate. Boxall has a second go, coughs it up. Cowan for the Blues in the middle of the G. Gives it to De Koning. Kicks inside 50, turnover. And here's Wilkie at centre-half back for the Saints. Carlton by 17. 8.5 gone, second term, Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
So the Saints' opposition's already kicked more this week, early stages of the second, than Fremantle did for the entire game last week. The Dockers finished with 5-3-33. Carlton have got 6-5-41. So the Ross boa constrictor isn't working tonight. Sharman's got it at half forward, though. He stabs the pass straight to the opposition. And Haynes is there.
Well, Hall didn't even move onto it.
Yeah, he was looking for Max Hall.
But he didn't lead.
He didn't, you're right. He almost standing start and allowed Haynes to burst through and snare it. Haynes goes along the northern side. Young, spoiled from behind, bounces off the chest of a Saints player there. He feeds it to Burns, who goes inside 50. But again, it's all Carlton. And Haynes has got it again. Like a brick wall down there. Kicks sideways to De Koning. Just gives the little handball off to Chera, and then Chera kicks to Mackay. This is all too easy. Gives the handball off to Akers. Akers' kick was smothered. Webster's able to collect it. Then he gives it to Howard, who's crunched in a tackle right up against the boundary line. That was a big one by Mackay, and he made sure Dougal Howard felt all of it.
Yeah, the Saints aren't moving the ball quick enough into their forward line, and the Blues have got the extra one. So when you get an extra one, you can decide who goes to football, who can lay off, and they're paying a penalty, the Saints. Slow ball movement.
De Koning and Marshall share it down. Over running at Boxall, and in there is the Blues, as you'd expect, and Paddy Cripps got it out to Lord and then to Walsh. Hand pass to Elijah Hollins, kicks inside 50 over the pack and slides out of play. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Nasiah Wangani Malira is A-OK. Someone stepped on his foot. It was the inside of his right ankle, restrapped it. He's ready to go.
Just repeating, Ben telling us earlier, Mitch McGovern out of the game with a chest injury, was hit up and down the middle in the old-fashioned shirt front by Liam O'Connell. Was out of the game in that opening quarter, subbed out. The forward 50 stoppage for the Blues. Durden hits it at pace and they lock him up straight away. He comes flying off a series of hands. For the third time, stoppage inside this forward 50 for the Blues. Ponsford stand end of the ground. Ruck share it again. Windhager knocks it a second time, and in the end, McRae saves the day. Knocks it through for a rush behind. It is Carlton by 3 goals neat. So 6-6 to 4 straight, and 11 minutes gone in this second term. Blues by 18.
Just on the two captains, Jack Steele's had 5, 2 and 3. Cripps is back and getting more of the football. He's 5 and 4 now.
Wilson with a little bit of attacking play across half-back. Couldn't hit up a target at ground level again. It's all the Blues. Sard uses Evans. Nice little play there by Hollins. He's got his teammate Walsh, who gets through one, dances through two, gives off the handball, the hurried kick to the goal square, and finishing it off for the Blues is Will White. Will White from Warrnambool. Got the late call-up this year after Jagger Smith injured his knee in the pre-season, and he's making the most of his opportunity, the 21-year-old. And Carlton now on a roll, well and truly. Out by 24 points, 7-6-48. St Kilda 4 straight, 24.
But that all comes back to Sam Walsh.
Yeah.
It was an old-fashioned hospital handball that Hollins gave him. Amongst 3 Saints players, he was gone. He was going to be tackled. His strength through the hips and his move to break the first, then broke again, and then run away and release the handball to a running teammate. That opened the whole game up, changed everything. Brilliant play, Sam Walsh.
The second guy was Jack Sinclair too, so it wasn't like he just slipped past some young guy without much time in the gym. Great effort, and the best of Sam Walsh after a slow start to the year. A 24-point lead for the Blues, and gee, it feels like more than that.
How does this happen? When Saints were so good last week, Blues were terrible.
Free kick at the centre bounce for Owens. Kicks inside 50 and Silvani, like the brick wall, set up so strongly and takes the intercept mark for Carlton. Almost at full-back. Dabs the kick. Back from his broken hand, finds Haynes. Silvani sporting the glove tonight. A broken right hand which kept him out of the Adelaide game. The Haynes kick up to Curnow. Dropped the mark he should have taken. Got 3 already tonight. Hand pass to Wiedering now. He's under the pump. Tackled by Phillippo. Ball comes out. Advantage applied. Saints take the free. Gives it to Windhager. Kicks towards Higgins. Up against the boundary line. Keeps it alive. Hand pass links up with Sharman in the forward pocket. Now to Phillippo. He's under the pump. Blues win it back. Ollie Hollands tackled high. Free kick. And the Blues will get it in the back pocket. They lead by 24. 14 minutes gone in this second term. It is all Carlton. They've kicked 6 of the last 7 in the game. Friday night footy on ABC Sport halfway through the second term. Blues by 24.
Saints fans feeling a little restless as the kick goes around the southern wing. Ripping it out of there is still to Windhager. Here's a chance. Centering kick comes from Max Hall. Can he hit up a target? He can. It's Phillippo.
Yeah, good square up. Really good play by the Saints. And that's a strong mark because he was under pressure.
The good thing about the square up, Mick, it wasn't a long, high square up. He actually got it there quick.
Yeah, like a rocket. Yep. And they're hard to defend those because if you only have to be a couple of metres off, make up ground when the ball is so slow, is quick getting there. You don't make up ground.
And your first step is heading back towards goal.
Yeah, exactly. Silvani did that, exactly.
Mateus Phillippo directly in front at the punt road end. His first game of the season after stress fractures in his femur. It's been a long wait, but Phillippo delivers. And he's thriving back in the big league. He is pumped. And they're back within 18 points. 5 straight 30. Carlton 7-6-48. It's Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it goes without saying they needed that goal just as a settler. But to break the code of what was happening, even though they've gone in 6 times to Carlton 8, the 5 times prior to that, Lingy, it virtually went straight to a Carlton play. There was no signs to it. There was no movement. It was just give me the Carlton going to hit the ball and going to bring it back. That time they started to use the lower ball. They got the ball actually out 60 metres, which was 60-metre ball is very hard to defend if you've got it.
We're only just over halfway in this quarter. And Nick Haynes had 3 intercept marks.
Yeah,
exactly what you're talking about.
Carlton by 18 points. Welcome back, Mateus Phillippo. First game since the end of last year. In fact, the last time these two teams met, the Saints go backwards before they go forward. And Wangane Millera does plenty of that as he kicks down to half forward and finds Caminiti back up front today. Caminiti from about 60 metres out. A long-range drop punt right to the line. And Wiedering kills it through for a rush behind. It's the first blemish on St Kilda's sheet. So 5-1 to 7-6. Carlton by 17 points, 16 gone in this second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
I know everyone likes kicking a goal, I get that, but Caminiti's got to understand, he's got Wangane Millera cruising past for a handball receive there. Just give it to him. Millera would have nailed that.
Yeah, it was the Saints was Will White with the long high kick. Lewis Young took the mark, but he shoved his direct opponent Howard in the back. And the Saints fans are irritable and they were yelling, screaming at the umpire in yellow, saying that was a shove. And eventually he called it. So he goes Howard short to McRae. He goes short to Windhager. Right next to the boundary, 70 metres out. He's looking for Phillippo again. Who rises, can't take the mark. Haynes, quick fire handball. Oh, Higgins was met heavily, but he was falling. And it's a free kick.
Yeah, but Higgins immediately, as soon as he got that, he went into a squat position.
He did.
That is the...
He was falling down.
If you duck, Lingy, we've been told you've got to umpire it as if he's standing up. That is not a free kick.
And he's put it through Jack Higgins. So tackling him was Ollie Hollands. And we'll let the boys talk about that in a moment and the controversial nature of that. He had a set shot, which is money in the bank every day of the week for Higgins. Gets his second. Carlton now by just 11. St Kilda's kicked the last 2 and Higgins has got 23 for the season. He's second in the Coleman behind Ben King. Carlton 7-6-48, St Kilda 6-1-37.
You know, this is what players do, Mick. So Jack Higgins the last couple of weeks has been trying to do his arm shrug and his duck and hasn't been getting as many of them. This one, you watch the replay of this, Mick, he stays pretty upright but goes into, watch the squat position he immediately goes to. So he's basically almost sitting down.
Yeah. Doing
that makes sense.
Doing a squat.
And draws a free kick. That should be play on.
Absolutely should be.
He sees him and drops, doesn't he? As soon as he sees him, he drops.
Game changes again. The Blues quickly out of the middle. Akers on the end of it. Just chips the kick to the top of the goal square. Durden hunting the footy. Becomes tackler on Howard. Ball spills out. Curnow can't pick it up. He has a few fumbles and eventually he's tackled. And the umpire says, yep, holding the ball. All of a sudden, 2 goals. His game changes once more. So Carlton by just 11. Felt like they were about to bust it open only moments ago. The Saints have kicked 2 in the last 3 minutes of play. Out towards half-back go the Saints. Picked off by McRae. Handball away to Wilson. Gives it to Wilkie. Back to Wilson. Hooks it across the body. High kick down the line. And Haynes at the drop takes the intercept mark. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Blake Acres is down in back play. He's either got an elbow or probably a shoulder injury. It is hanging his right shoulder at the moment. He's trying to get off the ground.
It's not the one that's strapped either, which is a worry. Haynes goes backwards. Silvani's got it. Mark's uncontested.
Almost got hit by the footy as it was passing. The kick went back past him and flashed across his forehead.
Comes back to Walsh, who marks uncontested right in front of the benches. He gives it back to Silvani. Now the all-important centering kick had to be precise, and it was, and taking the mark for the Blues. Cowan.
When Akers got that injury, Jimmy Webster got him in a bump straight after it too. He didn't realise Akers was hurt, but he got doubled up, Akers.
So they're all going by foot here, the Blues. Sard, Wiedering, they've worked it from the northern wing to the southern wing. Now Wiedering's bringing it back inboard. Ollie Holland's marks uncontested. Goes short, awkward half volley. Hewitt was brilliant on the pickup and the blind turn. Now he goes long and strong. They need a mark. Spoil comes off. Here's a chance for Lewis Young, top of the goal square. Young gets his second of the second term. It was very patient on the build-up, but when they pulled the trigger, it worked. Carlton 8-6-54, St Kilda 6-1-37. 20 gone in the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, I reckon the St Kilda player who came over the top and with heroics try to mark it would like his time over again. He could have punched that ball in any direction, particularly wide.
I think it was Dougal Howard.
I got a funny feeling it might have been. And why he would want to mark that instead of just smashing the hell out of it, because he paid a penalty. I think it was almost his man that ended up recovering it.
Yep, you can't do that. If you're going to come, you're going to fly, and you leave your man, you need to smash it out of the area.
Yeah, you've got to kill the ball. There's some really good. Collingwood do it well, Geelong do it well, Hawthorn do it well.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Blues are going down to the rooms left, right and centre. So Akers has gone down there, and now Cowan is headed down to the rooms as well. I didn't see what for.
Greenspan already lost Mitch McGovern. The Blues had to make their sub at quarter time. So Cripps, first possession at the restart. Handball to Lord. He is the sub. It's the reason he's out there. Kick though results in a turnover. McRae is going to get a free after disposing of the footy. Was clipped high. He goes back, takes his kick. It's a short one to Garcia. Carlton by 17 points. 22 gone second term. Blues have led by as many as 24. Contest kick to half forward. Owens cleared out some bodies and takes the mark. He's now appealing for 50 as Durden tries to get himself out of the protected zone.
He fancies himself there. He's had a couple of shorts he could have gone to, so he technically should. He's got to put this through now because he's ignored a play that was 20 metres in front of him.
Gave Nick Haynes a fair shove in the back in that marking contest.
Yeah, like, let those go, aren't they?
Yeah.
Kicked 3 last week, goalless the week before, and 3 the week before that. Let's see what he's in for tonight. Well, it's goalless so far, and that won't change things. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Motlop flies, drops it. Now he's under pressure as he wins it at ground level and gang tackled. Will have the ball up. Top of the goal square for the Saints at the punt road end. It is Carlton by 17. 23 played, second term Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, awkward kick, bad kick.
De Koning and Marshall. They tangle. Marshall takes it out of the ruck. He snaps it over his head. He's offline. Missing to the right. Was at the top of the goal square. Ambitious. Couldn't quite pull it off. So Carlton by 16. 8-6-54. St Kilda 6-2-38. 5 minutes to play before half-time.
With the SMS, Mark from Adelaide wants to know the estimated crowd figure. And Sard brings it in. Bins Mark's back pocket, goes long down the line. Curnow trying to mark unsuccessfully and inadvertently socket out a play by White on the wing.
Spokesperson from the MCG told me before the game they were expecting 60,000. And as we look around there, the top tier right up very high, particularly at the Punt Road end. So, great crowd.
It's pretty close to 60, isn't it?
Yeah. Boundary throwing between wing and half forward here. For the Saints, Hill went without it. De Koning, hurried kick down the wing. Mackay, a fumble, now tackled by Stocker. Close to the boundary line and Steele sees it out. There's a free for a push. It is going Steele's way.
Silly. Yeah, it does have push in the back. No need. Silly, as you say.
It's against Hewitt and he was going out of bounds anyway. So Steele from halfway down to half forward. Kicks into the pack off the hands of Haynes, spills through to Filippo, trying something special. Great smother from Silvani, throws his body at it, forces the ball back into dispute. Picked up by Owens, got a handball out straight to Haynes. Volleyball spiked back in the other direction. Here's Hewitt and he's clipped high in the tackle from Windhager. And Hewitt will get the free at half back. It is Carlton by 16, 25 gone second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
This is for disposal number 13, the most of any Blues player out there, George Hewitt. Got it in the back pocket, kicks near the interchange gates. Mackay gets a good fly. Set, couldn't take the mark. And it'll be a ball up. Great tackle in there by Motlop. It went unrewarded. That's what the Blues fans went up for.
Yeah, on Stocker. It was a beauty, wasn't it, Kel?
Tossed in the air. Marshall tried to get it. In fact, they both tried to rip it out of each other's hands. Hill was involved as well. Quick from Steele in there. Couple of players down as they fly for the mark right on the arc. Blues keep it in play. Silvani, his kick bounced over the head of Motlop. Smith is able to collect it. Hill back to Wanganeen Miller. Oh, beautiful kick. Burns takes the mark. He knew that there was trouble coming and he's hurt himself, Burns. But a wonderful kick by Wanganeen Miller from one side to the other to open the ground up, and Ryan Burns really stood his ground.
Ben Cameron on the boundary, Ben.
Yeah, Haynes is not in a good way. He didn't know which direction to run off the ground in. Just swatted away the trainer just now, but the Blues are losing players left, right and centre.
And as a result, they've left St Kilda players unmarked inside 50. Quick couple of kicks. Wanganeen Miller was at the start of it. Still dabs that pass, and on the end is Filippo. He's going to line up for his second goal in this second term.
So how many rotations they got, Ben, at the moment, given the guy's unavailable?
As it stands at the moment, there's two players on the bench, and one of those is Haynes, who is being assessed.
Jeez. So Mateus Filippo in the left forward pocket, punt road end for a left footer. It's a tough ask, and he misses to the near side. 8 goals, 8 from his 13 games last year. Mateus Filippo.
So Akers in the room with his right shoulder. You've got Cowan in the room, so we're not sure what's wrong with him. Haynes has been rattled, comes off the ground. McGovern's already been subbed out. They got one fit player. As Dougal Howard, if you don't mind, gets a nice little sit there onto the shoulders of Harry Mackay and takes a hanger on the wing.
Nicely done by Dougal Howard. I just saw the Haynes replay. He'll be going down for a head injury assessment.
Yeah, it was an accident.
Yeah, it was an accident, but a bit of an awkward one, wasn't it?
Yeah, sort of twisted his neck as well.
Yeah, that is a massive story in this game. So Blues by 15, and yet they've got one fit player on the bench with some big question marks. So this could be a massive turning point in the night. Howard back with it, by the way. High half forward, sends the Saints inside 50. De Koning knocks it away from Marshall. Hewitt at the drop, wins it. Hand pass away to Sard, kicks it over his head, kicks it straight to Sinclair.
A lot of Carlton players saying, what were you doing, Adam Sard?
Sinclair pokes it inside 50, not 15. Windhager tackled immediately, and the ump says, I'll have it.
I'm glad they call that not. No way, no, it was 15. That's a good call by the umpire.
Carlton by 15 points, 28 gone, second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just inside 50, ball up. Marshall straight down the throat of his teammate, Hall, which was fantastic. But he's been pinged for holding the ball.
Yeah, that's a big call, Tim.
He did take off.
Yeah, he took 2 steps and then got caught, but you've taken 2 steps, you've had a chance.
And Binns was the tackler, so 2 young guns going head-to-head. And Binns' kick was very good. Hewitt takes a mark right on the boundary line in front of McRae. He goes backwards.
Why go backwards there? That's where the kick came from that went to Hewitt. All that effort.
Yeah.
So Silvani's going to kick to a pack now. He's looking for Mackay. He's the target. De Koning's there, has to stand up, stretch, got his hands to it, couldn't quite pull it down. And hang on, there's a free now going to the Saints. It wasn't involving De Koning. It must have been against Mackay, and it was. And the Saints are away again.
Handball received for Wilson, goes short, and Steele marks. Last 40 seconds before half-time. Carlton by 15. Steele, long kick inside 50. Sharman the target. Breaks up the would-be mark from Wiedering. Ball spills to Higgins. Saints still with it. Handball to McRae. Through the hands of Hall and now Hill. He gives it back to Wilson. Hooks it to full forward. Punched away. Oh, only as far as Sinclair. Saints reload again. Hand pass to Garcia, who hooks the goal but misses. Or hooks that goal. And a behind to the far side. So a minor score. And it means Carlton lead by 14. They had about 3 or 4 looks from that forward 50 thrust. Half-hour mark, second term Blues by 14. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Blake Acres has had that right shoulder strapped. He's back up and waiting to go onto the ground. And the Blues may well need him down this many rotations this early in the game.
Charlie Kerner just waiting with the footy here. They want half-time. They need to reset their team, Carlton.
He went and marked the kick in from Sarden looking for Mackay. And at half-time, it's Carlton with a 14-point lead, 8-6-54. St Kilda 6-4-40. The Saints jumped out the gates. They kicked the first 2 goals. They led by as much as 12 at the 7-minute mark. And then the Blues got on a real roll. They looked like they were going to be a ruthless machine at one point, led by 24 points at the 12-minute mark of this second term before the Saints rallied and got themselves back in it, and it's a Blues lead of 14 points. Goal kickers, Curnow has 3, Young has 2, singles to White, Binns and Mackay. And for the Saints, all single goal kickers, Higgins, Hall, Caminiti, Sharman, Filippo, and in fact Higgins has got 2, I should say, and then Hall, Caminiti, Sharman and Filippo. But the news is all the injury concerns for the Blues. McGovern has been subbed off with a chest issue, so he's been subbed out, and as a result Cooper Lord has been subbed in, and we'll get Corbin all the rest very shortly.
So the other concerns, we're not sure about Cowan. He disappeared into the rooms, but no further update, didn't come back out. Akers did at least return to the boundary's edge with his shoulder strapped, but when he came off, that thing was hanging low down on his right side. So if Akers is going to play on, he's going to do so banged up. And Nick Haynes is having a concussion test, you'd expect, and judging by the way he came off, there's got to be serious doubts about whether he's got a role to play still in this game. So Carlton 8-6 leads St Kilda 6-4. A 14-point buffer for the Blues at half-time, and they might need every one of those points, Nick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling, given how banged up they are. It's a fascinating night, Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, I think you're right, Corbs, because Mick, Carlton had control of the game.
Oh, absolutely.
From about halfway through the first quarter until about halfway through that second quarter was all Carlton and winning the contested ball, winning the clearances. Forward line looked dangerous. Back line looked really sound. Nick Haynes had taken 3 intercept marks, etc., etc., etc. And then, to St Kilda's credit, they started at least getting the game back to an arm wrestle.
Yeah, well, minus, let's put in it, minus McGovern. So that's
right.
Threw them a little bit out. So that's one key back out.
So the first thing they did, though, was, I think, just at least get back
the contested football.
A little bit more even. And then the personnel started falling down for Carlton. As you said, Mitch McGovern out. Then Akers and Haynes go off as well. Cowan goes off. And by the end of that quarter, Carlton were just desperate for half-time.
Oh, holding on.
So as a coach right now, so Michael Voss, I imagine him and his coaches are just looking at their magnets, looking at the board and say, okay, how do we reshuffle this back line? How do we make this work for the rest of the game?
Oh, absolutely. And that's the thing that goes through your mind as a coach. When you see a play go off and you know he's not coming back, is plan B is, right, McGovern's not coming back. What's the alternative? Can anyone go back? Our emergency player, our sub player is not equipped for that role, so therefore we've got to shuffle. Okay, we're getting by okay, but then when Haynes went down,
He's the one who replaced McGovern.
That's right.
But now
he's
gone.
Right in the firing line too.
Yeah.
No one does it better actually because he needs that little bit of space. He's not quick. He goes down now. Now they're under the pump, but what in the mind you go, okay, we've lost a couple of backline players, but we were controlling everything. We control the ruck, we control the midfield, we were controlling all the stoppages, we're getting inside 50. Why all the psychological disadvantage do we come up with when we look around and we think, oh, our backline's now a bit shaky? The contested football squeezed right up. If you look at the second quarter, it was right up square. You look at the clearance rate, it was all up square. Inside 50s, the Saints went from 3 down to 4 in front for the quarter. To me, it's another psychological... I know if the ball goes in there and you're losing key players, fine. But the ball wasn't going in there. And it wasn't going in there because Walsh was on top, Cripps was on top, Jura was on top, Ruckman was on top. Why does it turn around so quickly? And why does the mind allow you to think we're down on the back line? So why is that happening? And that's the big hit on Carlton.
Yeah, it's a great question because now they dropped to 10 inside 50s for that quarter.
And they had 7-4, I think it was at one stage.
Yeah, so you go, okay, so some of those can come from rebounding backs, but the majority of those come from controlling the midfield part of the ground. So you've got to stay on top in that area. Half time again, going inside Michael Voss's head. Is he now... So they can't make a sub, but they're potentially and probably down Haynes. We'll wait and see. Akers might come back. So they're maybe down a rotation now. They can't replace with the sub. They're down a rotation. So are you identifying players that you will go and talk to and say, you 5 or 6, you're basically not coming off. Or you might have one rotation for the rest of this game in you, and that is it. You're staying on.
Yeah, to me, I'd be looking at that and going, okay, so we've got to save the Koning because he is going to now ruck between from the full-back line to probably the 50-metre line. And we don't watch you in the forward line.
And Harry McKay.
Harry, you do up the front, or young. And you can get away with that by putting Young there because...
Well, Young probably goes back now if Haynes is gone.
Certainly could go back to centre-back because I know he's kicked 2 goals, but he's only had 2 possessions.
Yep.
So he could go back and play that role, but you've got to find a target for him. And at the moment, the Saints don't have... King's not playing down there.
Yeah.
So it's a really odd forward line that a 200-centimetre player could go back and go, well, who am I actually going to pick up? Because the question I would say... Well, I don't know whether we actually need a Haynes replacing McGovern was great. Now we've lost both, but we're not decidedly undermanned because they don't have any great big kings and that sort of stuff. So therefore, we can get away with perhaps putting who can we put down there? Well, even if they put Young at centre back and just say, pick up anyone. Don't go right back to the full back line. Just stay in that hole where. You know they're going to come through. And that fixes up that part of it.
So obviously Wiedering gets one. We know
Well, he's going to be playing like full-back line.
Deep.
Yep.
It all of a sudden, and we were discussing this before the game, Jack Silvani's value to the team. Jack Silvani now is, you got to take the number 2.
Yes,
and you've got to, you can't let Philippou or one of these players get off the chain and have a big second half. Or Mitch Owens if he's down there and drifting down. It's crucial that he almost steps up a level.
Yes, he has to.
Rather than playing on the third best, he's playing on the second best.
And see if he can play, because he likes to see the ball, so play the same role, because there's no one down there that's going to... Really, when you look at the St Kilda forward line, you're not shaking in your boots thinking, oh, there's Plague a Lockett down there. No, they're all good, honest players. Yeah, Higgins is second in the goal kicking, but you've got players that cover. Side can cover him. Just allow those talls just to... filter in and around, but I would say, Wiedering, you play dead set last line and let Silvani or Young play the next line in front. I don't think it's insurmountable that you can get that covered.
I just saw a few of those replays, by the way. So the Liam O'Connell one's interesting on Mitch McGovern. Hit him straight up and down the middle.
He always took, though... He almost had to protect himself because McGovern had a bit of pace up.
Yeah, and McGovern wasn't protected, and it feels like there's going to be more. The club's saying chest, but I think they're more worried about the
internal.
Up and down the middle rather than anything to do with the head. Okay. He sort of went to hold his neck, but I don't think it's anything to do with concussion. So that's for whatever that's worth. But hopefully Mitch McGovern's okay. Ben did say the ambulance staff which sit on the bench actually went down to the rooms after McGovern was taken taken down there. So hopefully that's not as serious as it first looks. Akers actually went to tackle Jack McRae and his shoulder popped out in the process. So he was the aggressor in that instance. And
sounds like, if I could just say about shoulder, sounds like he may have had an incident previous. I don't know if it could have been today, it could have been a year ago, those little things.
It's a great observation because he didn't look too distressed. And when he spoke to the doctor, it was almost like, hey, it's gone out again. Let's go and try and reposition it, and off we go. And the other one was Nick Haynes, who Cooper Sharman flew for a mark, came down, and as he was landing,
it
was like his knee landed
inside of his knee,
on top of the head,
but twisted his neck at the same time.
I agree. The more I watch it, the more I think maybe it's more a neck concern.
Well, he came off holding his neck.
Yeah, than it is a concussion concern, given the fact that it's just bunched his neck up, and as a result, he's sort of holding what looks to be a pretty stiff neck. So hopefully for Nick Haynes, that's not as serious again for him as it initially looks. And the other one's Lockie Cowan, which is a complete mystery. Came off the ground, disappeared off the bench, and basically missed the last, 6 to 8 minutes, maybe more. We didn't see him at all, and we're just getting some pictures now on 7 of Mitch McGovern being taken out in the warm-up top to hospital. So he's on a bed. He doesn't look overly distressed, but hopefully he's A-OK, but he's off to hospital in the back of the ambulance, Mitch McGovern. So that's the latest from the Carlton rooms. More to follow on that front. It has a huge telling on what happens next as well, given how banged up the Blues are. They lead by 14 points. They led by 24 at one stage and threatened to break the game open, and instead at halftime they're down troops, and the Saints are well and truly back in this game. More from Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling coming up. More from you as well on the SMS 0437 774 774. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Second half action next, but first the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with David Rowlands. Pope Leo XIV is celebrating his first Mass as the new head of the Catholic Church at the Sistine Chapel. 69-year-old Robert Prevost was elected as the pontiff in a conclave that lasted just under 2 days and is the first American in history to be elevated to the papacy. Over 130 cardinals have assembled for the private ceremony. In his opening address to the cardinals inside the Sistine Chapel, Pope Leo says he's been blessed with the mission of leading the Church.
Through the ministry of Peter, you have called me to carry that cross and to be blessed with that mission. And I know I can rely on each and every one of you to walk with me as we continue as a church, as a community of friends of Jesus, as believers, to announce the good news, to announce the gospel.
Labor has claimed the Western Australian seat of Bullwinkle, despite a margin of less than 1% over the Liberals and nearly 20% of the vote yet to be counted. Labor's Trish Cook said the Liberals' Matt Moran has been in a tight contest for the newly created seat on Perth's eastern fringe. The Australian Electoral Commission has yet to call the seat, but Labor has declared Ms Cook a new Labor MP and congratulated her on social media. In a statement, Ms Cook says she's grateful to be the first ever member for Bullwinkle. Shadow Treasurer Angus Taylor has confirmed he'll stand for the Liberal Party leadership ahead of an expected party room vote next Tuesday. Deputy Leader Susan Lee confirmed earlier today that she'll also run to replace former opposition leader Peter Dutton after he lost his Brisbane seat at the federal election. Mr Taylor has released a pre-recorded video message outlining his vision. He says the party needs to return to its values, embrace bold policy ideas and bring in new talent, especially more women.
I've rebuilt businesses. I've fought on the front line of tough debates. I know what it takes to lead, to unify and to deliver. This moment demands experience, energy and a plan.
Pakistan's Information Minister says recent shelling in Kashmir has left 5 civilians dead and at least 29 others injured amid rising tensions between India and Pakistan. India previously accused Pakistan of attacking 3 of its military bases with drones and missiles, a claim that's been denied by Islamabad. Tensions have been high since a militant attack which killed 26 people in Indian-controlled Kashmir last month. Several world leaders have called for an end to violence, including the US, Russia and China. 4 ADF personnel killed in a Taipan helicopter crash have been remembered by their loved ones at the end of a long-running inquiry. The chopper came down during nighttime training off the North Queensland coast in July 2023. An 18-month probe heard serious concerns had been raised about the problem-plagued Taipan fleet, which was permanently grounded after the tragedy. Lieutenant Maxwell Nugent was among those who died. His partner, Shadeen White, told the inquiry, "It's too late to change what happened."
But we can and must change what happens next. Please don't let the lives of Dan, Max, Phil and Alex be in vain. Let their legacy be one of change.
The South Australian Government's latest ambulance ramping figures show a drop in the number of hours crews spent stuck outside SA hospitals in April compared with the previous month. Ambulances spent 3,700 hours on hospital ramps last month, down from 4,134 hours in March. It's an increase of close to 1,000 hours compared to when SA Labor took office in March 2022. Health Minister Chris Picton says the government is working towards bringing more beds online.
We know that the key driver in terms of blockages in our system is the number of patients who get stuck in our emergency departments waiting for beds. As we brought on additional beds towards the end of last year, we saw an immediate big drop in our ramping figures. So we need to keep bringing that capacity on.
Aboriginal leaders and the Tamworth Regional Council in New South Wales have signed an historic deal that will embed closing the gap targets in local government processes for the first time. The agreement signed today means that Aboriginal community-controlled organisations will partner with Council and share decision-making about how Indigenous programs are delivered. Councillor and Gomeroi man Mark Sutherland says the deal has been years in the making.
We all have a responsibility to the place that we live and the people who live here. And that's been echoed throughout culture for thousands of years. And local governments are no different. And this is about trying to work in partnership to step into that responsibility.
That brings you up to date with the latest ABC News. More in 1 hour's time.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, one bounce for four.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app.
Listen up. Do you like to laugh?
Yes.
You do? I don't. Search for Comedy Bites.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Uncle Bertie's Botanarium.
I'm going to remove my monocle.
And TGIF.
Okay.
Comedy is on the ABC Listen app.
It's as simple as that.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Great play. That's how you got to deliver to your forwards when they're moving at you like that and they're stars like Charlie and Harry.
In he skips from left half forward. Oh, it's turning into a Charlie night. Curno's got 3 and counting. And Carlton lead it by 10 points. Louis Young, the defender, come forward. Drop punt. He's good. He knows what to do. And Carlton pull further in front.
By Hollins. He's got his teammate Walsh who gets through 1, dances through 2, gives off the handball, the hurried kick to the goal square and finishing it off for the Blues is Will White. Oh, Higgins was met heavily, but he was falling. Oh, and it's a free kick.
Yeah, but Higgins immediately, as soon as he got that, he went into a squat position.
He did.
That is the.
It was falling down.
If you duck winging, we've been told you've got to umpire it as if he's standing up. That is not a free kick.
And he's put it through. Jack Higgins goes short, awkward half volley. Hewitt was brilliant on the pickup and the blind turn. Now he goes long and strong. They need a mark. Spoil comes off. Here's a chance for Lewis Young, top of the goal square. Young gets his second of the second term.
So Akers in the room with his right shoulder. You've got Cowan in the rooms. Haynes has been rattled, comes off the ground. McGovern's already been subbed out. They've got one fit player.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the second term in which Carlton looked like they were going to break the game open at one point. They led by as many as 24. And St Kilda needed a response. They got it. And then the footy gods also turned in their favour as well. I'm sure it's not the way that they'd want to win or have the door open for them back in the game, but it eventuated this way. They kicked 2 in a row, and the Carlton injury toll rose. So not only are they without Mitch McGovern, who's off to hospital with a chest injury, he was hit up and down the middle, so they're a little concerned about some further damage, so he's going to hospital. Blake Akers had his right shoulder knocked out of the joint, had that reinserted, and then was strapped up and put back out there. Lockie Cowan, meanwhile, looks like he's got a hamstring concern, is the early word coming through there. And the concussion test for Nick Haynes after he copped a stray knee to the back of the head. So that is a heavy toll for the Blues, who lead the game by 14 at half-time. And the question is, will they have enough run in this second half, which has been a pretty common concern for Carlton this year. They have given up a half-time lead on 4 occasions, and again here they find themselves up by 14 points, but not so much by their own doing. It could be health is as much of a concern as any for Carlton in the second half. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse. Very big shout out to Alice, who I'm sure is listening, who's Ben Cameron's beautiful partner, who's baked us all a cake.
Oh, that's a delicious cake we're eating.
That is it. It is Ben's.
Is it a special occasion, Corbs?
It is Ben's 33rd birthday on Tuesday. So special little celebratory cake. So happy birthday to Ben Cameron. And thank you very much to Alice for the lovely cake.
Thank you, Alice.
It was
delicious.
Beautiful, Alice.
Yep.
Loved it.
Happy birthday, Benny, for Tuesday.
Thank you to Cal as well for getting me a little bucket of ice after I had a mishap with
you got the woman cooking you something and a woman getting you some ice. Being the nurse. It's like 1893 here.
Honestly, I have no idea how I'd manage Cal. That's a little mishap with the hot water on the way in, but we're A-OK. We're ready to go, despite a few little damp books and everything else. Second half action upon us. What are you expecting, Lingy?
Well, St Kilda have got to know they're in with a huge chance. Carlton, those couple of players down, those concerns. It's the midfield for Carlton. Mick's right. Yes, you're light on down back. It's not perfect. Adam Cher is the one who's gone back at the moment. Just looking at this centre bounce. But Carlton midfield, if they can dominate, if they can get the ball forward like they were for a big chunk of that first half, well, then they can kick enough of a score and they can go on and win this game. But the Saints have got to realise, fight, scrap, just break even in the middle of the ground, generate enough chances inside 50, and maybe that Carlton backline's a bit too light on. An intriguing second half.
Saints are 4-4 after 8 rounds. The Blues are 3-5, and this contest is up for grabs. De Koning wins it. He taps it straight to the opposition in Marshall, who gives it to Steele. Steele puts plenty of air in that kick. They need someone to run and launch it. Sharman does. Silvani's got it. He grabbed it. He wanted to keep going. He was tackled. And the Saints fans wanted holding the ball. Caminiti picks it up. Handballs to the top of the goal square where Chera's able to get it. Gives it to the last line of defence. Akers flares the kick wide. Cowan launch. But it was Wanganeen Millera up over the top, thumping it out of bounds. And it'll be a boundary throw in right where the arc meets the boundary line at the city end. And that is the end St Kilda is kicking to in this third term. So the Saints led by 12 early stages. And then the Blues came back, led by as much as 24. It's currently 14.
Hurried kick down the wing. Wanganeen Millera leaps up and takes the mark.
Is there anything he can't do? Great spoil before. Fantastic kick then. Lovely mark.
Give it back to him, yep.
1-2 with Steele. Wanganeen Millera, a short kick to half forward, and Sinclair marks. With the long sleeves on tonight, Jack Sinclair. Two-time All-Australian, two-time BNF winner. Looks to centre half forward, finds Garcia. St Kilda controlling the footy here early in the second half and goes across the 50-metre arc to Stocker. Crowded forward 50. Stocker kicks into the pocket. The target down there was Owens, knocked away from him and out of play, and we'll have a boundary throwing right forward pocket for the Saints. 14-point lead for the Blues, 8-6 to 6-4. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, alongside Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling and Ben Cameron, your call team for Friday night footy. 2 minutes into the third, Carlton by 14.
So we're in the right forward pocket here for the Saints. Both right go down. Umpire blows the whistle and says it's in favour of De Koning.
Which way do you see?
That's a 0-0 draw.
Angle of legs, wasn't it? They both hit the deck. But De Koning's got it in the back pocket. He's looking for Cripps. It's skittled just past his hands. And at the back, Curnow snares it, but he's tackled by his direct opponent in Wilkie. Oh, hang on.
What's happened here?
Did he not give it back to him?
Oh, no, that's the Charlie Curnow hasn't given it to the umpire directly. Time-wasting rule. We've seen that applied over the last 12 or 18 months.
So the free kick goes to Steele instead of Cripps, the two number 9s. The two opposing captains. Steele sends it inside 50. Huge spoil from Blues defence. Comes the way of Sinclair. Grubbers the kick. Ricochets back to McRae. Throws it on his left. It's curling, but not enough. Through for a minor score. Carlton by 13 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling, Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood and Ben Cameron on the boundary.
And it was there, by the way. Now that we know that rule and we've been made aware of it, when an umpire calls for a ball up, you've got to give it directly to the umpire or leave it on the ground if it's on the ground. Instead, Charlie Curnow handballed it to Paddy Cripps, and it's a free kick.
Saints win it back from the kick out through the hands of Hill, then to Sinclair. Hand pass down to Marshall. He wanted to use it himself. It's a long way down for the big man. Just pulled out on his kick. Now lost it. The two Hollands boys link up to Sard. Hand pass back inside to Elijah Hollands. Big sweeping polyfarmer hand pass up over halfway. Durden.
Downfield.
Sard. And Sard was dumped off to get a bit of the footy.
I don't even reckon Sard was the one who delivered it.
Ben Cameron.
Nick Haynes all good to continue in this game. He's cleared that head injury assessment. Also there for the Blues, just repeating the news on Lockie Cowan, it is hamstring tightness that sees him taking no further part in this match.
So they do lose one. They get one back. Thanks, Ben. There's another free kick. More intervention. St Kilda through the middle. Wanganeen Miller opens it up. Got it to McRae. Hand pass to Hill. High kick into the pocket. Owens clever. Knocks it away to the advantage of Higgins. His hand pass along the ground's a turnover. Picked up by Young, who's been thrown into defence as anticipated. Hand pass to Wiedering, who kicks it out on the full.
Well, the Saints had every opportunity to kick a goal then, but Hill hasn't got a left foot rather, so that was mucked up, and then Carlton on the retreat has put the ball out of bounds. So
5-0 the inside 50s meant to start the quarter Saints way.
Yeah, but all of them have been wasted.
Yep.
Not one looked like scoring.
5 minutes gone and neither side yet to score in this third term.
Here's another one.
De Koning with a defensive intercepting mark over Caminiti.
Switches on. They go quick now.
To defensive goal square, all by foot. This is Wiedering and now to Silvani. To Chera.
Motlop forward. Oh, it's too slow.
Now he sort of goes in that direction. Playing in front was Curnow. He's got it on the wing. Akers just came off, peeled round behind his back, asked for it. Curnow says no. He kept running and then he just kicks the short one to Akers instead, marking in front of the Blues bench. Short, sharp kicks these are. Hollands has got it. That's Elijah. Stabs the pass inside 50. Was looking for Harry, who was out on a lead. Wilkie wins the free. He was held illegally from Motlop. Motlop bears down. Wilkie was a little casual. Does that go the required distance? Not sure it was 15 metres, but the umpire says it was, and Marshall marks in front of De Koning.
Not if the last 2 weeks have been engaged, Cal.
Goodness, that wasn't even 10. Marshall flares it out. That's a strong mark taken by Caminiti for the Saints. Problem is he's got it across half-back, defensive side of the southern wing, when he's been playing up forward.
Yeah, and he looks up and he can see Wiedering, so Wiedering stops that kick going down the line.
Caminiti to Stocker. Plenty of ball in hand for the Saints, though, to start this third term. Back to Webster. Let's get a little breakdown from Ben in a moment on exactly who's in and who's out on the Blues bench, how many rotations they've got active at the moment. Obviously McGovern off to hospital, which we saw on half-time, so that's not good news with what the club's saying is a chest injury. Saints down to half forward, spills to Windhager, gives it to Wanganeen Miller, what a kick, and Sharman takes a tumbling mark, 30 out, right half forward. And Messiah Wanganeen Miller, anything good that is happening for the Saints has his name attached to it.
Absolutely, it does.
He's brilliant. Yeah, absolutely unbelievable how he doesn't waste the football. He defends as equally as he attacks, so he's quite prepared in the air to smash it clear, and his run on is just brilliant.
Just watch the replay. St Kilda got lucky. There was a trip on Hollands, I think it was.
Cooper Sharman on the drop punt. That's superb. Oh, this game is right on. The Saints edge a little closer. And the lead for the Blues cut to 7. 8-6 to 7-5. 7.5 gone in the third term. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, so those injuries, Corb, that you were speaking about. So Mitch McGovern out of the game with a sternum injury. So that seems quite a serious one. Lockie Cowan also with hamstring tightness, no further part. It does mean they are down to 3 rotations on the bench. Nick Haynes passing the concussion test, and Blake Acres playing on under duress with the strapped right shoulder. After that, had real issues in that second term.
Just watching the replay here too, I don't reckon Adam Sard would love his positioning as a defender there on Sharman. With the leading lane in front of him.
It's play behind.
And Wangan and Miller with ball in hand. But playing behind by like 5 to 7 metres.
So now the Saints with 3 of the last 4. There's been plenty of momentum shifts in this one. Umpire says play on. And it was Sinclair who gives it up. Inside 50, Harry McKay comes out. He was taken high. Stocker went at him. Harry asked the question and they stack on. Umpire says ball up. Just inside 50, just inside the boundary. Only 1 goal so far in this third term and it came the Saints' way. Flicked in the air. Marshall in that front position right up near the boundary line. Was it off the lower leg of Sam Walsh? The question was asked, but it'll be a boundary throw in. 70 metres around from the Blues goal.
It's amazing, these two ruckmen. They're so evenly balanced.
Aren't they?
The same strength. One's younger, clearly, and a bit more mobile.
This time De Koning wins it. Flicks out the side. Walsh was there. He can't handball it out. He's tackled. Another stoppage. And down to Ben Cameron.
Jack Higgins, he looked similar to Mitch McGovern from earlier on in this game, sort of keeled over, looked like he was about to vomit, down the race and into the rooms there for St Kilda.
Oh, beautiful ruck work, De Koning straight down the throat of Hewitt. Looked like the Blues were off. And a wonderful tackle by Garcia. Over the boundary line was Walsh. Well done by the youngster Garcia. Subbed out a fortnight ago in the second quarter, learned a football lesson. Wins the Rising Star the following week. Toss back in, southern side. It should sit here for Binns. Ricochets to Wiedering. Now the ball to be won. Walsh goes in hard. Gets it back to Chera. Great smother. Loose ball on the outer side still. Philippou picks it up, but his handball misses the target and it's out of bounds.
Hodgie will be spewing he's missed tonight. There's been more action on the bench than just about any game.
Yeah, but we've got someone down there that can not complain about the weather.
There's been injuries all over the place. So Higgins, the latest of them, as Ben said. And as we told you a short time ago, McGovern off to hospital with a sternum injury and Lockie Cowan hamstring tightness out of the game. So you've got Haynes and Akers back, but they're both banged up too. So 3 fit players rotating on the Blues bench. And the sub yet to be used by Ross Lyon. That's 2 weeks running. Well, he's still got a bit of time to play yet as young Lance Collard is in that position tonight for the Saints. 7-point lead for the Blues. From the ball up, we've got a boundary throw-in. 11 played in the third. Craig off the SMS says, tell me if I'm right, has Carlton been forced to make their sub in the first half in every game and only once in the second quarter? I haven't got that stat for the top of my head, Craig, but they have had to pull the trigger early a lot, and they have done again tonight as the forward 50 thrust again for the Saints mix. Picked off. Silvani, the intercept mark, and then puts it out on the fall.
It was a one-step kick.
Slow start to this third term, just 1 goal in 11 minutes, Lingy.
No momentum for like those couple of steps and being able to get the head over the ball and just punch it in to a teammate. He just laid back, lazy kick.
So Wilson's got it, just out of bounds. Takes the free kick. He's 2 kicks out to score. He's trying to find a target. He goes to the pocket. He's got Marshall. Too strong for Tom De Koning in a one-on-one. It's been a brilliant battle between the 2 rucks all night. And this time Marshall, well, if he can snare a goal here, he'll take the opening couple of sets, Mick, in a marathon 5-setter.
Oh, it's been a terrific duel because forget about the hit-outs. It's what they do with the ball when they do hit it, and it's been intriguing, really.
Who's winning?
Oh, I think De Koning, really, marginally.
Well, let's wait and see what happens here, because Marshall on the approach crosses the 50. It'd need to take the perfect strike. And he's offline. It's through for a behind. Just missing to the near side at the city end for Rowan Marshall. So the margin is an even major. There's 6 points in it. The Blues lead. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
The Blues did lead this game by 24. It looked like they were going to run away with it in the second term. The Saints hung about. And now all the momentum with St Kilda. Short kicking game for the Blues in the back 50, not 15. Young to Haynes, back to Haynes. Sorry, back to Young, back to Haynes.
That's a brave kick.
Links up with Wiedering, found him. And that'll do for now. Swings it wide to Silvani. Marks at half-back. Short kick to Elijah Hollins, who marks. This has been their issue, hasn't it, Lingy, at times, the Blues? How do they get it out from a slow play up into the front half?
Yep, and it's just relying Harry Mackay set down the line. He needs to take the contested mark or it doesn't get moved.
Kick comes in his direction. Wilkie spoils, hits the deck. White, handball out wide to Akers. Sweeping handball to Charlie. Turns, sends the Blues inside 50. DeConing's got to go. Marshall spoils. Down towards McRae. Hand pass turnover. Picked up by Cripps. Handball to full forward for the Blues. Webster there, though. Tackled, taken to ground. Pack forms, throw a blanket over around 12 of them. And in the end, the ump says, I'll have it. The ball up 20 metres out from the Carlton goal at full forward. Blues by 6.
Crunching tackle it was, Evans on Wilkie. Higgins on the bench. Hands on his head, sucking in the oxygen. Rather it was on Webster. And now playback underway, and the Blues fans want ball because Chera was tackling Wilson to the turf.
Oh, it's one or the other, isn't it? Isn't that holding the ball or a dangerous tackle?
Well, I reckon it's holding the ball. He's taken. He knows it's coming, so he's taken 1, 2, and then no attempt.
So ball up right on the 50 for the Blues, but it's Wilson that gets the kick away. Saab's able to pick it off. Handballs into space. Ball to be won. Evans putting his body on the line. And again, they pounce on top.
The Blues have got 2 behind. The Saints are trying to cover just to protect this stoppage more so than the Blues.
55 out from the Blues goal. That was interesting from Marshall. Just tried to soccer it to the advantage of a teammate. But once again, plenty of players around this ball. So much congestion. And it's another ball up. We're lurching from stoppage to stoppage. Half forward for the Blues. Tom de Koning takes it out of there. Sweeping handball. Skittles past Motlop. Chera runs onto it. Brutal it was. He's brought down in a fierce tackle. Mackay works his way and gets it to his teammate in Young, I think it was, a high ball. And it's coming back to de Koning. Stabs the pass out of bounds on the pool.
Great pressure. Marshall closed him down. What a battle it's been. Loving it.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Just made a meal of it then, the Blues, didn't they?
Well, they seem to have respect for each other too. I know one's younger than the other, but it just seems to be
just showing him personal. I'll be a bit nicer to you next year if you're at our team, at our club, but for now, I'm going after you.
Wilson long down the line, knocked out of bounds on the wing, so a boundary throw in just forward of halfway for the Blues. They're kicking to the punt road end.
Tom de Koning, 25 years of age. Rowan Marshall, 29.
Yeah, it's not much different, but it looks personal. It looks like I'm really making sure that he doesn't have an impact, either one of them.
Marshall takes the body from that boundary throw in. Ball spills down. Hall had a play on it. They all burrow in now and a ball up. So 6-point lead for Carlton. 16 gone in the third. Blues have 3 fit players on the bench. McGovern out with a sternum injury. Cowan a hamstring. McGovern, unfortunately, with that sternum concerned, off to hospital. From the restart comes Carlton's way. Through the hands of Walsh and then to Koning and now to Akers. Hurried kick down to half forward. On the hop reaches Mackay. He's tackled. And Howard holds him up. So a ball up 60 metres out from the Blues goal at the punt road end against the boundary line. 16 minutes played. Third term. Carlton by just 6.
Tight, tense arm wrestle in this all-important third term as Marshall slaps it clear near the boundary line. They're happy to see it over.
It's certainly a big stoppage quarter, this one. Lots and lots of ball ups and boundary throw-ins. St Kilda happy just to get it back to a low-scoring, hard-work affair.
Hugh Boxall was the player that ran it over. Twirling ball back into play to Koning, but it's all St Kilda, although it's stolen by Walsh. He tried to hit up Silvani and it missed the target. Ball to be won. A loose one. Garcia's over it. So too is Wilson. His handball has been stolen by Young on the outside of the boot. He goes to Mackay. Up behind was Howard with the spoil. Reading it beautifully was Motlop. Keeps it in play, but the kick has been smothered by Liam Stocker. And Stocker lets Motlop know all about it. He's fired up his Stocker, and it was a brilliant smother. Great defensive hustle. And now another boundary throw-in, this time inside 50 for the Blues.
Boundary throw in. Marshall palms it down to Wilson, who's tackled straight away. Tim from Blackburn off the SMS. I reckon the Saints' style of game is so physically demanding over the last 4 weeks that his players are fatigued.
Oh, they can get that way. Make no mistake about it. You train for it.
Blues get it out from the restart. Evans, handball away to Lord, kicks to full forward. Oh, gee, there's two players reaching over the top for that, and in the end, the ump says, I'll have it. It was O'Connell and White. They both had a fair piece of it.
Actually, probably the man behind had more control, but nonetheless, you generally play man in front.
Yeah, maybe because the man in front was one-handed.
Yes, true.
The man behind too.
So a ball up after all that. Mackay wins it down, but straight to Howard. Clearing kick only as far as Haynes. Back with the flights, got it. 70 out, half forward for the Blues.
Sends it back into the pocket to De Koning, who got a little bit of separation finally on Marshall. It was about 1.5 meters, but it was enough because the kick from Haynes was perfect.
It's a hard part of the ground to kick a goal from, I get that, but there were so many numbers back. It took a really clever kick to find anyone then.
Yeah, well, he pulled it across the face of his body because everyone was leaning the other way.
Marshall had a set shot a few minutes ago and missed. De Koning from the tightest angle on the left in the left forward pocket misses to the left side. So
anything you can do.
Exactly. They just haven't been able to find the two big sticks, the two big ruckmen.
Could be whoever kicks the goals wins that battle.
Carlton by 7 points.
Kick a goal, that'd be handy, wouldn't it? Not a lot of goals kicked.
1 goal in this third term, and we've gone 19 minutes.
Sinclair long to the wing, and Owens up strong. Set himself, jumped into Haynes, takes the mark, half back.
Here we go.
And then retreats all the way back, Nick, to full back and Wilkie. Saints switching play to Howard, who marks at left half back. He looks further afield. He's got Wilson all alone. Should be able to take this mark. He does, uncontested.
Stop.
Yeah, drops into the slow play. He's off and running now. Sends it long down the line. It's a good kick. Caminiti trying to reel into one-hander, unsuccessful. Tackles Ollie Hollands, and Hollands is held up. Ball up. Left half forward for the Saints, Ben Cameron.
Jack Silvani's come to the bench getting some treatment on an adductor, a groin from the Carlton physio at the moment.
Ball up right near the boundary line on the southern side. At ground level, it's just socket from Boxall. Flicked on. Haynes is there, his handball missed the target and opened the door for the Saints. But that's a big tackle. The Haynes handball missed it. And coming over and applying a little bit of pressure was Higgins and Binns. Umpire's seen something as he threw it up in the air, and it's a free kick going the way of the Blues. And Mackay takes it. He was in the ruck contest, and quickly the kick goes to Cripps. Strong mark. They want 50. After Boxall cribbed over the mark, but the umpire said no, and Cripps has been able to find a target in Hewitt.
That's a brave mark by Hewitt. With a player was a Dougal Howard coming the other way for the Saints. Did not take his eyes off the footy.
So he's got it on the outer wing and then brings it back to Mackay, who puts plenty of air in that kick all the way back to Wiedering. And the switch is on. Wiedering can bring it round to Haynes. That's about 3 40-metre kicks.
The Saints have covered it very well. They've covered one-on-one. It's not a zone, it's all one-on-one.
Oh, there's going to be a turnover.
Haynes. Yeah, couldn't quite find Charlie off. Free kick to Curnow. It was a free kick against Wilkie, and again Wanganeen Miller a little sore and proppy when he gets up. Now he's able to use his teammate Lording. Charging out like a steam train was Harry Mackay, and he's marked directly in front, and he'll line up for his second goal of the night.
A little lucky in the end, so they get the free kick, Carlton, in what could have been a turnover. It was Charlie Curnow, so his mere presence, I suppose, creates a little bit of panic, and that goes over the top. But from there, it was pretty wide open. They had options everywhere, the Blues.
Oh, he's led up the channel.
Oh, no, he's absolutely shanked it as Harry. It's bounced and gone over the boundary line in the right forward pocket.
Wow.
Ended up too close to man on the mark.
Gone off at right angles. He was directly in front, 45 metres out. And a close-up on the giant screen of some Blues fans. Their face says it all. What did you do wrong there, Lingy?
Oh, I just saw the ball drop. Oh, that was ugly. Yuck.
On the boundary throw-in, Ben's got a handball to a dangerous position. Saints trying to clear. Elijah Holland's kick smothered. Back into dispute. 20 out from the Carlton goal. White got it. Tackled by Windhager. All okay, said the umpire. Trying to fight through the tackle. Cripps somehow got boot the ball. Wilson ends up with it. He's tackled, dispossessed. Umpire says, I'll have it. This is all happening. By the way, Hewitt picked it up, snapped a goal from the forward pocket, but that won't count. And we'll have a ball up 20 metres out from the Carlton goal, and there's probably, 20 players or more around this. It is a 7-point lead for Carlton. A tight, tense third term, 23 minutes old. Just one goal in the quarter. Cripps grabs it out of the ruck, runs into Steele, lost it. Cripps a second go. Hand pass picked off Windhager. He's tackled. And a ball up 35 metres out from the Blues goal at the Punt Road end.
So we had 14 goals, Mick, kicked in the opening half of footy. We've had one goal in nearly a quarter of footy. Ross has got his fingerprints all over this third term.
Yeah, I reckon Michael Voss might have a little bit to say with this as well. I think they dropped off the contested ball. They've asked for a big, and he's getting it.
Ball up directly in front of the goals for the Blues as Hewitt gets it off to his teammate. It doesn't quite get there. It was Binns. And Binns with the scraps, really.
Yeah,
make the goal line, and a big smile from Charlie as he sees it over the boundary line.
Yeah, both sides are trying to play the same role. This is trench stuff here.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Boundary throw-in, they all miss it. Slides through to Binns, jams it on the boot. High up and under, ball hits the deck. Durden tries to turn and head goalward and run straight into two Saints. There's no way through there as he's held up immediately in the two-man tackle. And another ball up. How many forward 50 stoppages now in a row?
Oh, it'll be 6 or 7, won't it?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a free.
Cripps grabs it out of the ruck, kicks goalward, misses. Wrong side of the post. Behind.
So the Saints might be able to catch them out here if they go with some speed, because Carlton are fatigued from all those efforts.
Blues by 8, 25 gone third term.
Sharon in the hands of Wanganeen Miller. He kicks to a one-on-one. Caminiti does well, doesn't take the mark, but gets the handball off to Garcia to Burns. On the outer side of the wing, they go to Wilson. Wilson marks uncontested.
Catch them out. Carlton mids are getting left behind. No, they've ended up being a bit slow.
And he had to go short. It was a good spoil from Haynes, who's put in a brilliant performance. And he makes sure of his tackle. Just a little bit of oomph onto Steele. That'd be for my Giants teammates, I reckon. Nick Haynes and Jack Steele.
Paddy Cripps is a monster, isn't he? Like he won that ruck contest against Rowan Marshall. Just wrestled in the side, grabbed the footy out of the ruck. It's phenomenal.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport, and it's the Blues leading by 8 points. 3 minutes to go before three-quarter time. And again, another stoppage. It was a boundary throw-in. Now it's a ball up. Paddy Cripps over Rowan Marshall with his fist. He gets it about 20 metres on the as far as Burns. Can he keep it in play? He does. He keeps it low and Marshall marks. Had to get down really low. Flying by him is Wanganeen Miller in those flashy blue boots. The kick straight to Haynes. Haynes has been so good. I'd love to know how many intercept marks he's taken. He flares the kick wide. Picking it up is Durden, gives it off to Walsh, squeezes it the way of Hollands. This is Elijah, stabs the pass. Oh, Walsh had to go. He knew that there was trouble coming, and then he darts around one. He goes for home. It deserves a goal. It's not going to get there. Unable to take the mark in the goal square.
What's this for?
It's a hold, and it's going Harry's way.
Well, Harry was held, and he was held by Wilson. So Harry was in the goal square. The Walsh kick fell short, and he dived in front of him, and poor Wilson panicked and grabbed him, and it's a free kick to Harry.
Did he though? Oh, yeah, maybe he did.
May have over his shoulder.
Yeah.
Okay, so Harry's 10 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
He's going to kick it better than he did last one.
He kicked the first goal for the Blues tonight. He shanked the last one. It was a miserable kick.
He's going a drop punt. Straight drop punt. This is an awkward angle.
It is an awkward angle because you overlay.
They lead it by 8.
Overlay to the left.
Has he got the yips, Harry? No, he hasn't. He buries those demons and he's booted too. And Carlton finally, after 27 minutes of play in this third term, they slot through their first major and they hold on to that narrow lead. It's now 14 points. 9-8-62, St Kilda 7-6-48. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just sheer weight of numbness, wasn't it, Mick? Repeat. It's been a strange quarter, certainly an arm wrestle type
Hasn't
quarter.
Like they've gone in both times 10. Each of they've scored 1 goal, 2 each.
Yeah.
Their contested football is on 31-25. I reckon that's about even. We could throw in the clearances, which say 11-6, but that's debatable how that was cleared. It just seems to be a raw. It's like the Wallabies playing the British Lions, I reckon.
Back in the middle, DeConey wins it down, but straight to box. All of the Saints. Handball away towards Wilson. Kicks into the forward pocket. Miss Caminiti slides out of bounds. Throwing 35 out from the Saints goal. You're a bit excited for that, aren't you, Joe Schmidt leading his boys?
I'm really looking forward to it. I really am.
Is he still the coach?
No, he won't be. He's not coaching now.
He's not coaching now.
No.
Joe Schmidt had to because of his health of his one.
That's right, of his sons. Yeah.
He was in your coach's box, wasn't he, one day?
Yeah, he was, and I spent some time with him in Northern Ireland.
We had him on offsiders. He's a lovely man.
Oh, magnificent.
To answer your question from before, Cal, Nick Haynes has had 7 intercept marks this game.
Ball up, half forward here for the Saints. Saab trying to clear, spills the way of Walsh, who spun around, got a hand pass out of defence. He's had a good quarter, Sammy Walsh. Had a good game for whatever that's worth, as Cripps tries to get a little kick through, links up eventually with Hewitt. Now to Akers, his kick picked off. Sinclair wins it back on the wing for the Saints. To Hall by hand to Wilson. Extra hand pass finds Garcia. Kick charge down. Saab does well. Blues win it back. Akers tried to get it away. They cough it up. Sinclair to Wanganeen Miller. Centre half forward for the Saints. Handball away to Owens. Flares it to Hill. He's 52 out. He kicks into the pocket. He wanted Sharman. He was caught wrong-footed, and the ball ends up out of play. Forward pocket for St Kilda.
Just to confirm, you were sort of right there, Corbin. I mean, I remember his announcement that he's not going to go on, but that Joe Schmidt will continue to coach until mid-2026, and then Les Kiss takes over next year.
Okay, so next year. Yep.
DeConey wins the hit out down towards Binns. Shoots a hand pass outside of the defensive 50, but only as far as Hill. He kicks the Saints back to full forward. They come from all directions. Young spoils still alive for the Saints. Sinclair's onto it. Sinclair's kick touched on the way through, and it'll end up out of play. Forward pocket here for the Saints at the Ponsford stand end. Carlton by 14. Half-hour mark, third quarter.
They need a goal, Corby, because that 13, 14 points is a mountain the last quarter of the way the game's been going.
Well, the Blues have been dropping like flies. They're down on the bench as the boundary throwing comes back in. Last minute before three-quarter time, and it's been good old Ross, who's got his fingerprints all over this third term. It's been dour. It's been defensive. Ball up inside 50 to Koning, straight down to Wanganeen. Miller throws it on the boot. It goes so high, he skies it and lands in the second row, and they can't take a mark, the Saints fans down there. Carlton still holding on to a 14-point lead. Free kick in the back pocket to Akers. Got both shoulders strapped. And the margin will be 14 points as we turn for home at the MCG in front of 60,000 fans on Spud Frawley's special game. It is Carlton 9-8-62, St Kilda 7-6-48. The goal kickers for the Blues, Curno's got 3, Mackay's got 2, Young's got 2, White and Binns, the youngsters, a goal each. And for the Saints, Higgins with a couple, Sharman with a couple, and Filippo, Caminiti and Hall. It's all set up after we had 14 goals kicked in the opening half. It was just 1 goal apiece. And at three-quarter time, the margin is 14, the same as it was, Corby, at half-time.
The Blues didn't lose any more troops, so that's good news for them. McGovern off to hospital, unfortunately, with a sternum injury. I did see the pictures of him, though, on the cart as he was loaded. The stretcher. That's what I was looking for. Thanks, Cal. As he's loaded into the back of the ambulance, he didn't look too distressed, which is good news. So hopefully he's okay, and that's just precautionary. But he's off to hospital in the back of the ambulance, and Lockie Cowan has a hamstring injury. But good news for the Blues. Both Blake Akers with that shoulder, and the other one was Nick Haynes, who got the head knock, have been cleared and able to return in that third quarter. Meanwhile, for the Saints, we were watching Jack Higgins, who had an incident earlier in the quarter, but Ben, he was able to get back out there and return for the Saints, which is good news. He's got a couple of goals Lance Collard is their sub, who's yet to be used. All right, more from Mick and Lingy coming up in just a moment off the SMS. Phil from Victoria says this is a very odd football game. Not sure what it is. Has a black cat crossed the field or something? Certainly panned out a little bit that way. And from Fran in Melbourne, this is a funny old game. Is this a funny old game, or is it just me compared to last night's? It's certainly, it was a grind, as we say in the classics, in that third quarter, just one goal each. The Blues by 14 points. The thoughts of Mick and Lingy coming up next. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
ABC iView covers every angle. Insiders.
Who will govern Australia for the next 3 years?
Swingers.
Swing voters are where all the action's at.
And Gruen Nation.
You can trust me.
ABC iView. Always free, always informative.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Saints down to half forward, spills to Windhager, gives it to Wang, and then Miller, what a kick. And Sharman takes a tumbling mark. 30 out, right half forward. Cooper Sharman on the drop punt. That's superb. Oh, this game is right on. The Saints edge a little closer. And the lead for the Blues cut to 7.
14 goals Mick kicked in the opening half of footy. We've had one goal in nearly a quarter of footy. Ross has got his fingerprints all over this third term. He shanked the last one. It was a miserable kick.
It's going a drop punt. Straight drop punt. This is an awkward angle.
It is an awkward angle because you overlay.
They lead it by 8.
Overlay to the left.
Has he got the yips, Harry? No, he hasn't. He buries those demons and he's booted too.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
That was the third quarter action, just one goal each. Carlton by 14 points at three-quarter time at the same margin that they led by at the half. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse, our experts, Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood calling the footy. And Ben Cameron on the boundary tonight. Lance Collard yet to be used, the sub tonight for the Saints. NRL action, of course, you can find the calls of the NRL games through the ABC Listen app. Tonight, the two fixtures in round 10, it was the Gold Coast Titans by 4 over Newcastle, 24-20. And in the late game, it's just gone final. The South Sydney Rabbitohs 22-14 winners over the Brisbane Broncos. Lingy and Mick, what do you make of all this? A 14-point buffer for the Blues as we turn for home.
Well, St Kilda certainly don't make it pretty for us, Mick. 2 Friday nights in a row we've had them now, and they stick to a game plan, and Ross Lyon and the Saints couldn't care less about what's pretty or not pretty. They want to win the game, and at least in that quarter, they had the game probably looking the way they would like it to, but just didn't quite get enough reward for some of their early work in that quarter. Both teams kick 1 goal too. What do you do here, Mick, if you're Ross Lyon and the Saints? So they trust the way they play, that is that real defensive, but he's almost got to let them go a little bit more because they're 14 points down. You've got to kick, let's call it 4 goals.
I reckon.
To this quarter, maybe 5, but let's call it 4 to win the game from here. So do you risk opening it up a little bit, or do you trust that the way you play is still going to get you the 4 goals?
Well, I'm not. No, because
No. Yep.
I just think that if you keep playing like this, and I'll just give the listeners just a snapshot of the way the game went that quarter. In the third, let's go the second quarter, both sides had around 1,400 metres, 1,350, 1,450. So that means that the ball has travelled up and down the ground. In Carlton's case, nearly 1,400 metres and St Kilda the other way. That quarter was just over 1,100 metres each. So that means the ball didn't move.
Yeah.
And by the ball not moving, the score was 1 goal 2. If Saints kick 1 goal 2 next quarter and Blues are goalless, we know who's going to win, because 14 points is not 1 goal 2. So they have to put some... The speed on the ball is done through only 2 or 3 players. They need to engage. They've got to get 3 or more players to do that. Sorry, Corby.
Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben.
Yeah, a little bit of a stuff around here for the Saints. So Lance Collard was about to come into the game. They went to try and get Mateus Filippo off the ground before the quarter started. In the end, they had to bail out and said, stay out there. So I do assume that Filippo will be the man that comes off for Lance Collard when he does come into the game in a moment.
Sorry to jump in, Benny. Just on our vision, we've got the beauty of having the screens in here. Jack Higgins is the one being subbed out, and you were onto that in that third quarter with Higgins being checked out down in the rooms. So that's a big blow for the Saints.
He's angry, so you'd hope that he's injured and frustrated, and not the fact he's been sent to the bench, which you wouldn't imagine, Corby.
Blues by 14 points. Can they protect this lead as they turn for home as De Koning gets the centre break, drives it to full forward. Howard punches it away for the Saints and punches it out of bounds. So what was that complaint earlier, Ben, from what you could see with Jack Higgins?
Well, it wasn't clear. So he looked like someone who was winded. He was sort of hunched over and gasping. So I'm not 100% sure, but we'll get an update from the Saints in a moment.
He's a leading goal kicker this year with 23, and Kel mentioned earlier just one behind Ben King in the Coleman medal tally, but an early finish for him out at three-quarter time, subbed out. Blues win it from the boundary throw-in. Sard inside 50, Durden, fair piece of it in the air, not quite. Falls the Saints' way. Wilkie to Windhager and now to Marshall, clearing kick out of defence. Footy bounces up the wing, and it'll be Cripps who picks it off. Handball away to Sard.
He keeps it in board. Hewitt. Cripps, all by hand. Now wheeling around is Walsh, goes short, kicks it straight to the opposition. Burns was there to fill the hole of Charlie Curnow, who was charging out in the pocket. And Burns' kick into the other back pocket where Wanganeen Miller is. Playing a little injured with a wonky ankle. Finds Hill, wedges the kick over the top, and Sharman takes the uncontested mark right in front of the Saints bench. Needed to be sharp, and it was. That precise pass to Philippou. Back to Wanganeen Miller, who goes long. It was a wonderful kick. Can he finish it off in the end? Caminiti, he can't. And that's because he had Wiedering as his opponent, who went the one spoil, then the second spoil, and sees it over. Ben Cameron.
Interesting, the reason we've been given for the Saints and Higgins' substitution, illness.
Yeah, he was ill during the week. He came off the track early on Wednesday. And that's odd with the game on the line, and the leading goal kicker has kicked a couple tonight.
Yep.
It's an early shower.
And he's the one, that type of player that can create a goal. So now they've got to mark the football.
From a boundary throw into a ball up. Inside the forward 50 for the Saints. Marshall wins it down, but straight to Sard. Gets a hurried kick out of defence. Finds the safety of the boundary line. Ump says, deliver it. It's a tough school.
Well, the player missed it by not even half a metre.
And he was dumped to the ground. Sard.
The Saints are switching. They go all the way back off the boot of Bradley Hill to Stocker. And now across the ground to the southern edge of that centre square to Wilkie. He looks inside the forward 50. They come from all directions. Wiedering spoils. The pack forms in front of him. We'll have a ball up forward pocket here for the Saints. Carlton by 14. 3 minutes gone. Final term Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Lingy, I think the Saints are looking too deep. They're not looking at the 40-metre target.
Just a little hit up.
Yeah, and Wiedering's covered this beautifully because he's just getting on both sides of the ground. The Saints are getting the ball across at 70 metres. Instead of going a 50-metre kick, look for the 30-metre kick, and they will find players at that mark.
Yeah, and
they're going too deep.
And no disrespect to Caminiti, he's not Max King.
Well,
so he's not going to be able to take that big one too often. Yeah, I'm with you.
We went from a ball up to a boundary throw in. Half forward here for the Saints. It's a real scrap on hands and knees. Still gets it out to Marshall, who just bombs away. And Wiedering almost the one-handed mark. It didn't matter. Last line of defence, he's happy just to professionally see that one over for a rush behind. Carlton by 13 points. It was the Blues by 3 at quarter time, by 14 at half time. A goal each in that Dower third term, 14 points at three-quarter time. First score in the final term is a rush behind.
Long kick up to the wing off the boot of Chera. Ends up with Mackay. Had the blinkers on.
Yeah.
He was caught by Howard. Never saw him coming.
And just, you'd love that awareness you're talking about there, Corbs. Just knock that ball on. If you keep surging the ball forward there, it catches the Saints out. They want to press so hard where the ball is.
Yeah.
If you can get it forward and keep it rolling forward, you can catch them out big time.
Ball up on the wing as Cripps gets a handball out wide looking for Walsh, and it's out of play, so we'll have a throw in front of the benches.
Still want to see McRae get into the game a bit because he's reasonably creative. He's not getting a lot of the football because of these closing conditions.
Collard on the ground. The sub for his first look at it as Hall is
eye contact against to Sard perhaps.
The whistle
they've blown it the other way. Well, I thought it was against Sard, but one umpire signalled the other way.
Max Hall will get it, a mid-season recruit from last year, a cattle farmer. And goes short for the Saints, finds McRae. So a 13-point lead for the Blues, 5 gone final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Nick Moldhouse was
8 metres.
Yep, and he gave it to Bradley Hill, so he gets it back straight away. And now McRae goes longer this time. Marshall flew for the mark, spoil from Silvani from behind. Now Sard. Handballs over the top. Gets it back to Akers, now back in board. Hollands, they've got some real run about it. It was Ollie Hollands to Walsh and then to Harry Mackay. Sliding in right on 50, doesn't want to take the set shot, centering kick. And this time Elijah Hollands marks a little closer and definitely more in front. From 40 metres out, he'll have a set shot, Elijah Hollands. Just the one goal so far this year from his 3 games.
But you're right though, Cal. He didn't want to take the set shot.
He didn't, but that's a difference between the two sides. Mackay marked it at 49. Hollands has marked it at 40. The Saints want to mark it 10.
Yeah.
It's not happening. Not while Wiedering's down there.
So he's usually pretty accurate, Elijah Hollands. From directly in front. And he's just hooked it at the last minute.
Never looked like it.
Out to the left. And he shakes his head in frustration and disgust. He can't believe it. And this game is still delicately poised, the same as it has been since half-time, basically. 14 points, a real tug of war.
Kick out from Wanganeen. Miller finds Hill, and then he switches back out to the other side. Howard short kick to Burns. Is anyone confident enough to call it one way or the other? As the kick goes down the wing from McRae, handball out to Windhager, sends the Saints over halfway, and Caminiti marks.
No.
Nope. They're still in the balance. Carlton by 14 points. Caminiti kicks inside the forward 50. Punched away by Young. Slides off his knuckles. Silvani back pocket. Tackled. Run down. It's out of play. And the ump says spin it in.
Nick, whatever happened to the rule where the boundary line couldn't save you from holding the ball?
Well, if you get caught before the boundary line, the boundary line's no... Who cares?
I swear
it's gone.
That said that the boundary line can't be your saviour from holding the ball.
Only if you get caught behind the boundary. And that's right, Lingy. Spot on.
Saints home game. And I tell you what, they're feeling it riding every bump at the moment out of their seats. Boundary throw in. This is deep here for St Kilda, but they can't get a clear break. And it goes from a throw in to a ball up 25 metres out from St Kilda's goal. If they can goal here, they'll get within 8 points. Oh, Sinclair reads it beautifully off the rucks, and he snaps the goal. The Star Saint, 2-time All-Australian.
Brilliant.
As easy as you like. And that might be the spark, the energy they required to draw them back within 8. 8-7-55, Carlton 9-9-63. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. And that's the highlight of the second half, which has been very dour.
Is that a glimpse into the future for St Kilda fans to cone him down to Sinclair?
Lingy, how does that happen?
Well, I'll tell you how it happens. One, let's start with the brilliant. Sinclair, superb, well done, well rowed. Adam Sard will never, ever, ever, ever want to watch that replay again.
Didn't do anything, did he?
That is some of the worst forward stoppage defending you will see. He just trailed in behind and did absolutely nothing.
He thought he had weight of numbers, so therefore I'm happy the way it is. There was I'll give you a little bit there. There was a slight block, but not a block you can't walk through.
You've got to be able to fight through that one.
Yeah, you do.
Takonin, another big hit out back at the restart. Wanganeen Miller are off the square, tackled straight away.
Well, good as this kid, just one touch. That's what I love about Wanganeen Miller.
8-point lead for Carlton, 9-9 to 8-7. It's been a grind in the second half. Goals have been at an absolute premium. St Kilda still need another 2 to win it. They've got the first one, and Wanganeen Miller are first possession again, but he's tackled.
That's what Carlton have got to be thinking. They've still got to score. I know you can be a bit safer with the ball. It's been an arm wrestle, but still be looking to score. You've got a forward line with Curnow and Mackay up there.
And both are in fair touch too, especially Curnow.
9 minutes gone, final term. We'll do it all again. This is the fourth time we'll have a ball up in the centre square. Marshall grabs it out of the ruck. Quick kick forward, but an intercept mark. And it's Silvani.
Yeah, good mark. Really strong mark. Took the good position.
Goes wide for the Blues. An 8-point lead for Carlton. To Wiedering. Kicks further wide to Ollie Hollands.
You are not going to be able to just keep possession of the ball for 14 minutes.
Yeah. They've won only 3 final quarters this year, the Blues. The Saints have won 4. Hollands kicked to a contest. His brother's in that pack. It spills off hands to Motlop. 70 metres out. Kicks inside 50. Durden. Geez, good overhead. And Corey Durden rips it down out of the night sky, and he'll have a look here from right half forward, 40 metres out.
But well done by Motlop.
Motlop kept it alive.
Yeah, because I think in that situation, if you were going back into this, let's just save our lead, you let that trickle out of bounds. Instead, he's like, no, here's a chance for us to go forward quickly to one-on-ones. Did the right thing.
Yep.
He might just about be the tallest 173-centimetre player in the league. Corey Durden. He misses on the side or behind.
Leaving the door open.
Carlton by 9 points, 9-10 to 8-7. 11 played final term. The Saints need 2 goals to win it. This game beautifully placed in front of a bumper crowd, the 5th edition of Spuds game, Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
No, I know they can go straight in the middle, because look, he's in the middle of the ground. He just sets up so well, Wiedering.
So the Sharon in the damaging hands of Wanganeen Miller, but he's kicked it straight to De Koning. Fumbles the mark in the end, but he's got support, Walsh, and then back to Chera on the broadcast wing. Now Silvani just stabs that kick, and it was a good one to Hollands, marking uncontested. That's Ollie Hollands. Goes closer to goal where Walsh has marked it. Right up against the boundary line, just outside the arc. Pokes it. Oh, and that's out of bounds on the full. Kerno was charging out in the pocket, but disappointing from
it's not
player
a good kick.
with Sam Walsh's skills.
Did Carlton know how to win it?
I was going to say, that's a kick to save the game, but it's too early. There's 12 and a half minutes of actual play to go.
Here's Wilkie exiting the defensive 50, but turns it over to Mackay, who nervously takes a juggled mark, uncontested.
Backwards. They need to win it, not lose it.
Back to Wiedering. He's on the logo broadcast side all the way back to Haynes.
So they kicked 8 goals in a half of footy, and then they've kicked 1 goal in 1.5 quarters of footy.
Short to Chera. Of course, they've been overrun a bit in games already this year.
Quick to Akers.
Across the centre square finds Wiedering now. The quick kick. There you go, Lingy. Up to high half forward. Finds Akers. 55 metres out. Closes to 52. Kicks to full forward. Big Mark Marshall. Getting back in defence, and at fullback picks it off for the Saints. Blues by 9. 12 and a half gone. Final term.
A couple of leads that were ignored then. So Marshall gives it to Burns. He can share it around to Boxall and then go wide along the southern wing. Still's got it. The skipper tries to get around Binns. He does. He takes a bounce and he delivers further up the ground. Sharman takes the mark out in front of Haynes. A little bit quieter tonight, Sharman, after his breakout game last week, although he has picked a couple. He's too far out to score. Oh, he grubbers that. Luckily, it goes in the way of a teammate picking it up. Was Collard, a high ball, but it was out of bounds as he swung his boot at it. So it'll come back to a boundary throw in, 40 metres out here for the Saints in this final quarter. It is Carlton by 9 points. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Jimmy Webster has come to the bench there. Having a look, I think it may be a finger issue that he has there, maybe a wrist. They're just assessing it at the moment.
Cooper Lord, by the way, the boundary thrower, making sure he's standing right on Jack Sinclair after the earlier mishap from Adam Sard. And the boundary throw in. Cripps inadvertently sockers it forward. Wilkie grabs it. He's held up in the tackle. And that's southern wing.
Yeah, the Saints aren't making any ground because of the way they're moving the ball. It's just so slow. And they're allowing a slower Carlton side to actually get in a good position defensively. The Carlton defence is not quick.
No.
And if the Saints move it in there quickly, they're going to catch them out with leg speed.
From the ball up, we do it once and then twice, and now there's a free kick. It's going St Kilda's way, and Owens to take it from a ruck infringement. Carlton by 9. There's still just over 10 minutes on the game clock. Half of the quarter elapsed. Kicks inside 50. Slips straight through the hands of Young. trying to take the defensive mark. Boxall, centering kick for the Saints. White goes to ground with the footy. Platforms over the top of him. He is in trouble, holding the ball. And Will White is going to cough it up with Philippo and Sinclair, the two-man tackle. And Mateus will get it dead in front, 35 out.
Well, it's one way of having a shot on goal, I suppose, through a free kick, but the actual approach to it, that ball in the air, Carlton had 3 players around it.
Yeah, Carlton.
Philippo trots in his first game of the year, puts the Saints within a kick. The MCG is alive, and Carlton's lead is just 3. 15 gone in the final term. St Kilda 9-7-61. Carlton 9-10-64. And there's a whole lot of time left in this game yet. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Carlton have only got themselves to blame.
Oh, absolutely.
They're in this position right now. 3 points is the lead because of the way they've played this last quarter. There's some of the kicks inside forward 50, the couple of misses, Elijah Hollins and Corey Durden missed, but the way that they're trying to get this game played with so much time left on the clock is just leaving the door open for St Kilda to scrounge a score here, scrounge a score there, and they might pinch it.
Well, there's 10 minutes left, Liggy.
Yeah.
Both sides have only got 3 on the bench the way this is at the moment. Left, if Webster can't come back on, so...
Bounces perfect in the centre, and Owens up against De Koning, a free going the way of the Saints.
Well, you see, both ruckmen look at the umpire and go, OK, which way's the dice fallen? Because...
Did De Koning cross the line then?
Oh, you've let it cross the line.
Right, OK.
Once it's bounced.
Yep, Owens has got the free. Kicks to a 2-on-2. Sharman was the target. And then the tackle might have been slipped high for the Blues, but the umpire says no, play on. So Carlton's got it. Marking it inside the centre square was Curnow. Curnow kicks to his partner in crime, Mackay, but he went sideways. He's got it still inside the square. He can dab it to a player all by himself, and it's the sub tonight in Cooper Lord who takes the mark 40 metres out, sliding Shangle.
Why wouldn't you go to Ollie Hollins there? Who was running inside 50 by himself.
And how lazy was Hill?
Yeah, to chase him.
Chase him.
Yeah.
He was, fair dinkum, he was praying to St. Leo, or Pope Leo.
Very holy night with the Saints and everything else.
Well, it could be Lord saying his prayers if he can smash one here. He flushes it from 50! And Lord says hallelujah! Back out by 9, the Blues. After they led by as much as 24 earlier in this match, the Saints are charging, but Lord, his prayers are answered. 10-10-70, St Kilda 9-7-61. It's Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport with Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Mick, isn't it funny that it took until Carlton was challenged and that last goal got to 3 points for them to then take the game on. Play with some speed through the middle of the ground, kick, open it up, and lo and behold, they kick a goal. Now they've got to do it again. What have we got to go in the game already?
Well, there's about 10. There's about 9. Well, we're just under 9 minutes.
So again, that's still enough time.
Plenty of time. That's legitimate time, and that'll go for 15 minutes.
So still try and win the game from here if you're Carlton, not just save the game.
Well, and the Saints now got to reverse that, and they got the goal through a free kick, whereas it's so difficult to get a goal the way the Saints are playing.
Saints by 9. Rucks come together again. Lets them roll this time, and we'll have a ball up again inside the middle of the G. 65,680. 65,680. A St Kilda home game at the MCG.
Great crowd.
Absolutely. One a year for 3 years running now for the Saints. Hewitt to Lord, over the top to Cripps. Handball away to Evans. He's tackled and a ball up. Centre half forward here for Carlton. Both subs made. Collard in for Higgins. And the Saints, the Blues rather, very early. Lord coming in from a Governor's off to hospital with a sternum injury. Quick kick forward for the Saints. Binns picks it off. Is he taken high? No. Ball up again inside the centre square.
No attempt either.
Had to be one or the other.
Well, I thought he was going to play holding the ball.
Carlton by 9. They've tipped over the halfway mark in this final term. A number of bodies go down. The ball comes out the back. St Kilda's way. Windhager kicks up to Sharman. And Air Cooper up in the sky, picks it off on the shoulders of Saad, plays on, kicks it into oncoming traffic. Saints still able to win it back in the end as Wanganeen Miller at a Burns, now to McRae, got it out to Wanganeen Miller.
Oh, he couldn't get through two. He got past Harry with a 12, but Saad wrapped him up and he's livid. Saad will take the free kick. Wanganeen Miller has come straight to the ground, so there's no Saints player manning the mark.
He doesn't like having his shoulders sat on Adam Saad.
He can hear on the left. He woofs it all the way down to O'Connell for the Saints, who takes the defensive mark, and an important one at that.
This gets me. His first look is
backwards.
Not only backwards, in a position where... because I haven't thought the game out what's going to happen with the next kick. That's playing chess. Good sides will look at it. That's where I can go because my next kick can go another 50 metres. The Saints are now stuck in the same position. In fact, probably a worse position.
Which is deep in the defensive 50, Lingy.
Yeah, so it's okay to go that backwards, what we call the V kick, when there's a fast switch available on the other side of the ground. But when it's not there, don't go backwards.
Now O'Connell goes down looking for and asking a lot of Mateus Philippou, surrounded by Blues players, and Saad happy just to palm up on all fours over the boundary line. They'll reset here. Carlton by 9 points. Less than 7 minutes to play. A crowd of 65,680 in the house. And a lot of them are Saints fans.
A boundary throw in. DeConing wins it down. Cripps got his arms free. Swings a hand pass forward in the tackle. O'Connell paddles it to the advantage of Wilson under pressure from Durden. Wilson wins it for the Saints. Hand pass away to Steele, slips over on his backside, still got it away to McRae, kicks the Saints to halfway. Marshall marks. DeConing caught wrong-footed. Marshall heads down to half-forward. Saad breaks it up. Ball hits the deck. Sinclair quick hands to Owens. Handball away to Max Hall. Hall on the run, shoots. Behind out to the right. Makes it an 8-point game. They still need 2 goals to win it, the Saints. And there's 6 minutes on the game clock. Carlton by 8 points. 22 gone final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
That's the first time they've actually come in like that and run the ball into the goal.
Wiedering drives it. Goes about 60, 70 metres. The spoil from behind. Was from Dougal Howard, but he's given away the free in a one-on-one with Mackay.
Yeah, Mackay fought hard for front position then. Really worked hard. I don't know if the free kick was
He
there.
reached up and chopped at his arms, didn't he? That's what the umpire said. Anyway, Mackay's got it. Half back. And Marshall, the double grabber.
That marked at half forward again, the Blues.
Curnow was there and he's forced to stand the mark. So Marshall's now got it at half back. Make sure of it to Burns, the kick wide. Burns has got it just in front of the Saints bench, where Wanganeen Miller is desperate to get back on. He's so important to this Saints team. Kick goes inboard to Jimmy Webster. Carlton by 8 points. Just over 5 minutes to play. Webster short. They're very cautious here, the Saints, to steal.
Especially when they need 2 goals.
Yeah, exactly.
Still sees a lead on in the middle, and it was a beautiful kick because he's able to hit up Max Hall. Hall can go. Now, instead of going forward, he goes sideways to Stocker. Stocker's been urged by the Saints fans to go and go quickly. The spoil came from Young. Spills down to Walsh. Spins out of trouble. Gives the handball to Cripps. Cripps out wide. Motlop caught underneath it. But great resurgence. Good second effort. He mops it up. He gives it off to his teammate, Will White, who kicks inside 50, but it's all St Kilda. And Webster marks and they can go. With 4.5 minutes to go, the Saints need a goal and about 3 points or 2 goals.
Webster comes wide to Steele.
That's great play by Carlton.
Yep.
As soon as I saw that happen, they come and fill the hole. The Saints were just totally held up.
Steele forced to go long down the line. Kicks a little more inboard than he would have hoped. Spills to Elijah Hollands, tackled, holding the ball. Gee, took a long time, and Owens came and got him. Saints continue to press forward. Handball to McRae. Kicks into the pocket. The target, Caminiti. One bounce, slides out of bounds.
Jack McRae should have given that hand pass off. That was a really selfish act then by Jack McRae. That was a hand pass. He gives it off to a player who's on his right side. Probably could have got the 50 and had a shot. McRae's kick really just.
Carlton by 8, 25 gone final term. Forward 50 stoppage for the Saints. Ollie Hollands, first possession from the throw-in, hand pass to Chera, kicks it out on the full. Kicks it over the fence. 3 rows back and a free for the Saints, 50 out. Steele takes it, lays it up to the hot spot. An intercept mark for Walsh, no. Ball's able to get out. Owens got it to Caminiti, swatted down, still a chance for the Saints. There are so many players inside the forward 50, and Wanganeen Miller are tackled. Just about every player is inside the attacking 50 for the Saints. Carlton by 8 points. 3.5 minutes on the game clock. Friday night footy, ABC Sport.
Marshall in the right position, dabs it down. Sard's there, gets the hurried kick away. Motlop goes without it. On all fours was Mackay. Fires out a handball. It'll come as far as Howard. He goes without it and he's hurt himself behind play. Now the Blues are away. Quick hurried kick across half-back goes to Hollands. Elijah's got it. He can steady the kick and marking it is Walsh.
Now this is the right decision, where you just control the possession for as long as you can. The clock's your friend now, because we're down to 3 minutes, 10 seconds to go.
South side wing, dabs the kick, goes to Hollands. This is Ollie. Good to see Dougal Howard back up. Might have just been a bit of cramp. They're going to suck all the air and use up all the seconds they can here. As Ollie Hollands goes to Lewis Young, back to Ollie Hollands. Got it on the southern wing. Kicks towards Mackay. His direct opponent Stocker slips over. Mackay can't get anywhere near it and it trickles over their head. It'll be a boundary throw in right on the 50 with 2.5 to play and the margin is 8. Carlton lead.
And the shots of the coach's box. Michael Voss has not been able to sit down just about the whole second half. Pacing at the back of the box. Boundary throw in. DeConey knocks it inside 50 for the Blues. Wanganeen Miller had it, lost it. Spills out in the tackle. Durden misses. On the run from the left forward pocket at behind and the door stays open. It is a 9-point lead for Carlton. 27 gone final term.
Oh, it was straight down the centre corridor, but it was a brilliant play by Sard, who worked his way in front, got the spoil, and now there's a chance here for the Blues as Akers gives it back to Elijah Hollands. Handballs over the top. A little dab of a pass and Mackay marks inside the right forward pocket at the city end. It was a lovely, well-weighted kick from the youngster Will White, who assessed his options and just dabbed it out to the lead of Harry Mackay, who'll have to go back. He asks the security guard in yellow to please move, sir. He's right up against the boundary line. They're hanging over the fence. Saints fans giving him plenty of advice. He's in the right forward pocket, which is the right pocket for a left footer. Carlton by 9. 1.5 minutes to go. Can he be the hero again? Yes, Harry! Happy is Harry, and so too are the Blues fans. And once again on the big stage, he gets on top of those mental demons. And it's a 15-point lead to the Blues. And that goal packs an extra emotional punch. 11-11-77. St Kilda 9-8-62. And that will break the resistance of the brave Saints.
Certainly will. That has done it.
Yeah,
a great kick by Harry Mackay.
Game, set and match.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was good composure by the Blues going forward. Even, to be honest, even if he'd missed it, the fact that they were able to take 30 seconds off the clock, wind it right down, well played.
DeConey back in the middle, wins the hit out for the Blues. It's going to come Carlton's way and the skipper Cripps will take it. Swings a kick inside the forward 50. Mackay hunts out after it, paddles it out in front of him and finds the safety of the boundary line. He's going to throw in 50 out from the Blues goal.
Dougal Howard looks sore.
Has he got a hamstring or has he got cramp or what? Because he's running like he's got...
Remember he had the adductor issue last week?
Yeah. Well, he's going to be done on the lead if it comes to that. Mind you, I'd be taking back to the goal square and leading because if you know your opponents can't move.
DeConey once and twice, eventually comes away to Marshall, who's still sitting on the ground after falling down in a ruck contest. Handball to McRae, turnover, kick inboard, reaches Ollie Hollins, and he takes the intercept mark. And Ollie Hollins, clever footy, retreats all the way back to Curnow, who's been thrown behind the ball. And they're hoping to try and peel the last of these seconds off the clock. 29.5 gone, final turn, Blues by 15.
Yeah, it's all over.
The short kicking game, Haynes to Wiedering and now to Silvani.
This is mature, and now they've got the long option to Harry Mackay, just as a bailout against the boundary line.
Long kick down the wing. Motlop goes the climb, and he's going to give away the free for in the back. Leaping up on Stocker. Sinclair grabs the footy for the Saints, kicks inboard. O'Connell the target, didn't quite get to him. Marshall mops it up for St Kilda, gives it to Wilson, kicks to Webster, sweeping hand pass to Hill. But the Baggers are back in the season. That's 4 wins in their last 5. They drag the Saints down to 4 and 5 and get themselves up to that footing. The Baggers by 15.
We are the old dark navy blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. We're all the champions they like to send up. We'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark blues.
It was a pretty significant spiritual day for some, but unfortunately the Saints couldn't follow through and join in the party. They go down by 15 points here tonight in their biggest game on the home and away calendar. Spuds game falling the way of Carlton. They led by 3 points at quarter time, 14 at the half, 14 at three-quarter time, and ended up winning by 15 points. It came at a cost. Mitch McGovern off to hospital after being subbed out in the opening quarter with a sternum injury, and Lockie Cowan doing his hamstring. The Baggers, though, 4 points richer.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. With all the champions they like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark blues.
Well, they did it a different way, the Blues, tonight. They win a hard-fought, grind-em-out type contest tonight against the Saints, as it felt like the life almost came out of the contest in the second half, and yet Carlton were able to hold their nerve and ultimately win by 15 points. They did get within a kick, St Kilda, in that last quarter, but the Blues steadying up to kick the last 2 goals of the game. So the goal kickers, 3 for Curnow, 3 for Mackay. I'll come back to that in a moment. 2 for Young, and then singles for Binns, Lord and White. Meanwhile, for St Kilda, 2 goals for Filippo, 2 goals for Higgins, who was subbed out with illness, and 2 goals for Sharman, and then 1 each for Sinclair, which was a ripper from a stoppage, Hall and Caminiti. A 15-point win for the Blues. Both teams now 4 and 5 on the season. It can't be overlooked. I mean, it's a clear storyline, and particularly on such a night, as much as this is St Kilda's game, but the game is designed to shine a light on mental health, and basically try to destigmatise a lot of the language around it, but also raise vital funds for the Danny Frawley Centre, which obviously focuses on mental well-being of the programs that they produce and the research that they're able to do at such a place. And here we have a guy in our competition in Harry Mackay, who has been quite public with his own mental health battles. Took some time away recently, missed out on playing a couple of big games for the Blues, made his way back, suffered concussion, missed a week, ultimately gets back on the park. And when the game was there to be won in the last quarter, Lingy, it's Harry Mackay from wide out at right half forward, and the game that's meant to highlight mental health, it's they're producing a big-time moment to win his team the game.
Yeah, good call, Corbs. It's a good shout-out. And it was a huge moment, and it was a tough set shot, and he had to go back and nail it, and he did it. And I think Carlton fans, I'm not going to say St Kilda fans tonight, but other footy fans would be really happy for him for exactly what you've described. It was a tough game of football.
It was
incredibly
really
tough game of football. Yeah. Obviously, Carlton we wanted them to keep attacking a bit more and really try and win the game in the last quarter rather than saving the game. But they were down a little bit of personnel. So McGovern goes off injured early. Cowan then misses out, and then a couple other sore players as well. So they had to almost
manipulate it.
Yeah, sticky tape a few things back together. The Saints, they play hard. They certainly defend well. They've certainly got an intent to follow the coach's instructions. But outside of Wanganeen Miller, who I thought was superb, Jack Sinclair occasionally, there's not a lot of genuinely attacking options and really brave, bold, smart ball use when they went forward. And
well, it's hard to find it, Lingy, when you say it like that, because
9 goals for the game.
Yeah, and Jack McRae, we reeled off all these things he does. When I look at how he played with the Dogs last year, the year before, he's a great accumulator of football. He's a lovely bloke, but looking at him today with those possessions, he did burn a couple of his teammates, and he just wasted a few, even that last one through the corridor.
He found it hard today, didn't he?
He did find it hard today. I just think that the Saints are going to be one of those sides that, because they have to work so hard, there's no question. This is. I coached against Ross way back in the Premiership year and the year before that, and he was against Geelong in
09.
Back-to-backs in 09 and 10. They lost. The game style itself is massively difficult because you've got to run from one opponent to the next opponent to the next opponent. So the fitness component's got to be really built up, and I don't know whether you had pre-seasons. Pre-seasons of yesteryear are far harder than what they are now. So whether you can get those young players to last long enough, all week to week's another thing, because last week they just destroyed the opposition. This week, Carlton obviously had a plan themselves, and as the game wore on, I just thought the Saints, especially the second and third quarter, they just dropped. They couldn't seem to get to the Carlton play, even though it was only 1 or 2 goals each in that quarter.
It's a labour-intensive way of playing, isn't it? And you need to. You talk about those teams that made a grand final, and with the Fremantle teams as well. You need a couple of those real, genuine star players to give you some reward for all that work that you've done. And
absolutely.
You think of Nick Riewoldt and Lenny Hayes and Nick Del Santo, and then you think of Pavlich and a few of those players.
Yeah, Fife and so forth.
Yeah, so you need those superstars to give you reward for all of that hard work that's going on. And I suppose that's where he's trying to get the group to.
Yeah.
He's got, I think we are both agreeing that he's got one in Wanganeen Miller who's capable of being that type of player.
But he's not going to be the finisher. That's where I reckon they all dropped their head when King went down in the season, and he's come back and hurt himself again, and now we don't know when he's going to be back. Because look, he hasn't set the world on fire, but he's a tall target that attracts a tall defender, which then means those other mediums, they can get into the game. Yeah. Right now, they're just getting smothered, and 9 goals is not going to win you too many matches. 11 goals not going to win you many.
And not when you're playing against the team. So it worked last week against Fremantle, who just played awful football, but St Kilda made them do that. Carlton have got enough weapons that it's not going to work against. So 6 goals between the 2 superstar forwards, Charlie and Harry. But then Cripps had this great battle with Jack Steele, but Cripps slowly got on top and had 10 tackles, had 26 disposals, had 8 clearances. So Cripps found a way through. Sam Walsh, I thought, had some really important moments. They've got Tom de Koning in the ruck. They've got George Hewitt. They've got Wiedering down back as well. So you play this way, but when the opposition have got the guns, then it's hard to win. It really is hard to win against a team like this. And Carlton did what they had to do in tough circumstances. It was an arm wrestle of a game and a couple of players down, but they find a way to get an important win by 15 points.
Yeah, and stats are such lying things. I only watched to half time last night. I think I said to you off air. Then I ended up watching a bit of the rugby because it was just inevitable what was going to take place. And I went through the stats and I saw that Fremantle had 62 insides to 34. Collingwood. It's how you and Elliott kicked 6 because it's the class that catches the football. St Kilda's not going to win too many matches if they think they're going to have 15 players in their front 50 contesting a ball up and hope to get through like Sinclair did once for the whole game off a stoppage. Whereas the Blues, they've got a method in front of the goals. I love the way that Mackay comes up the ground and Curnow hangs back. And I see that switch around. That goal, incidentally, you talk about mental courage.
Yeah.
That goal that he kicked on the back of a miss kick from 40 metres out that looked like it could have gone it went anywhere. Didn't go anywhere near the goal square. That was sure. So, I mean, that's mental toughness.
Amazing.
It was great stuff for him.
Kicks the sealer. Harry Mackay ends up with 3 and the Blues win by 15. Let's head into the winners' rooms. Ben Cameron. Oh, nope, we won't for the time being. So we'll hopefully get some reaction from the Blues coming up in the not too distant future, but we haven't got it for the time being. The Blues cling on to win by 15 points over St Kilda. They led by 3 points at quarter time, 14 at the half, 14 at three-quarter time, and 15 in the finish. You got us, Ben?
I do, sorry. I was negotiating about our guest and I'd failed to turn on the mic, but I'm down here and ready in the rooms now.
Just those little things to remember.
Just the 1%ers sometimes, but that's okay.
All over it.
We're back here and rolling now. The Blues pretty relaxed, just huddling up. A few kids in and around the circle. Paddy Cripps has his daughter Coda in his arms. Jack Silvani's trying to find Charlie, I think his young lad, but nothing doing. They'll huddle up and sing a very low-key Carlton rooms, but they're pretty happy as well. Here we go. So not with a lot of gusto there for the Blues, just going through the motions a little bit like Lingy's teams back in the day when they used to win week in, week out, but these Blues won't be taking wins for granted. We will be chatting to Charlie Curnow in a moment. Ooh. The injury list out of this game for the Blues, which we've referenced throughout. So Mitch McGovern off to hospital with a sternum injury. Blake Acres with a sore right shoulder. I saw some instances late in the game in which he landed on that and we had great discomfort. So really saw there. Lockie Cowan with that hamstring awareness or tightness that kept him out of the game in the second half. So we'll try and bring you more updates as we get them down here in the Carlton rooms.
Thank you, Benny. That was a tired and relieved singing of the song.
Oh, was it ever?
It was a hard game for the Blues.
There's a bit in that, isn't there, for Carlton? I mean, just to win a different way, because there were moments in that last quarter where we thought, they're going to get overrun here. They're banged up. They got an injury list that's mounting. And the Saints had turned it into that sort of grind them out tough game of footy. And yet ultimately they end up with 16 more contested possessions. They win clearance by 10. Exact same amount of inside 50s. Disposals pretty much the same. And ultimately they got it done.
Yeah, and if they want to be taken seriously as a team this season, as of course they do, you just got to find a way to win those ones. And they did it. You find different ways to win. They found a bit of form with those 3 wins in a row. They would have been bitterly disappointed with last week's performance. To then tough it out tonight and get a win, that's an important step forward for where they want to get their season rolling. They're obviously coming from behind. I get all that, and they've got a lot of work to do. Just got to find a way sometimes.
I think Big H and Charlie together tonight kicking 6 is significant. I think because it was either one or the other recently, and I reckon that they've got certainly Charlie early looked like he's going to kick 6.
Yeah.
And then Big H goes and he knocks a few over. So when you've got that combination in any team, and you've got Cripps in the middle and Walsh. Well, it's interesting about Sam Walsh. He's a 9 and 12 player, and yet, his best football is 30 plus. Not always going where it's intended, but a lot more possessions. He just doesn't seem to be in that same rich vein of possession getting.
I think on a night like this, though, you need to lower that.
Oh, yeah, no. But I don't think I'd like to see what his average is for the year, though, because I don't know whether he's had a lot of big 30-plus games.
He had that huge one. Was it against West Coast or North Melbourne? I think West Coast. He might have had 40 in Q3 or...
West Coast is, zipping 8. So.
Yeah.
So, it's...
You got to fill your boots as a mid every now and then.
Yeah, of course you do.
Yeah, Walsh this year, Mickey's gone 25, 22, 26.
Yeah.
31, 37.
Oh, that was the one, the 37.
Yep, 37 and 3. 22, 30, 21.
Yeah, so, look, it's still good, but I think when he's getting his 30, some players can get 30 and you go, oh, did they? But with him getting 30, he's generally carrying the football. His strength around the ball is outstanding. Yeah. He couldn't be tackled a couple of times there tonight. So that's the sort of Walsh that I think Carlton need every time. Yeah. The 30, and particularly against the better side. It's okay to get 37 against West Coast, but I just think you've really got to get... and I know tonight was a real trench stuff. I mean, the Saints weren't going to let anyone get a lot of possessions, and they didn't. When you look at the top there, it was 26, 26, 22, 21. Even the Saints, outside of Wayne Miller at 30, then 26, 24. Not a lot of big possessions by a lot of players.
High tackle game by modern standards too. So Saints 74-69 for Carlton. And just looking at one of the monitors on our screen, Fox showing that the tackle efficiency is at 87% tonight by the Blues. So the AFL average is 64. So huge night for Carlton on that front with high pressure, and ultimately they win by 15 points. We're getting pictures here that Charlie Curno's just put the headphones on. He's with our own Ben Cameron in the winners' rooms. Ben.
Yeah, thank you, Corb. I do have Charlie Curnow down here with me. Let's start with the important stuff. What happened at training during the week? Was there a knee knock or what was it?
Oh, boy, what happened? So Big Congy's flat at me because we spent too much time with each other the day before. We went for a surf down back home in Torquay, and then the next day we just collided at training, just a knee on knee, and yeah, obviously spent too much time together up before that, so... No, it was just one of those days at training. It just didn't go my way, and probably got hyped up a little bit more than what it was because there was people at training watching for once.
I must admit, with all of your knee issues, we're so happy to see you out there fit and playing at the moment. Was there a moment when you panicked and thought, oh no, not again, or not an issue here?
No, mate, never, of course. We know the Saints are, we know what coming up against, so they make the game really hard. They strangle it a little bit, make it hard to move the footy. We probably... started off well, and after that, you probably know as a forward it's going to be, very tight, and they're going to, hold on and make it an extremely hard game for the rest of the half. So, which they did.
But I'm all mean with your knee at training. When you first knocked knees, did you think, gee whiz, this could be serious?
It hit my knee, so yeah, it was a shin. Cool.
Just a corky on the shin.
Yeah, it wasn't in my knee, so yeah.
Okay, good information. I'll send you upstairs. We've got Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, your Jan Juck surfing buddy Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Hello, Charlie.
How you going, mate? You freshened up since that bath the other week?
Yes. Charlie quite nicely hosted us down at the bathhouse down there in Torquay. Beautiful setup, spa and saunas and everything. Thank you for that. I'm feeling cherry ripe. Where did you surf over the weekend, can I ask?
I reckon if I tell you, Ed will have me and Congy for that case, so I better keep it to myself, mate.
Okay, fair enough. I won't push it much more.
Actually, a Torquay point.
Yeah, sure you did. It looked tough out there tonight. That just looked like a real arm wrestle, hard work, lots of contest. Did it feel that way out there?
Yeah, it did, to be honest. Yeah, we can tell where Wilkie's, dominant defender. He's done it for a few years now, and they support him really well. We're pretty worried about their half-backs. They're really good offensively, and they get back hard defensively to help them, and that can really start their fire. So I've got to shout out all the small forwards running around next to me, and Big H and Youngie at times, to kind of slow them down, like your Sinclairs and those types. Very handy players. So we kind of had to, stop those lads and... first and foremost.
Great shout out by you, because they only scored 2 points from rebounds from half-back, the Saints, whereas you guys scored 33 points. I think the average in the AFL is around that 17, 18 point mark. So up the other, you guys got great reward from your running half-backs. That must have been really pleasing.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. So, as I said, we kind of wanted to set up the grounds defensively so we can let Sardi and these boys cut loose a bit off the half-back and have confidence to go for it. And I think Hainsey had a few come back through the corridor. They really like the look of that when our big boys are doing it as well.
Charlie, when some of your players were going all over the place, it looked like you had to put the wall up to save yourself. It appeared that you were able to do that. And I was talking again to the Saints committee or coaching committee beforehand about the inconsistencies of the games. And in your case, you 1 minute you're on top, the next minute, like against Adelaide and back again. What's the means of why does that happen? Put it that way. Is there a lack of faith in one another? Is it because of injuries? Is it because of the opposition you play? Do you play better against certain sides?
I just reckon it's the nature of the game a lot of the time. It probably sounds like a simple answer, but we kind of started hot and we're playing the way we wanted to. And, Ross Lyon, the way he makes his team defend, they're a pretty honest team. You're not going to have it like that for the whole game. So,
But last week you played Adelaide and the game was really done and dusted by half-time. Is there ways back? I mean, today you hung on. It was a great, courageous win, actually, the way the Saints were coming at you.
Oh, yeah, I reckon we played it all right, but I understand there's been inconsistencies in the season, for sure. But one thing that we were just pointing about last week that we hadn't seen so much of any other game of the season is we defended well. So I think that's an outlier by itself. We keep most teams to around 80 points for that Adelaide game, so that's why that was quite disappointing. I'm not sure what St Kilda scored tonight. What did they score?
Yeah, 9 goals, so it wasn't much.
62.
Yeah, so that's more us, and we can always work on our offence. That's kind of, we're obviously really disappointed last week, so we use that as energy this week. But as you said, all the best teams, they do it every week, so that's what we're striving for.
And Charlie, would that be the combination between you and H tonight? Would that be the best you've played this year, do you reckon? Together?
Yeah, pretty much. I think we've been in and out of the side a little bit, so haven't been together the whole time. I don't know how many games we played together, but off the top of my head, that was one of the better ones. And we played the Geelong game quite well together. But the thing is, we can't. It's hard sometimes because you get injuries thrown up, so you have to go around different positions and fly around. And H and we had a good thing going early with Youngie playing forward with us, and we felt like we had a good system. But obviously, had some pretty rough injuries, so that has to throw things around again. But as I said, it's definitely a really good game. I mean, how good was that last quarter by H once again, to be honest? Yeah,
fantastic. Charlie Curnow with us on ABC Sport. Charlie, the carnage on the bench, particularly just before three-quarter time or even before half-time, I think there was 4 guys with a big question mark over them at any one stage, and ultimately you're able to get, obviously, Haynes and Akers back out there. But how aware were you guys on the field, knowing exactly what was going on the bench late in that second term?
I don't know, I'm hoping you can run me through it right now. What's going on? I know Gov, people are down, but do you know what the injuries are? I've got no idea. So
I think the club's telling us it's a hammy for Lockie Cowan or hamstring tightness, and Mitch McGovern had a sternum complaint and was off to hospital, so I think that's where he ended the night.
Poor Gov, man. We were all coming off on half time and he's trying to give us the funds up and have a laugh, and he was just hurting himself more as we're coming down the race. I felt for the big fella, so he was in the back of the ambulance, didn't look too good.
And I noticed a little milestone impending. I thought for a while you were odds on to get it tonight, so goal number 299 you kicked. Yeah, you're on the precipice of becoming the 14th Blue to get to 300. Do you get any satisfaction out of those little milestones along the way?
You're setting me up for a bad answer here. Anyway, I love watching the smalls tackle, lads.
Hey, Charlie, we all know that tonight's game was dedicated to Danny Frawley, Spud's game. So it's a game that highlights mental health issues, especially for men, and the encouraging more men to talk about their mental health issues. Yeah. Can you tell us the last month what you've made of your partner in crime in Harry Mackay? And he sat out a game, he was public with his issues, and how you felt when he kicked the sealer tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. And, obviously on the football field you see those acts and it's great. But yeah, the big fella, he obviously had some things going on, and you just do what you do as anyone would, and you embrace them. And as I said, I love the forward line, and we have a pretty funny little brand going on, and we welcome everyone. So Big H knew that we got his back, and he had to go away and do what he needed. And you got to look after yourselves. It goes to everyone, and he did that right and come back and can just play a key role for us once again. But yeah, as you said about Spud's game, it was an awesome night. For all people, I thought that moment in the square was great. You got big Tommy Boyd speaking away there, and it was just awesome. We had Aaron Hamill kind of chat to us about Spud yesterday in our team meeting before the game, and just gave us a little bit of insight about him as a person. So yeah, we got to learn a lot more this year, and it's hopefully we can play that game a lot more. It was a great game.
It's a joy to watch you go about it, Charlie. Well done tonight, and enjoy the win.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Charlie Curnow with 3 tonight, the equal leading goal kicker on the ground with his mate Harry Mackay. So 6 between them, and Carlton win by 15 points in front of a bumper crowd of over 65,000. The Blues grinded out 11-11 to beat St Kilda 9-8. That was interesting insight. I felt like he started to tell us exactly what happened at training, and by the end of it, I was more confused than I was when we started.
Bump shins. I think it's a lot. Are we that obsessed, though, that if it's said that he's going to play, don't we just drop it? Should we just drop it?
Well, I think the report was, it was originally reported that it was a knee knock, and that was they'd had a collision at training. He might be in some doubt. Then the Blues basically said he's going to play, but we're not going to tell you what the injury is. And so it was, okay, fair enough, and on we go. But they were almost at pains to stress that it wasn't a knee knock, and yet Harry then comes out and says, oh, it was a knee knock, it was shin, or whatever it was.
I think it was
unnecessary mystery.
Yeah, but a lot of training sessions now take place behind closed doors, closed training sessions for clubs who can do it.
Yeah.
So I suppose when it happens on the odd occasion that there's people in there, it becomes a bit of, oh, hang on, Charlie Curnow looks sore.
If you ever look at so many things, really, if people looked at training, there's so many times when players collide or fall over or hold their hamstring or hold their back. And
dare I say, Mick, Michael Voss was a little prickly about it at his media conference, which...
Yeah, well, no,
I'm just going to say, back in the old day, when you got a bit prickly when we asked you questions about injured players, you knew that you just didn't believe a word that was coming out of your mouth.
Oh, bite your tongue.
I was looking at Michael Voss thinking, oh, this is a man that's not telling the truth and he's not telling us everything.
Jeez. Did you ever get prickly, Mick, in the media?
Never.
Did he ever get prickly? I tried doing 10 years on the road as a journo, going to visit him once a week.
Never.
Goodness me.
You would have never got mad at Cal, though. Cal would have been mad at us.
Who was your number one, Mick? Who did you have the...
Well, interestingly enough, supposedly...
You guys have become friends.
It was supposedly Mark Stevens, and he's texting me now.
Steve-O is. You did have some good battles with Steve-O.
Yeah. So he's a dog supporter. I see when we shop on Friday, and then at myself shop on Friday. His daughter works in the vicinity. We have a chat, say hello. I've run into him a few times. He's got a very interesting job. I love his job. So he's got me to speak to one of his the people at one stage. It's one of the political parties, and
just leave it at that.
No. He's,
like, let's not get political.
I think what you do is that when you finish, it's like meeting someone else. Like you shake hands with your opponent at the end of the game.
Yeah.
That's it. You don't take anything off the ground.
No.
And when your career's finished, you just go, right, that's it. We've had some clashes or whatever the case is. Get over it and move on. Because life is far too short.
I tell you what, being an on-the-road journo in those 2000s, as Lingy was making his way in the game, when you'd have to go to Collingwood with Mick Moldhouse, you go to Essendon with Kevin Sheedy, you would go to the Arden Street with Dennis Pagan, who'd say, Missy, are your ears painted on?
Hago would say that.
Yeah, Christy said,
yeah.
How'd you go with Bomber in the early 2000s?
Oh, well, actually, we used to pull the Vision with Channel 9. I remember a Channel 9 reporter ringing me up. And so I was halfway down. We were pulling the Vision. He said, "Can you ask me one question of Bomber on behalf of me?" And this is what you do when we're in bed with Channel 9 and Channel 10 were together, and then Channel 7 and ABC worked together. And I said, "Yeah. What do you want me to ask you?" And they said, "Well, he's the new in the betting odds. He's now the shortest favourite to be sacked first. Can you ask him that?"
Oh, did you ask?
And it was a senior journo at Channel 9, and I was the rookie. So I waited till the end of the media conference, and I asked it. And Neil Baum said to me at the end of the media conference, "Excuse me, Missy, can you come over here in the corner? I just want to have a word with you."
Missy?
Barmy?
Yeah.
And
I'll never forget that.
Did he?
I shouldn't have done it, but I did it. I regret it.
So this is the start of 2007 then?
Yeah.
Because Barmy...
Yeah. Barmy wasn't happy with me. Barmy was the bulldog at the front gate.
Christy says the same. When I talked to her about different coaches.
Yeah.
But she had it easy with me.
Yeah.
Yes, she did. And I didn't.
You did so.
If you told me in the 2000s that one day you and Mick Moldhouse would sit in the same room and get on, I would have said, no way.
For about 7 years now, or whatever you guys have done it together.
I know. But you're right. You get on, you move on, and
of course.
you have your blues and your dust-ups, and off you go.
Carlton by 15 points, 11-11-77 over St Kilda, 9-8-62. Friday night footy in front of over 65,000 Spuds games, so both teams now 4 and 5. St Kilda play West Coast next week over in Perth, so it's a chance for them to try and square themselves off again at 5 and 5. Meanwhile, for Carlton, they play a really interesting opponent. They've got Sydney on Friday night, so the Swans won last week against the Giants, but haven't been going all that crash hot. They're trying to get players back and hold it together until they do. They're still to play Essendon tomorrow, so that could be a classic crossroads game as to if the Blues are going to be a player and challenge the 8, they probably need to go there and win. If Sydney win, it sort of keeps them alive for another week. So it's probably a good matchup at the right time for both teams.
Yeah, good challenge. You're right, though. If they're going to be the team that they want to be, you go to Sydney and beat them while they're a bit off their game.
7th, 8th, it's just up, maybe even 6th, 7th, 8th is up for grabs, isn't it, really? And it's going to be probably 4 clubs underneath that will fight for it. So there's that little group of players, teams, and these wins are so vital. I mean, if Carlton drop tonight, it's a big chase.
The same 8 teams have been in the top 8 since round 6. So interesting that we've had the same set of teams 3 weeks.
Well, one will drop out tomorrow.
And it is interesting, though, when you compare it to last year. So post round 8, 2024, the Hawks, who ended up making the last 6, were 3rd last. They were 16th.
Yeah.
The eventual premiers were 13th.
Brisbane. Yep.
And the Bulldogs were 11th, who ended up hosting a final. So basically the teams that are occupying 16th, 13th and 11th at the moment are the Tigers, the Blues and the Bombers.
Yeah.
So it goes to show...
And the year before that, it was the Giants.
Yeah.
I reckon they won something like 10 of their last 11 to fly home.
Well, they're horrible at the moment, the Giants.
Aren't they?
They are simply horrible.
It goes to show how long the year is, though, that when you think about those teams and what we're saying about the Tigers, the Blues and the Bombers, that this time last year...
Good luck.
What we're saying about the teams in those positions and what we thought of them at the end.
The Giants are playing at their fortress on Sunday, though. They just win at Kardinia Park every single time. They haven't been beaten there since 2018.
So they'll be out of the 8.
Did you get a role in that movie, Lingy, that was being shot at
No, but
Park?
I saw the ground all painted. I was in the club helping them with a podcast while they were filming it. There were extras everywhere. It looked great.
It's not you.
NFL. Mr. Irrelevant, I think the movie.
Yeah, story about an underdog American footballer. The ground's been transformed into a sort of makeshift NFL stadium, and a Hollywood superstar, the latest Superman, David Corenswet, is in it. So
didn't get to meet him.
I was going to say, you didn't see him getting a coffee around July.
Might be the last one. If Donald has his way, we could add on 100% of what do they call it? Some sort of tax that he wants.
You're just desperate to talk about politics in these last 6 minutes, aren't you?
Well, you mentioned movies or something. He wanted to be the Pope. He wants to be. He probably wants to star in that movie.
We got one of those. Well done to Pope Leo, who was saluting earlier today. First American Pope ever.
Yes.
Born in Chicago.
Spent a lot of time in
Puerto Rico.
Chile, I think. And Puerto Rico. Yeah.
Yep.
We're dancing around, aren't we? Politics, religion.
I know. I know.
Let's get to the votes.
I'm falling asleep over here.
Just quickly on the Sunday games, of course, the footy's still to come this weekend. Thomas Sims is going to debut. He's a key forward for Richmond, one of the 3 they picked up in last year's draft. So along with McAuliffe, they're the 2 ends. Rioli and Trezise are both out. Meanwhile, for the West Coast Eagles, Brock, Gross and Bailey Williams are in. McGovern, Allen, that's Bo Allen, and Jack Williams are out. That's the Richmond West Coast game, early time slot Sunday. Geelong and GWS, that match you mentioned down at Kardinia Park. Myers is back, which is good news. Closey and Buse. Jed Buse gets another look at it.
I reckon he's got Toby Green written all over him.
Humphreys
horrible at the moment.
Humphreys is concussed, Stanley's out, and Wiltshire loses his place in the lineup. Meanwhile, for the Giants, Riccardi and Cody Angove is going to debut, so another new Giant there. Darcy Jones and Bedford both out injured. And then the late game is North Melbourne and the Brisbane Lions. This is a 4:40 start in Hobart on a Sunday.
Oh,
you'll be there, Mick.
Well, apparently.
Good work.
Mother's Day. Good luck down
there.
Yeah, I know.
I'm popular, very popular.
You got an extra jumper?
Oh, it's okay. I don't want how cold it is. That's okay. It's got to be a good game.
That's all right. You have time to give Nanette breakfast in bed.
No, we're going out tomorrow night. And she's not my mother. She does mother. She mothers me, but she's not my mother.
So she's the mother of your kids.
Let the
She's
kids.
still a mum, and you've got to celebrate her.
Let the kids celebrate. She mothers me, so I'll just. That's for dinner tomorrow night.
You want breakfast in bed as well?
No. She wouldn't want breakfast in bed. Just porridge. She's not a porridge eater. That's the only thing I know how to make.
Pink, Core and Wardlaw are the 3 ends for the Roos. Dawson, Phillips and Archer are the outs. Meanwhile, for the Brisbane Lions, Morris, Lohman, who's been subbed out in every game he's played this year and through injury, and Ford are the 3 ends for Brisbane. Dave McLaughlin and McKenna are the 3 outs for the Lions. So they're the teams for Sunday. Heavy changes across the board. Every team's made at least 2 changes out of the 6 involved for Sunday.
Injuries? Most of them?
A lot of them injuries.
Yeah, terrible with injuries. But we lost players tonight.
Yeah. 2 games into round 9, it was carnage for the Blues. They lost Cowan on the run with a hammy. McGovern was sent to hospital with a sternum injury, so his night ended in the opening quarter. And then they also picked up other injuries with Haynes getting a knock to the neck and Blake Acres hurting his right shoulder, but those last 2 able to continue, while Higgins, his night was over at 3/4 time through illness. The Blues by 15 points. Both teams now 4 and 5 on the season. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Cameron Ling has a bit of a quizzical look on his face, but I think he's ready to go.
Well,
really tough, isn't it?
Yeah, given the game, the nature of the game, tough votes to give. A lot of players contributing in a hard-fought game. I'm going to give 1 vote to Harry Mackay. Ends with 3 goals. Gets the extra little boost for that last kick, kicking the sealer. But I thought his work rate right across the ground.
Yeah, ruck work was good too.
Really good. Took the 10 marks. So he presented in a game that was hard to move the footy. Presented really well. 2 votes to St Kilda's best player comfortably, Nasiah Wanganeen-Millera. 30 disposals. He was the one. When you mentioned the metres gained stat, Mick, at different times. Everybody else struggled to get any metres gained. He didn't. Nearly 700, when I think the next best was around the 450 mark across both teams. So he was superb. His ball use was excellent. So he gets the 2 votes. And I'm going to give the 3 votes. And I'm going to give it to Paddy Cripps.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
Hard. Leadership was important. 26 disposals, 8 clearances, 10 tackles. Just hard, physical, big moments when he needed to be clean. In a tough game to give votes to, I'll give it to the skipper.
And he rucked well.
Yep.
Yes.
3 for Cripps, 2 Wanganeen-Millera, 1 Mackay. I mentioned that, highlighted that one where he moved Marshall out of the way and grabbed it out of the ruck. I remember going to one of those, the Captain's Day where all the captains line up, and they were putting them in high order to do the usual photo at the start of the season with the cup. He was standing next to Max Gawn, and he was Max is an out-and-out ruckman, the best one just about we've ever seen, and he's not that much shorter than him, and yet he's a midfielder who roams around and collects Brownlows for fun, and what a player he is, Paddy Cripps. So he gets the 3 votes. Importantly, who won? De Koning, Marshall. Who won the battle?
Oh, I think De Koning probably won.
Marshall's last quarter was big.
Ooh, didn't get him over the line, though.
Can we give
call it even.
Split decision?
Call rematch. Want a rematch?
Yeah, give him a rematch.
How good's that, though? We came to see that match-up tonight, and in the end, you've got 2 of the greats of the game sitting there going, it's line ball that way, line ball the other way.
If they both had shots at goal, if one of them had kicked one of them,
that's right,
they would have got the nod.
Yeah, we look at the stats; they're relatively even.
Wow, round 1 won't be a rematch next year; they'll be teammates.
Well, could be.
Yeah. Well, the winner of the actual rematch gets the $1.5 million a year contract. That's the belt.
Okay.
We have great fun as always on a Friday night. Thanks heaps, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling, Kelly Underwood in the box. Thank you to Ben Cameron, and happy birthday to Ben as well for Tuesday. To Stu Hollywood Baker, thank you for all his work, and to the cult figure Adam Jones back in the studio. Signing off from the mighty MCG, it's the Blues who win Spud's game by 15 points. We'll catch you tomorrow on ABC Sport.
It's the case that's captured the attention of the world. The mushroom case.
On the menu was beef Wellington.
Erin Patterson is charged with murder. She says she's innocent.
I'm devastated.
Mushroom Case Daily. Hear the podcast on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio. Your home of BBC Stumped.
First ball.
Tremendous catch, tumbling forward.
From the BBC World Service, in association with ABC and Akashvani, this is Stumped.
Hello and welcome to Stumped, your intercontinental hit of news, features and debate from the quirky world of cricket. I'm Alison Mitchell in London and had a very exciting day this week when I dropped my parents off to a Buckingham Palace garden party. My dad was recognised for his long-standing volunteer work in the local council, so that meant a new hat for my mum and a really proud day for them all.
Fantastic, Ali. Brett Sprigg here at the ABC in Sydney, once again filling in the chair for Jim Maxwell this week. It's hard to know where to look because there is so much happening across a number of cricket nations. So we'll do our best to get across it all in this program. Maybe I'll just stop talking and let us move on to all the stuff we have to talk about.
Good to see you, Spriggy, again. And, of course, congratulations to your father, particularly in the whole family, Alison. Well done.
Thank you,
I'm Charu Sharma for Akashvani, and I'm in Dubai once again this week following the IPL here. And what a shame that some of the big teams seem to now not be in contention for Final Four spot, including, of course, CSK, who are right at the bottom, and, of course, KKR as well. Thanks to CSK, now no longer for a place in the Final Four.
Good to have you both with us for this week, and we have got a lot to get stuck into. Coming up, we're going to hear from the England women's head coach, newly appointed Charlotte Edwards, on the significance of the ECB appointing a first ever national women's selector. But first of all, we ask, what next for India men's test team after Rohit Sharma announced his retirement from the longest form of the game? Well, Rohit's decision followed speculation in the Indian media that he would be replaced as test captain for the upcoming tour of England. He won half of his 24 tests as captain and reached the World Test Championship final in 2023, but he also lost the Border Gavaskar Trophy in Australia and was skipper for last year's historic, wrong end of history, 3-0 home defeat by New Zealand. Rohit will, though, continue as India's ODI captain, and of course you'll remember that he retired from T20 internationals after winning the T20 World Cup last year, which is another huge accolade for him and Team India. Charu, let me start with you then. First of all, what do you make of Rohit's decision to retire and also the timing of it?
I think it's about time. I must quickly confess that Rohit, I thought when he started his career, was one of the finest test match prospects because he used to play so straight and he had so much time and, classically an elegant batsman. And yet, because India is not quite focusing as much on test match cricket as